Chapter 1176. Yi Qinghan got the confirmation from the beast deity and relaxed. He decided to stay in the beast deity mystery land for a while to see if he could find some opportunities to break through. He stayed in the beast god hall with Yi Qinghan. On that day, the night beast god also invited Yi Mo, who had been heavily injured by Yi Qinghan, and the white-haired, white-bearded monarch, Yi Fan, as well as Yi Feihu and Yi Shuiru, to welcome Yi Qinghan. Although the night demon and Yi Fan had recovered, their attitude toward Yi Qinghan was extremely unfriendly. The hostility in their eyes was obvious. However, the beast deity forcefully suppressed it. The two did not express anything. They just came and immediately teleported away. Yi Qinghan did not care about them. They could do whatever they wanted. If they were not convinced, they could fight. He was not afraid of anyone in a one-on-one fight. If it was a group fight, the beast deity would definitely intervene. The Night Emperor saw that the relationship between Yi Qinghan and the beast deity had improved. Because Yi Qinghan was here, no one dared to offend him anymore. He could not help but vent his anger from being ignored and humiliated. The next day, Yi Qinghan went to the beast deity ancestral shrine under the guidance of the beast deity. He and the Night Emperor entered the beast deity shrine and were considered to have returned to the clan. Yi Qinghan did not care about this. However, the Night Emperor was extremely excited when he heard this and could only follow the beast deity. They flew out of the beast deity shrine. The 4 level 9 powerhouses were already waiting outside. Obviously, they had received the beast deity's message and specially went to attend the ceremony for Night Emperor and Yi Qinghan. The beast deity ancestral shrine was not in the 4 continents. It was actually on the northernmost island of the beast deity mystery land. Moreover, it was not the beast deity who opened the restriction. Yi Qinghan's powerful divine sense did not discover this super-large island. Swoosh! When the beast deity opened the restriction and revealed the island, 11 figures teleported from the island. Yi Qinghan swept his gaze over them and was shocked once again. There were actually 10 venerables and 1 lower 9th grade overlord. The beast god clan was indeed worthy of being one of the top clans in the past. Their foundation was so great that even the super families of the god world were afraid of them. Greetings beast god, greetings sirs. The 10 venerable ones saluted, but the lower 9th grade venerable lord only bowed slightly to the beast deity. He did not even look at the other 4 sovereigns or Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan, this is the Grand Elder who guards the ancestral shrine, Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, don't make a face. This is the Yi Qinghan I told you about. The beast god always looked like a nice old man. He smiled at the black-robed old man guarding the beast god ancestral shrine. The black-robed old man turned to look at Yi Qinghan and nodded slightly. Yi Qinghan only nodded slightly. The Night Emperor, on the other hand, gave a junior's salute. The group flew down to the only building below. Yi Qinghan's divine sense had already secretly detected a simple and unadorned palace below. The palace was not big and was built with black stones. From afar, it looked like a giant beast entrenched on the island, emitting a faint pressure. The group, led by Yi Xiao, walked into the palace. Once they entered, they saw a spacious hall. On the left and right sides of the hall, there were countless black stone statues. They were all in the shape of humans. The statues were extremely lifelike. Yi Qinghan thought to himself. These were probably the past powerhouses of the beast god clan. At the front of the hall, there were 5 statues. 4 of them were men and 1 of them was a woman. Yi Qinghan actually felt a trace of pressure from the statues. He could not help but feel strange. Yi Qinghan, these 5 are the 5 strongest powerhouses of the beast god clan. They are all 9th grade supreme martial artist. The rest of the people who can be made into statues are at least 9th grade martial artists or ancestors who have contributed to the beast god clan. The beast god explained softly. Yi Qinghan's heart skipped a beat. 5 9th grade supreme martial artists and dozens of 9th grade martial artists. How powerful was the beast god clan in ancient times? How powerful was the divine realm at that time? The Night Emperor pulled Yi Qinghan to kneel down. Yi Qinghan thought for a while. No matter what, they were still part of the beast god clan. He followed the Night Emperor and knelt down 3 times. The beast god nodded. The smile on his face became more and more gratified. The Night Emperor also nodded, somewhat satisfied. The beast god pointed to a tall statue of a man in the middle and said to Yi Qinghan, "This is the ancestor of our beast god clan, Night Beast. He grew up without parents and lived with spirit beasts. At that time, there were no demonic beasts in the divine realm. Spirit beasts ran rampant. The Night Beast ancestor and the spirit beasts established a deep friendship. He led groups of spirit beasts to conquer the divine realm. He unified the Wind Moon mainland and founded the Beast God clan. The Beast God explained the history of the Beast God clan. Then, under the Beast God's instructions and with the crowd as witness, Night Emperor, Yi Qinghan, and the Night Emperor were added to the genealogy of the Beast God clan. After the ceremony, the 4 ninth-grade martial artists from the other clan excused themselves and left. Yi Qinghan found them an eyesore and could not have asked for more. Then, the beast god brought Yi Qinghan to a side hall at the side. After entering the side hall, Yi Qinghan was extremely puzzled because there was nothing inside except a portal. The beast god did not say anything. He only hinted for Yi Qinghan to follow him and entered the portal alone. Yi Qinghan and the Night Emperor looked at each other and followed him in. With a flash of white light, Yi Qinghan found himself in another small plane. This place was only half the size of the Beast God Arcane Realm. However, when Yi Qinghan and the Night Emperor scanned the place with their divine senses, their eyes lit up. There were no martial artists here. Or rather, there were no humans. Only beast. There were those that flew in the sky, those that ran on the ground, and those that swam in the water. Ordinary magical beasts, sacred beasts, and mythological beasts were everywhere. Yi Qinghan casually swept his eyes over and estimated that there were at least tens of billions of them. The beast god said with a smile, "Hihi, this is one of the most important places for the beast god clan, the summoning space for war beast. All the children of the beast god clan, after awakening the beast god bloodline, have the opportunity to take away a spirit beast from here to become a war beast that will accompany them in battle for life. There are dozens of the highest level war beasts here. All of them are supreme divine beast. Dozens of supreme divine beast. Awesome." Yi Qinghan was satisfied. He seemed to doubt the beast god's words because his divine senses detected that there were dozens of divine beasts with incomparably strong auras inside. The most powerful divine beast's aura was comparable to a 9th-grade divine beast. The Night Emperor, on the other hand, was shocked. After he became an adult, the sealed memories in his mind were awakened. According to the secret technique in his memory, he awakened his bloodline, summoned his war beasts, and founded the Yi family. But he never expected that the war beasts that he and his family members summoned would all be summoned from here. Beast God, these divine beasts are so powerful. Why are they willing to stay here? Are they willing to become the war beasts of our beast god clan? Yi Qinghan thought of another problem. Logically speaking, with the strength of these divine beasts, they could transform and dominate an area. But they were all in beast form and were willing to become the beast god clan's vassals. The beast god smiled and explained, "This is the credit of the first beast god. He made a contract with the ancestors of these powerful spirit beasts. Once these spirit beasts are born, they will have inherited memories in their minds and will forever be vassals of our beast god clan. Of course, to gain their recognition, one must have outstanding talent. In these millions of years, only one clansman managed to summon a supreme divine beast." Yi Qinghan recalled his youth and sighed. When he was young, he went through 2 awakening ceremonies because his meridians were blocked, but he didn't even have the chance to enter the summoning space. If it wasn't for the soul ring that brought his soul to the valley where Xiao Hei lived, perhaps he would still be a good-for-nothing for the rest of his life. The beast god glanced at Yi Qinghan and said meaningfully, "Yi Qinghan, you don't seem to have a war beast now? Do you want to try and see if you can bring a supreme divine beast away?" Chapter 1177. There's no need. Yi Qinghan smiled. What beast was better and more abnormal than Xiao Hei? At this moment, although Xiao Hei's contract with him had been terminated, their relationship had not changed. Besides, with Xiao Hei's abnormal devouring ability, even a normal pseudo 9th grade couldn't compare to it, right? The beast deity did not persuade him. At Yi Qinghan's level, beasts were not very useful. He turned around and teleported the two back to the side hall. Then, the beast deity brought Yi Qinghan and the night demon to visit the other side halls. Some of the side halls recorded the history of the ancestors, but they were all simple and common. Some of the side halls were filled with treasures and materials, some were filled with the relics of the ancestors, and some were filled with countless books and secret techniques. There were more than 10 side halls. Seeing this, Yi Qinghan sighed with emotion. The beast deity clan was indeed powerful. Not to mention the precious materials that were several times more than the Soul Emperor Pavilion, not to mention the nearly 100 transcendent-grade divine tools in the treasure room, just the various powerful secret skills in the library made Yi Qinghan sigh. You can take any 10 sets of materials, and each of you can take a transcendent-grade divine tool. As for the secret skills in the library, you can read them as you wish. The beast deity waved his hand generously, letting Yi Qinghan and the Night Emperor stay in the side hall as he pleased, but he himself returned to the beast deity temple. When the Night Emperor heard this, he quickly thanked the beast deity. A transcendent-grade divine tool, that was something he didn't even dare to think about. As for the secret skills, he actually casually flipped through them. He was not only moved but also confused. He looked at Yi Qinghan with even more pride. He was very clear that if it weren't for Yi Qinghan, it would be difficult for him to see the beast deity, let alone casually stay in the beast deity ancestral temple and be bestowed with a transcendent-grade divine tool. Yi Qinghan was not interested in the transcendent-grade divine tools or materials, he was only interested in the secret skills in the library. He had the Night Emperor accompany the Night Owl to select transcendent-grade divine artifacts and materials while he went to the library alone. The secret skills that could be stored in the Beast God Ancestral Temple were all very powerful secret skills. Moreover, there were many insights and experiences regarding the comprehension of laws. These were all left behind by the ancestors of the Beast God clan so that their descendants could better cultivate. Yi Qinghan knew far too little about laws, cultivation, and the soul. Along the way, he had stumbled and groped his way through. Now that he had the cultivation insights of such a senior expert, he naturally wouldn't let it go. It was a good opportunity to see if he could find an opportunity to break through. Therefore, he was mesmerized by it and stayed there for half a year. It's a pity that there aren't many soul skills here. Only this spiritual illusory realm isn't bad. Half a year later, Yi Qinghan stopped reading. Yi Qinghan had finished reading the countless cultivation insights and secret techniques. It allowed his understanding of laws, cultivation, the soul, and the body to reach an unprecedented level. However, many of the secret skills were not suitable for Yi Qinghan. Of course, the main reason was that martial artists who reached rank 9 relied on the power of space to attack their enemies. Yi Qinghan's control of space had already been fixed, he didn't want to change it. Out of all the soul skills that Yi Qinghan wanted, there was only one that was relatively powerful. There was only one powerhouse in the Beast God clan who cultivated the soul, so the soul skills left behind were more limited. Spiritual illusory realm, using a powerful soul to bring the enemy into an illusory realm, thereby affecting the enemy's judgment. It's more useful for attacks and sneak attacks. This soul skill is very good. According to this ancestor's legacy, when his soul strength reaches the peak of the venerable realm, he can make martial artists below rank 9 enter the spiritual illusory realm. My soul strength is so strong. If I succeed in cultivating this soul strength, I should be able to defeat martial artists above rank 9 easily, but at least I have a better chance of defeating them. Once the spiritual illusory realm is released, no matter how many martial artists below rank 9 come, they will all die. Yi Qinghan stood in front of the library's window, holding a scroll in his hand. Through the window's restriction, he looked at the distant sea and thought to himself, this trip to the Beast God mysterious realm can be considered a good harvest. Closing his eyes, Yi Qinghan began to wholeheartedly comprehend the spiritual illusory realm soul skill. Such a divine ability, the sooner he grasped it, the better. After that, the Night Emperor came once. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was in closed-door cultivation, he didn't disturb him and stayed in the Beast God Ancestral Temple. He memorized the 2 secret skills and cultivated while waiting for Yi Qinghan to come out. Beast God Mysterious Realms Qianyuan Continent, Sovereign City, Qianyuan City. Yi Mo and the other 3 gathered in a secret room in the city. Yi Mo and Yi Fan's faces were gloomy. Yi Feihu also had a complicated expression. The only woman, Yi Shuiru, sat silently with her head lowered. No one knew what she was thinking. That old thing Yi Ning is too much. She is actually protecting that bastard like this. She is even letting that bastard stay in the ancestral temple. When I broke through to rank 9, I only stayed for 3 months. Preposterous, preposterous. Yi Mo was the first to speak. His eyes were filled with hatred. He was thrown into Black Tortoise City by Yi Qinghan in front of tens of millions of martial artists. He had to rest for 6 hours before recovering. It could be said that he had lost all his face. How could he not be angry? The white-haired and white-bearded Yi Fan also said coldly, "That's right. I think that old thing Yi Ning wants to use that bastard to completely destroy our bloodline. Everyone, we killed many of their bloodline back then. If we don't treat this matter seriously, it is very likely that our bloodline will gradually be destroyed in the end." Yi Feihu was shocked. He quickly said, "It can't be that serious, right? If that old thing wanted to make a move, Yi Qinghan could have easily killed the 2 of you last time." Yi Mo coldly smiled and said, "There were so many people at that time. That old thing definitely wouldn't dare to let that bastard kill us. Otherwise, the entire Beast God Mysterious Realm would be in chaos. Since they can't do it openly, they might do it secretly. If you don't believe me, you can try." "Then what should we do?" Yi Feihu's face completely darkened. His eyes flashed as he asked. Yi Mo's face became ferocious. He lowered his voice and said, "Strike first and gain the upper hand. In the past, the 4 of us and that old thing restrained each other. He didn't dare to make a move. Now that there is one more Yi Qinghan, with that old thing supporting him, that bastard Yi Qinghan can slowly trick us. As long as we work together to kill Yi Qinghan, that old thing will be alone and won't dare to make a move. Besides, even if you give him 10,000 guts, he won't dare to kill the 4 of us for an outsider and cause a commotion in the Beast God Mysterious Realm." At this moment, Yi Shuiru, who had been silent all this time, coldly snorted and said, "Yi Mo, you idiot. Do you think you can kill Yi Qinghan in front of the Beast God? With the Beast God Palace, the Beast God can crush you like ants. You are courting death. Forgive me for not accompanying you." Yi Shuiru directly teleported away. Yi Feihu also hesitated. After a while, he said, "We can't kill Yi Qinghan. Once we kill him, that old thing will have an excuse to attack us. If you want to kill him, you 2 can do it. I won't accompany you." The 3 of them went silent. Their eyes flickered as they thought about it. After a while, the white-haired and white-bearded Yi Fan said, "Then we won't kill him. The 3 of us will work together and severely injure Yi Qinghan. We can vent our anger and also get back our face. Recently, the people of our bloodline have become restless and the people of that bloodline are getting restless. That's the only thing we can do. Let's discuss this properly. We can't let that old thing find an excuse to attack us." Yi Mo gritted his teeth and said hatefully. Yi Feihu didn't object this time. The 3 of them began to discuss in detail. Chapter 1178. Phew. This soul illusion is really hard to comprehend. My soul is so strong, but it took me a whole year to comprehend it. I just don't know how powerful it is. In the Beast God Ancestral Shrine's library, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes, stretched his body, and sighed. He had completely mastered the soul illusion. Yi Qinghan thought it was about time to leave the Beast God Mystic Realm. He thought about the time when he was outside the Soul Emperor Pavilion and looked into the void. He decided to inform the Beast God and return to the Flame Dragon continent. Then, he would let Yaroji control the Soul Emperor Pavilion and go to the endless void to comprehend the mysteries of space. Yi Qinghan scanned the Compendium Pavilion and after confirming that there were no useful secret skills, he slowly walked out. Passing by the treasure room, Yi Qinghan's heart moved. Although he had a few transcendent-grade divine artifacts, he had no use for them. But since the Beast God wanted to give him one, It was not a bad idea to bring it back for his wife and children. Walking into the treasury, Yi Qinghan ignored all the high-grade divine artifacts in the hall and walked towards the smallest room inside. Yi Qinghan had been there before. With a casual sweep of his divine sense, he found close to 100 transcendent-grade divine artifacts. Walking into the small room, he saw all kinds of transcendent-grade divine artifacts hanging on the walls. There was also a sign hanging on the side, recording the previous owner of this transcendent-grade divine artifact and the beast inside. Fire Phoenix Sword. Sealed inside is an ancient spiritual beast, Fire Phoenix. It can imbue divine power with the power of fire and carry a soul-burning attack. Not bad, this Fire Phoenix Sword is better than the Dragon Source Battle Saber. I'll take this one. After looking through more than 10 transcendent-grade divine artifacts, Yi Qinghan finally locked his eyes on a beautiful fiery red long sword. Grabbing it with one hand, Yi Qinghan poured his divine power into it. A huge fire phoenix image whizzed out, instantly burning the opposite wall red. The temperature in the room rose by several hundred degrees. Yi Qinghan's divine sense locked on to the fire phoenix. As expected, this fire phoenix had a faint energy that made his divine sense tingle. There was indeed some soul attack mixed in. I'll give this sword to Qing Cheng when we return. She will definitely like it. Combined with her lore of divine sound, I reckon she can fight a 7th grade war god. Yi Qinghan recalled the Fire Phoenix shadow but did not keep the Fire Phoenix sword in his spatial ring. After all, this was an item from the Beast Divine Arcane Realm. He had to tell Yi Xiao about it. After choosing the Transcendent Grade Divine Artifact, Yi Qinghan turned around and walked out. Halfway there, his body suddenly stopped. 2 scorching rays of light shot out from his eyes and locked onto a divine artifact that was placed in a dent in the corner of the wall on the right. It was a red helmet with strange patterns on it. It didn't emit any aura, and Yi Qinghan hadn't looked around carefully the last 2 times he had entered, so he hadn't noticed it. Fire God Armor's helmet. Yi Qinghan strode over and took off the helmet with slightly trembling hands. He carefully touched it and sensed it. He discovered that the material and pattern of the helmet were exactly the same as the Vulcan set that he had obtained. However, there was a gap on the helmet. It seemed that the diamond-shaped gem that should have been embedded on it was missing. With a flip of his hand, he took out 2 arm guards, 2 leg guards, and an inner armor from the War Emperor Palace. Yi Qinghan placed the helmet together and was delighted. It was indeed a set. All the patterns were exactly the same. They all had the fire dragon pattern. Yi Qinghan believed that the fire god armor was definitely not an ordinary armor. Back in the Mystic Spirit Cave abode, that ancient cultivator hugged this armor before he died. Furthermore, the helmet was placed inside and not on the outside. It was just a helmet, but it was placed together with a bunch of transcendent-grade divine artifacts. How could it be ordinary? Right. The beast god definitely knows the origin of this fire god armor. Yi Qinghan was extremely excited. He quickly kept the fire god armor, inner armor, and leg guards. With the fire god helmet in one hand and the fire phoenix sword in the other, he ran out. Walking out of the hall, Yi Xiao controlled the entire beast god ancestral shrine. Obviously, he knew that Yi Qinghan had come out. He was waiting for him with the Night Emperor and a group of supremacies. Greetings, Grand Elder. Yi Qinghan was in a good mood. He unexpectedly bowed to Yi Xiao and nodded to the Night Emperor. Seeing the sword on the Night Emperor's back and his face full of smiles, it was obvious that he had already chosen a transcendent-grade divine artifact. Yi Xiao did not smile. He forced a smile and said with a black face, Yi Qinghan, have you chosen a transcendent-grade divine artifact? Come, hand it to me. I need to register it. This is the rule of the tribe. Every treasure and material has to be registered. This fire phoenix sword and this helmet. I like this helmet very much. I will explain this to the beast god. Yi Qinghan said casually as he waved the fire phoenix sword and the fire god helmet in his hand. He thought that since the beast god was so generous, he would not be stingy with the fire god helmet. Moreover, he already had 5 of them. There was only one in the beast god's secret realm. There was no point in keeping it. Yi Xiao revealed a troubled look. In fact, he had already seen Yi Qinghan coming out with 2 treasures. His words just now were to remind Yi Qinghan. He pondered for a moment and said, "I'm sorry. The beast god has said that you can only take 1. According to the tribe rules, this is already an exception." Yi Qinghan did not expect that Yi Xiao would make things difficult for him over such a small matter. He liked the Fire Phoenix sword very much and had already thought of giving it to Yu Qingcheng. Of course, he could not bear to part with it now. As for the Fire God helmet, he was even more determined to get it. He immediately kept the 2 items, cupped his hands and said, "These 2 items are very important to me. I will definitely give the beast deity an explanation for this matter. I will go see the beast deity now." After finishing his words, he brought the Night Emperor together and left the beast god ancestral shrine. He could not wait for the beast god to explain to him about the fire god battle armor. To his surprise, before he could teleport again, a powerful force of space suppressed him. Yi Xiao's figure appeared in midair with a cold expression as he said in a deep voice, "Yi Qinghan, if you insist on breaking my rules, I'll have no choice but to detain you according to the rules of the tribe." So serious. Yi Qinghan cursed the old man in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that the Fire Phoenix sword was beautiful, he wouldn't have taken a liking to it. He helplessly sighed and said, "Then send a message to the beast god. I will explain to him." Buzz. At this moment, 3 figures suddenly appeared in the air. It was Night Demon, Yi Fan, and Yi Feihu. It was obvious that the 3 of them had been paying close attention to Yi Qinghan and rushed over immediately. "Yi Qinghan, how dare you rob the treasures in the beast god ancestral shrine and break the tribe rules? Return them immediately and kowtow to Great Elder Yi Xiao to admit your mistake. Otherwise, we will not be polite." Night Demon scolded coldly. The 2 people beside him also looked gloomy. Yi Qinghan knew that there were definitely people from the beast god ancestral shrine among the 10 venerables. Because of his impatience, he had unintentionally broken the tribe rules. The 3 of them took the opportunity to put him down. "Are you confident? If you are, beat them up. If not, I will intervene." Just as Yi Qinghan was hesitating, the beast god sent a voice transmission. Obviously, he had also noticed the strange situation here. Yi Qinghan relaxed and grinned. He sent a voice transmission to the Night Emperor to teleport down from the beast god ancestral shrine. Then, he sneered at Night Demon. "What's wrong? Was your face not swollen enough that day? Do you want to be slapped a few more times today? You are courting death." Night Demon and Yi Fan's expressions changed drastically. Yi Feihu's face also darkened. Yi Fan immediately cupped his hands at Yi Xiao and said, "Great Elder, please step back. Let the 3 of us take down this madman who disregards the tribe rules. Then, we will ask the beast god to make a decision." Chapter 1179. Yi Xiao did not expect the 3 of them to appear at such a coincidental time. Furthermore, Yi Qinghan was so unyielding. If the situation continued, the 3 of them would surround and attack Yi Qinghan. He knew that Yi Qinghan was quite strong and could injure Yi Mo and Yi Fan. However, Yi Feihu was an upper rank 9. Furthermore, the 3 of them surrounded one person. Even if the beast god did not use the beast god temple, it would still be troublesome. For a moment, he was stunned and did not know whether to advance or retreat. "Grand Elder, what's wrong? Are you going to attack together and take down this madman who violated the clan rules?" Yi Fan did not move. He was a little anxious. If this continued, the beast god would appear and such a good opportunity would be wasted. He immediately shouted at Yi Xiao. His mouth did not deviate from the clan rules. "Grand Elder, please retreat first. Later, Qinghan will ask you for forgiveness." Yi Qinghan saw that Yi Xiao's eyes were flickering and looking at him worriedly. Instead, he had a good impression of this old-fashioned old man. This Yi Xiao belonged to another faction. However, he was very fair. He immediately protected his body with his origin energy. The 10 spears of Godslayer revolved around him. His killing intent soared into the sky and enveloped Yi Mo and the other 2. He laughed. "Come, let me see if you have the strength to take me down." Yi Xiao sighed and teleported away. At the same time, he quickly sent a message to the beast god. The moment Yi Xiao left, Yi Feihu, Yi Mo, and Yi Fan immediately became alert. They quickly condensed their spatial energy. With cold smiles, the three of them prepared to attack. Xiu, xiu, xiu. Yi Qinghan did not defend and counterattacked. The 10 spears of Godslayer were divided into 3 groups. 4 spears whistled towards Yi Feihu. The other 3 spears from each side shot towards Yi Fan and Yi Mo. Although the 3 of them had absolute confidence in making Yi Qinghan suffer, they did not dare to underestimate Yi Qinghan's attacks. Especially Yi Qinghan's strange soul attack. The 3 of them released their spatial energy and fought against the god-slaying spear. At the same time, they paid close attention to Yi Qinghan's eyes. Once Yi Qinghan's eyes flashed with a strange light, he would immediately protect his soul. That strange soul attack of his was all-pervasive. If he wasn't careful, he would be hit. If he was ambushed again, it would be troublesome. Night Demon was well prepared this time. His fists swayed in the air, and 5 golden afterimages of his iron fists smashed out. He faced the 3 spears of God slaying head-on. Once again, Yi Fan used his spatial energy to form countless shiny flying daggers. He threw the daggers one after another at the 3 incoming spears. Yi Feihu was much stronger than Yi Mo and Yi Fan. He just casually used his spatial power to condense a strange beast. It looked very strange. It had 9 snake heads, but its body was like a fierce tiger. Furthermore, this strange beast had condensed into a physical form. It carried a terrifying pressure as it flew towards the 4 spears of god-slaying that were shooting over. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 of them used their spatial energy to form all sorts of attacks. When they clashed with the spears of god-slaying, an intense collision occurred. Blinding rays of light lit up. The berserk energy surged in all directions like a tide. The nearby space started to tremble. The berserk energy created huge waves in the seawater below. The scene was incomparably beautiful. The 10 spears exploded one by one. The origin energy on the spears disappeared bit by bit. Only 2 of Night Demon's 5 golden iron fists were destroyed. Only 1/3 of Yi Fan's millions of flying daggers were destroyed. As for the 9-headed mutated beast that Yi Feihu had condensed, only 2 of its heads were destroyed. 3 iron fists and more than 1 million flying daggers, as well as the remaining 7-headed mutated beast, shot towards Yi Qinghan with boundless pressure and killing intent. With the divine sense locking onto him, coupled with his terrifying speed, and the space trembling, Yi Qinghan had nowhere to hide. Not good. Why isn't the beast deity making a move? This Yi Qinghan is too arrogant. If he's killed this time, even the beast god won't be able to blame him. Yi Xiao was secretly anxious as he watched from below. However, he couldn't interfere and could only continue to send messages to the beast god. On the other hand, the Night Emperor didn't even dare to breathe loudly. His face was filled with fear, but he didn't dare to move. The other 10 sovereigns also had solemn expressions. Die. Night Demon and Yi Fan's expressions turned sinister. They originally only wanted to severely injure Yi Qinghan. However, with such a good opportunity, the 2 of them were filled with killing intent. Yi Qinghan had violated the clan's rules and was so arrogant. Even if they killed him, they could deal with it as long as they said that they couldn't stop. The beast god wouldn't dare to kill them. Yi Feihu was hesitating at this moment. The 7-headed mutated beast also slowed down a little. My lord, are you still not going to make a move? Millions of miles away, the beast god and Yi Shuiru stood in the air. The beast god had a calm expression, but Yi Shuiru beside him said anxiously, "There's no rush. Let's wait and see first." The beast god shook his head, but his hand moved slightly. It seemed like he was ready to make a move at any moment. Yi Qinghan didn't panic. Even the mocking expression on his face didn't change. He had already expected this situation. If it wasn't for the spear of Godslayer, his strength would only be at the pseudo-9th grade. It would be difficult for him to deal with Night Demon. Because of the spear of Godslayer, his overall strength was at the peak of the lower 9th grade. He could barely fight against someone at the upper 9th grade. If it wasn't for the sneak attack last time, he definitely wouldn't have been able to kill the light god. Now that he was fighting against an upper 9th grade and 2 lower 9th grade, his weakness of lacking spatial power was immediately displayed. If it was before, Yi Qinghan would definitely shout that his life was over and run away while calling for the beast god to save him. However, at this moment, Yi Qinghan's lips curved up, making his mocking expression even more obvious. Then, he swept his gaze across the three of them, revealing a demonic light in his eyes. A demonic light. Night Demon and Yi Fan were both shocked. They had suffered a lot from this ghost soul skill. Yi Feihu had also heard about it from Night Demon and Yi Fan. The three of them immediately circulated their spiritual power and prepared to deal with Yi Qinghan's spiritual attack. Unexpectedly, they suddenly realized that the scenery in front of them had changed. It was a vast expanse of white all around them. The islands in the distance had disappeared, the sea had disappeared, the night owl had disappeared, and Yi Qinghan was also slowly disappearing. Night Demon and Yi Fan were horrified to realize that their vision was only 50 kilometers, and their divine senses were also only 50 kilometers. Yi Feihu was slightly better, but his vision was only a few hundred kilometers. Although their souls could feel the spatial power that they had condensed, they had lost Yi Qinghan's position. Once they couldn't lock onto their enemy, how could their spatial power attack their enemy? The spiritual illusory realm is indeed powerful. Even an upper 9th grade Yi Feihu was affected. This soul skill is very powerful, haha. Yi Qinghan released the spiritual illusory realm, and his body turned into many afterimages as he retreated rapidly. The spiritual illusory realm only allowed the enemy's soul to enter the realm temporarily. The enemy's body and surroundings didn't change. The four of them were still in their original positions. Those iron fists, millions of flying knives, and that mutated beast were still whistling towards them. However, their souls were temporarily trapped in the spiritual illusory realm, and their divine senses were affected. The scenery that they saw was completely different. After Yi Qinghan retreated a few hundred kilometers, their divine senses couldn't lock onto Yi Qinghan's body anymore. In addition, they were panic-stricken after entering the spiritual illusory realm. How would they dare to attack? They immediately retreated to defend themselves. They were ready to deal with Yi Qinghan's attack. Heh, these are the three targets. This spiritual illusory realm is awesome. My perverse spiritual strength is finally useful. Yi Qinghan was in a good mood. Originally, he had cultivated the spiritual illusory realm to the phenomenal success stage. He estimated that martial artists below the 9th grade would definitely be affected by his spiritual strength. He didn't expect that even an upper 9th grade Yi Feihu would be affected. He didn't hold back anymore. Countless soul poison jade knives whizzed out. At the same time, 10 spears of Godslayer were formed. They spun in the air and shot towards the three of them from all directions. Chapter 1180. Yi Xiao, Yi Huang, and Yi Shuiru, who were watching from afar, were baffled. It had been a one-sided battle just now. The three of them were about to severely injure or kill Yi Qinghan. Why did they suddenly withdraw their attacks now? And looking at the three of them, it seemed like they saw something that they were afraid of. They were extremely confused and terrified. Soul illusion. Why is it so powerful when this kid released it? Even Yi Feihu was hit. The little old man's eyesight and strength were extremely powerful. He easily saw through the mystery. He was a frequent visitor to the beast god ancestral shrine, so he was very clear that what Yi Qinghan had just used was a soul skill, soul illusion. However, he was unable to understand why Yi Qinghan had released such a powerful soul skill. Swish, swish, swish. Countless soul poison jade knives flustered Yi Feihu and the other two. They did not know how to block it or what kind of attack it was. They could only quickly gather spatial power and destroy it. Just as the soul poison jade knives were destroyed, 10 Godslayer's spears came from all directions. Just like before, Yi Feihu was specially taken care of. Their divine senses were suppressed. The furthest they could reach was a few hundred kilometers. The Godslayer's spear appeared in front of them in a flash. They hurriedly gathered spatial power again to block it. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 golden iron fists that Night Demon formed happened to cancel out the 3 spears. Just as he was heaving a sigh of relief, He saw another spear shooting toward his back from the corner of his eyes. He was so scared that his soul left his body. At this moment, he did not have time to form iron fists. He could only rely on his origin power to block it. Yi Fan's situation was similar. Out of the 4 spears that were flying toward Yi Feihu, 2 suddenly shot toward him and Night Demon. Ah! 2 screams sounded. Night Demon and Yi Fan spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. They were hit by the Godslayer's spear and were sent flying to the left and the back. Their limbs and bodies weakened. It was obvious that their bones and internal organs were shattered again. Their faces were pale and filled with fear. Yi Qinghan, stop. I don't care about you anymore. Yi Feihu saw Yi Mo and Yi Fan spitting out mouthfuls of blood and flying backward. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from his sight and divine senses. Although the 2 Godslayer's spears that Yi Qinghan had shot at him had been broken by him, this was the first time he had encountered such a strange situation, and his heart was filled with fear. If he couldn't even find the enemy, he could only let others attack him. What was the point of fighting? Although it would be shameful to give up like this, it would be even more shameful to be heavily injured by Yi Qinghan. If he was killed, that would be even more damned. Too late. Yi Qinghan's cold snort came from afar. Then, Yi Feihu saw a strange light rising from the white mist in front of him. He was horrified to discover that billions of golden soul threads were surging towards his soul sea. At the same time, he used his divine sense to detect that the soundless blades had once again covered the sky and covered the earth. Finally, another 10 Godslayer's spears whizzed over from the white fog in all directions. I'll go all out. Yi Feihu gritted his teeth and condensed a 9-headed exotic beast. Then, the 9 exotic beasts suddenly separated and turned into 9 giant snakes that coiled around Yi Feihu. At the same time, they used their origin energy to guard him and prepare to resist. He didn't believe that Yi Qinghan, with his lower rank 9 strength, could fight him in a battle of attrition. How many times could he condense the Godslayer's spears? Although spatial power was boundless, it consumed a lot of soul power and divine power every time it was used. For example, he could only condense it 10 times a day at most. If he continued to condense it, his soul and body would become extremely weak, and he wouldn't be able to fight anymore. Even if a rank 9 expert didn't cultivate his soul would become stronger with every advancement. Although Yi Qinghan's soul seemed very strong, he had used so many soul skills. Furthermore, if he was the main attacker, he would definitely consume more energy. He didn't believe that Yi Qinghan could fight him in a battle of attrition. Boom! The 10 Godslayer's spears collided with the spatial power on the surface of Yi Feihu's skin and turned into nothingness. A terrifying shockwave spread out layer by layer, and a series of explosions rang out incessantly. Kai, the 10 Godslayer's spears broke through again. Yi Feihu's eyes were bloodshot as he gritted his teeth and fought with all his might. He condensed another 9 giant snakes and circled around his body. Boom! 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 What made Yi Feihu feel despair was Yi Qinghan's soul power seemed to be inexhaustible. The Godslayer's spears whistled out from the white mist again and again. Yi Feihu even had the thought of dying. At this moment, he had condensed 7 to 8 giant snakes consecutively. His mentality was severely depleted, and his head was swollen with pain. His body was swaying, and he could fall from the sky at any moment. I don't want to fight anymore. I admit defeat. Yi Qinghan, stop. Yi Feihu saw another 10 Godslayer's spears flickering with the power of origin shooting out from the white mist like ghosts. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His body could no longer be stabilized, and he fell toward the seawater below. Admit defeat and forget it. It's not that easy. The 9 spears stopped in the air. One spear chased after Yi Feihu and smashed Yi Feihu's tall and majestic body into the deep sea. The entire sea surface exploded into a huge wave that was 1,000 meters tall, and a large number of sea beasts at the bottom of the sea died. Hiss, on the distant island, Yi Xiao and the 10 venerables gasped. They were shocked by Yi Qinghan's methods and fearful of his ruthlessness. Night Emperor trembled slightly. He looked at Yi Qinghan, who was standing proudly in the air. He blinked continuously, as if he could not believe that this was his great-great-grandson. Yi Qinghan is so ruthless, Yi Shuiru's divine sense scanned Yi Feihu below. There was not a single intact bone or flesh on his body. The corner of her mouth twitched, and she secretly praised herself for being wise. With the soul illusion, Yi Qinghan was not afraid of being surrounded and attacked by many people. One more person would not make a difference. You have indeed gone overboard. You need to be punished severely. The beast deity's expression was solemn. He teleported away twice and looked at the pale and trembling Yi Qinghan with a dark face. He scolded angrily, "Yi Qinghan, how dare you be so ruthless? If anything happens to the three of them, I will not let you off easily. Follow me back to the Beast Divine Hall and tell me everything in detail. Then, I will convict you." Yi Xiao has activated the Ancestral Hall's restriction. Yi Shuiru, why are you not going to save them? The beast deity was furious, but he did not mention anything about Yi Qinghan breaking the rules. Then, before Yi Xiao and Yi Shuiru could speak, he teleported away with Yi Qinghan. Yi Xiao's face darkened, but he did not dare to say anything. He could only send the Night Emperor out of the island and seal the island. Yi Shuiru immediately began to treat the three of them and carried them out. When she saw their tragic appearances, she felt a chill in her heart again. She hurriedly carried the three of them and teleported away. "Qinghan, are you all right?" The moment he entered the Beast Divine Hall, the beast deity's tense face immediately broke into a smile and he asked with concern, "I will be fine after resting for a while. I have expended too much mental strength." Yi Qinghan laughed bitterly. Then, he closed his eyes and began to meditate. In the end, he had to grit his teeth in order to severely injure Yi Feihu. If Yi Feihu could withstand another round of his attacks, he would have to give up. "Hihi, brat, well done. You have finally helped me vent the anger that I have suppressed in my heart for millions of years. That's great, that's great." When the beast deity saw that Yi Qinghan was fine, his spirits lifted. He paced around the hall, looking no different from an ordinary adorable old man. After half a day, when he saw that Yi Qinghan had more or less recovered and had opened his eyes, he looked at Yi Qinghan in confusion and said, "Brat, what do you want the fire god helmet for? Don't tell me that you also have accessories for the fire god armor." Chapter 1181. "Of course, and I have 5 more. But I have a complete set without your helmet." Yi Qinghan's spirits lifted and his face turned slightly red. The beast deity indeed knew the origin of this Vulcan armor. He quickly asked, "Beast deity, is this Vulcan armor very powerful?" "Of course it is. This is the armor of the first Vulcan. Don't you think so?" The beast deity's eyes lit up and he said with absolute certainty. Yi Qinghan's heart skipped a beat and he asked tentatively, "Could it be a supreme spiritual treasure?" "Of course." The beast deity nodded heavily and said with a face full of emotions, "The first Vulcan was the strongest, even stronger than our first beast deity. He was definitely the strongest person in the ancient times. Do you know why? It's because of this Vulcan armor." "What?" Yi Qinghan's heart skipped a beat and his face was full of disbelief. His lips trembled and he said in a trembling voice, "This armor is that powerful. You don't know about this, and I guess not many people in the divine realm know about it. I only knew about it from the information left behind by my ancestors. Supreme spiritual treasures are divided into offensive, protective, and auxiliary types. The beast deity temple is the auxiliary type. This type is the weakest, followed by the offensive type and the protective type. Think about it, everyone is a 9th grade supreme martial artist and their attacks rely on the power of space. They are only slightly stronger, but this Vulcan armor can withstand dozens of attacks from a 9th grade supreme martial artist without dying. How many times can you attack with the power of space?" The beast deity's words made Yi Qinghan feel as if the dark clouds had parted and he could see the clear sky. Even with his powerful soul, he could only attack with all his might for more than 10 times. If he were to wear the fire god battle armor, wouldn't he be at his mercy after being attacked by others for more than a dozen times? Even if there was a difference in strength between 2 9th grade supreme martial artists, their attacks would not be that much different. But with this armor, it was completely different. His heart was burning and he asked impatiently, "Beast deity, why can't I activate the Vulcan armor now that I have gathered all the parts?" Does it require a special ceremony? Because it's missing the most important thing. The beast god smiled bitterly. After a moment of silence, he said, "You should have seen the diamond-shaped gap on the helmet. That is the most important part of the entire armor, the heart of the fire god. When the fire god was killed, the various parts of the fire god battle armor were scattered all over the place. At that time, the god world was in chaos, so the fire god clan and their ancestors didn't have the time to collect them. This helmet was obtained by our ancestors during the chaos. For so many years, we didn't dare to go out, so of course we wouldn't collect it. I didn't expect you to get 5 of them." Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief. Out of these 5 items, one of them was obtained during the prefecture battle, so it should have been from the Divine Master. One was obtained from a warrior he had killed in the Yin Fiend stream. Another was obtained from a divine temple expert he had killed. Another was obtained from the Myriad God Cave's cultivator's corpse. The last one was obtained from Lord Devaus, unknowingly obtained. Every single one of them was in a different part of the world, and it wasn't a coincidence. If one searched the entire immortal world, it would be impossible to collect all of them. Fire God's Heart. Beast Deity, do you know where it is? Yi Qinghan's mind started working. He had to obtain the Fire God's Heart. With the Fire God armor, he would be more confident in dealing with Shintu Xiong. At least he would be able to keep his life even if he faced him. If I'm not wrong, it should be in the hands of the Fire God clan. The beast deity's eyes flickered, and he fell into deep thought. After a while, he said with absolute certainty, "It is definitely in the hands of the Fire God clan, because the Fire God's heart was fused with the first Fire God's body. When the Fire God died in battle, his corpse was hurriedly taken away by his clansmen. At this moment, the Fire God's heart is definitely in the Fire God's arcane realm." Fire God's arcane realm. Yi Qinghan's eyes shone so brightly that it could melt divine metal. He had already obtained 5 items, and it seemed like the beast deity wouldn't be so stingy. He would even give him the Fire God helmet. Now he was missing the crucial Fire God's heart. If he was missing 2 or 3 items, he wouldn't be in such a rush. Now that he was missing the Fire God's heart, of course it was different. A supreme spiritual treasure of the highest grade. Who wouldn't want it? He had to get the Fire God's heart. No matter how difficult it was, he had to think of a way to get it. Yi Qinghan was firm on this idea. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Beast deity, where is the Fire God's arcane realm? What level of experts are there?" The beast deity looked at Yi Qinghan's resolute gaze. He couldn't dissuade him, so he sighed and said, "Wait a moment." After saying that, the beast deity's body disappeared from the hall. After a while, he came out holding a booklet. He placed it on the table beside Yi Qinghan, pointed at the booklet and said, "This is the entrance to the Fire God's arcane realm." Back then, the 10 ancient clans all prepared an escape route for their clans. Every clan has an arcane realm. However, there are very complicated and terrifying restrictions inside. If you aren't a member of the Fire God clan, you will activate a killing array and the strongest illusory predicament. If you don't know about restrictions, you might not even be able to enter the Fire God's arcane realm and die outside. The beast deity's face was solemn. Obviously, he didn't completely agree with Yi Qinghan going to the Fire God's arcane realm. He sighed and continued, "Also, the Fire God clan leader in the Fire God's arcane realm is probably a 9th grade supreme martial artist. Because the Fire God clan has 2 supreme spiritual treasures. So, you have to consider this matter carefully." Restrictions. 9th grade supreme martial artists. Yi Qinghan's face turned solemn too. He knew about restrictions. It was probably the same as entering the Beast God's arcane realm, which was a medium rotation realm. Actually, Yi Qinghan wasn't afraid of this. His divine sense was strong and he knew some restrictions. If he really couldn't do it, he could ask the Enchantress and Lord Devour to break the restrictions. Both of their restrictions should be very high. The most troublesome thing was that if he entered the Fire God's arcane realm recklessly, he would definitely be discovered. After so many years of accumulation, the Beast God's arcane realm already had 1 9th grade supreme martial artist, 1 above 9th grade supreme martial artist, and 4 below 9th grade supreme martial artist. The fire god's arcane realm was completely sealed. After so many years, no one knew what level of experts there were inside. I will consider it carefully. I won't do it if I'm not very confident. Yi Qinghan nodded and kept the atlas. He didn't tell the beast deity about the helmet. The beast deity didn't ask either. Both of them had a tacit understanding and understood each other's thoughts. Oh right. Beast deity. Are there any members of the fire god clan left outside the realm of the gods? Or their descendants too? Yi Qinghan suddenly thought of something. He thought of one of his skills, ghost transformation. If he could find the members of the fire god clan or their descendants, he wouldn't have to use ghost transformation to transform into the fire god clan and sneak in. He would then think of a way. Of course. Every clan has descendants left behind in the realm of the gods. Why are you asking? The beast deity asked doubtfully. Oh right. The fire god clan is the descendants of the thunder god. Haha, why didn't I think of that? Yi Qinghan slapped his head and was overjoyed. As long as he could find the descendants of the fire god clan and impersonate them to enter the fire god's arcane realm, even if he couldn't get the heart of the fire god, at least he wouldn't be in too much danger. Are you sure? The beast deity was also infected by Yi Qinghan's confidence. Yi Qinghan chuckled and stood up happily. I'm not sure yet. But if I can find the descendants of the fire god, I have my own ways to protect myself. Beast deity, I'll take my leave first. I'll come back and chat with you when I have the time. All right. The beast deity stood up and grinned. When your overall strength is comparable to a 9th grade supreme martial artist, you must come in and have a look. I'll accompany you to kill the Star Sovereign, then I'll tell you everything that happened back then. Chapter 1182. Qinghan, we can leave just like that. The Night Emperor was in disbelief as he watched Yi Qinghan teleport towards Black Tortoise City. Not only did Yi Qinghan break the clan's rules, he even heavily injured the Night Devil trio. He didn't expect that Yi Qinghan wouldn't be punished at all after going to the Beast God Mysterious Territory. Instead, he brought him out of the Beast God Mysterious Territory. Hehe, it's fine, old ancestor. The Beast God told me to beat up those 3, he will take care of the rest. Moreover, if those 3 dare to come again, I can still beat them up. Yi Qinghan said nonchalantly. The Night Emperor might have suffered too much humiliation over the years and lost his sharpness. In the face of true strength, any rules were no longer rules. It was the same in the divine world. In the face of absolute strength, all iron rules were useless. The two of them teleported to the Black Tortoise City's public square, beside the teleportation array. The venerable called Yi Qianqiu was still guarding the teleportation array. When he saw Yi Qinghan teleporting over, he was stunned and subconsciously took a step back. His eyes were filled with fear. You, come here. Yi Qinghan pointed at Yi Qianqiu and said indifferently. Yi Qianqiu thought that Yi Qinghan had come to take revenge on him, so he actually turned and ran. Yi Qinghan was overjoyed in his heart, but on the surface, he said coldly, if you dare take another step, believe it or not, I will tear you into 13 pieces. Yi Qianqiu's body suddenly stopped, then he turned around with a mournful face and walked over. With a plop, he knelt down and wailed, My lord, spare me. I have old and young to take care of. If my lord kills me, they will all be killed by my enemies. I beg my lord to show mercy. One more word and I will kill you. Yi Qinghan shouted coldly. Yi Qianqiu immediately shut his mouth and said, Activate the teleportation array and send us out. Yes, yes. Yi Qianqiu immediately crawled to his feet and roared at the guards beside the teleportation array. What are you guys still standing there for? Why aren't you activating the teleportation formation? A white light shone. When Yi Qinghan opened his eyes, he found himself outside the East Sea swirls. He immediately changed his appearance and spread out his divine sense. After keeping the Night Emperor in the War Emperor Palace, Yi Qinghan confirmed that there was no one nearby and immediately revealed himself. He transformed into an elegant young master and snuck toward the ethereal continent. He hid in a small city on the misty continent and investigated the latest news from the immortal realm. He discovered that Shintu Xiong had only gathered all the sovereigns to Supreme Island once, and there was no other particularly important information. What was worth mentioning was that the Soul Devourer manor became the territory of the Li family. The Flame Dragon City was also occupied by a 7th-grade war god under the new Misty Monarch Shentu Wuxie. The Sealed God Valley fell into the hands of Shentu Wuxie. When Yi Qinghan left, he opened all the restrictions in the Sealed God Valley. He did not want Shentu Xiong to forcefully blast it open and destroy the restrictions inside. If he could return in the future, he could easily take it back. After investigating the situation, Yi Qinghan teleported all the way to the Grace mainland. He had already decided to look for Yangran for help to investigate the situation of the Fire God tribe. He could not personally go to the War God Pavilion to investigate. The warriors that could be bribed with God stones were all low level and could not obtain any valuable information. Last time when he left, Yangran did not inform Shentu Xiong, and he had no reason to betray him. Even if he was killed by Shentu Xiong, she would not benefit from it. Only a fool would harm others without benefiting oneself. After teleporting across the Wandering Sea, Yi Qinghan went straight to the main city of the Grace mainland, Grace City. An hour later, Yi Qinghan stood on the plaza of Grace City. He did not directly use his divine consciousness to contact Yangran. Instead, Yi Qinghan asked around and obediently flew towards Yanran's residence. Yangran did not live in the city, but in Yanran's little mansion outside the city. Yanran's little mansion was a beautiful manor surrounded by mountains and rivers. Outside the manor, there were unknown ancient trees and flowers, competing with each other in beauty. "Stop! You are not allowed to approach this place, or you will be killed." Through the shadows of the trees, Yi Qinghan saw a few pavilions in the distance. The space in front of him shook, and 3 venerables teleported over. They stared at Yi Qinghan with a face full of killing intent, and shouted in a deep voice. "Greetings, venerables. I have a precious treasure to give to Yangran. You only need to send a message to the Queen, saying that the flowers and plants are here on orders, and the Queen will receive me." Yi Qinghan did not panic, and calmly bowed. The 3 venerables looked at each other. Seeing that Yi Qinghan spoke seriously and calmly, one of them glared at Yi Qinghan and said, "If you dare to lie, you should know the consequences." Seeing that Yi Qinghan nodded, the venerable did not hesitate and sent a message. After a while, the messenger jade talisman vibrated. The venerable scanned it, and his face instantly became respectful. He cupped his hands towards Yi Qinghan and said, "Young master, the Queen wants to see you." Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and strode inside. He was not sure if Yangran had Shentu Xiong's men in Grace City. If he sent a message, and Yangran suddenly came to see him, it would easily arouse suspicion. It was normal for him to walk in like this. As he walked into Yanran's hut, he heard the melodious sound of a zither. The zither was low and mellow, like a sob, extremely pleasant to listen to. "Young master, please come in, the Queen is inside." Outside an elegant pavilion, the 3 venerables stopped, and Yi Qinghan happily walked in. As soon as he entered, Yi Qinghan noticed that the protective shield in the pavilion was automatically activated. He quietly released his divine sense. If anyone dared to use their divine sense to penetrate the protective shield, he would know immediately. What he saw was a yard full of fresh flowers. In front of the pavilion, a woman in a snow-white dress sat cross-legged on a green blanket. Her head was lowered, and her hands were playing the zither. She was extremely focused, as if she did not see Yi Qinghan walk in. "This girl is a stunner." Yi Qinghan looked at Monarch Yangran in front of him. Her jet-black hair was coiled up with a pink jade hairpin, and her round oval face gave off a faint crystalline light. Her snow-white neck made her look like a beautiful swan. At this moment, because she was playing the zither, her neckline was slightly lowered, revealing a pair of white breasts. Especially her focused expression, it was mesmerizing. Yi Qinghan did not move. He stood in the yard and quietly looked at Yangran. Listening to the beautiful zither, he relaxed and felt extremely comfortable. Clang, when the last note was played, Yi Qinghan woke up and saw Yangran with 2 drops of tears at the corner of her eyes. Her expression was pitiful and lovely. At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt like he was not looking at Yangran, who was above billions of people, but a pitiful little girl. Looking at her made his heart ache and he was intoxicated. "Yi Qinghan, is Yangran beautiful?" Suddenly, Yang Ran raised her head slightly and smiled. Her tear-stained expression dazzled Yi Qinghan. However, her words surprised Yi Qinghan. Beautiful. Yi Qinghan said subconsciously. It was true that Yang Ran was an exquisite beauty, and with her status as a monarch, she was even more attractive. Help me kill someone, and Yang Ran will be yours. Yan Ran's next words shocked Yi Qinghan again. His mind started to think at lightning speed. Yang Ran had the strength of a lower 9th grade cultivator. If she wanted him to help her kill someone, the person must be stronger than her. In the immortal realm, there were only 3 people stronger than her. Shentu Xiong knew that he had to kill him. Then, there were only 2 people left. The answer was obvious. He said, "Is it Qingshan?" Yan Ran's eyes lit up with unforgettable hatred. She said coldly, "That's right. Yan Ran's entire family was killed by him. Yang Ran worked hard my whole life to kill him. Unfortunately, I know that with my strength, it is impossible. If you help me kill him, Yang Ran will be your slave for the rest of my life without complaint. Why don't you ask Shentu Xiong?" Yi Qinghan asked cautiously. Yang Ran rolled her eyes at Yi Qinghan. Her face was full of charm. She lowered her head shyly and said softly, "Yang Ran wants revenge, but I don't want to humiliate myself. Yi Qinghan, you meet Yan Ran's criteria for choosing a husband. Of course, if Shentu Xiong came out a few 100,000 years earlier, I might have already chosen him." Chapter 1183. He, you overestimate Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan can't even protect himself now. He is just a stray dog. It's hard to say if he will ever be able to return to the divinity realm. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. He didn't agree immediately. Instead, he turned around and asked, "Why did Qingshan want to kill your family?" Monarch Yang Ran looked at Yi Qinghan bitterly, as if blaming him for not believing her. She lowered her head and sighed. After a long silence, she gritted her teeth and said, "Do you know that I am a descendant of the Dark Phoenix tribe, one of the 10 ancient tribes? During the Apocalyptic War, the Black Phoenix clan was almost exterminated. They were lucky enough to leave behind a few descendants who concealed their identities and struggled at death's door. Our tribe lived in seclusion at the Qingshan tribe in the South Sea. The Qingshan tribe was considered a very powerful tribe in the divinity realm. The Dark Phoenix tribe had a small population, but the primordial yin of the women had a special effect. Your wife, Firework, was from the Thunder God's bloodline. She was similar to the women in our tribe. You should understand." The Dark Phoenix tribe? Yi Qinghan was surprised. There was information about the 10 ancient tribes in the Beast God ancestral shrine. The Dark Phoenix tribe was indeed among them. He nodded and said, "Yes. Of course I know about Firework." And then, the Dark Phoenix tribe has always kept a low profile. We are very strict when it comes to choosing a son-in-law. That's why no one knows about us other than the Qingshan tribe. However, in my mother's generation, there was a genius in the Qingshan tribe. He was the 6th son of the previous tribe leader. He fell in love with my mother and found out about our identities from his father. However, my grandfather knew that he was not a good person, so he didn't agree. My mother fell in love with my father and they quickly got married. You can guess what happened next. Qingshan worked hard on his cultivation. His talent is considered to be extraordinary in the divinity realm. Of course, he is still not as good as you. He reached the 9th rank in less than 100,000 years. Because his father opposed the extermination of our tribe, he assassinated his father and became the tribe leader. If my grandfather hadn't foreseen this and sent me away, Yang Ran would be dead now. Oh, Yi Qinghan was starting to believe him. He had seen Qingshan before, and he was indeed the kind of person who would resort to any means necessary to achieve his goals. Moreover, his eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and he could tell that this person was very tyrannical and cruel. Of course, in the god world, Sikong Changjian, this kind of thing happened countless times every day. This was how cruel the world was. The strong were respected, and strength was supreme. In order to obtain Blue Rain, Hadan Inmu captured Blue Rain's parents. Just as Yi Qinghan was in a daze, Monarch Yang Ran wiped away her tears and turned around. With her back facing Yi Qinghan, she began to undress. When her jade-like back was exposed in front of Yi Qinghan, his breathing quickened. When he saw the black phoenix tattoo on Yang Ran's smooth, snow-white back, which was hidden under her skin, he felt like it was about to come out. He was completely sure that Yanran's words were true. With his powerful eyesight, he knew that this thing could not be faked. Monarch Yangran quickly put on her clothes. Her face was red and hot, as if she was drunk. It was extremely alluring. She glanced at Yi Qinghan and said in a low voice, "You should believe me now, right?" "I'm sorry," Yi Qinghan said sincerely. Letting this pitiful woman recount the tragic events of the past was tantamount to tearing open the scars in her heart. His expression turned solemn as he said, "Lady Yangran, if I, Yi Qinghan, am lucky enough to make a breakthrough and kill Qing Shan, I will definitely help you fulfill your long-cherished wish. However, I believe that when it comes to relationships, both parties should be willing. If you want to use it as a trade, then forget it. You don't have to suffer. No matter what, as long as I have the strength, I will help you. It doesn't matter if you are with me or not." Monarch Yanran's delicate body trembled. She looked at Yi Qinghan in disbelief and said, "You don't want to obtain the primordial yin of a black phoenix. It is extremely beneficial to a warrior's cultivation." "Ha." Yi Qinghan looked up to the sky and laughed. His heroic spirit was unparalleled. He looked down at Monarch Yangran and said, "I'd rather not have your body than your heart. What I want is a woman who is willing to follow me, Yi Qinghan, not an item for trade." A strange look flashed in Monarch Yanran's eyes. This man's mind was really strange. If it was not for the fact that she was a woman of the Black Phoenix tribe, even if she was a monarch, she would have already agreed to it. "Lady Yangran, why are you so confident in me?" Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and sat down next to Monarch Yangran. He plucked the zither with his fingers, producing a pleasant sound. Monarch Yanran's eyes lit up. She looked at Yi Qinghan and said with a hint of obedience, "In this world, who can break through to the 9th grade within 100 years? Who can cultivate for thousands of years and escape the pursuit of 2 9th grade supremes and 1 9th grade supreme martial artist? Only you, Yi Qinghan. I believe that the immortal realm is destined to belong to you." He. "Let's talk about this later." Yi Qinghan felt a little smug from Monarch Yanran's flattery. If it had been someone else, he would not have cared. However, this was a monarch, and a peerless beauty at that. A peerless woman with a fire phoenix primordial yin. This was very different. He turned around and remembered the purpose of his visit. He quickly asked, "Lady Yangran, do you know the Fire God tribe?" "The Fire God tribe?" Monarch Yangran nodded and asked curiously, "Of course, why? Do you know if they have any descendants left in the immortal realm?" Yi Qinghan was shocked. Since Yangran was also from the 10 ancient tribes, she must have some understanding of the Fire God tribe. Monarch Yangran said with certainty, "Definitely. According to the records of our ancestors, the Fire God tribe was one of the 3 strongest tribes among the 10 ancient tribes, followed by the Water God tribe and the Beast God tribe. If you want, I can help you look for information about them. There should be records in Grace City. Even if there isn't, the God of War Pavilion must have them." "All right, hurry up and help me look for descendants of the Fire God. I need them," Yi Qinghan said happily. Monarch Yangran saw that Yi Qinghan was so serious. Although she didn't know why he was looking for this information, she still obediently walked out. When she reached the door of the courtyard, she looked back with a charming smile. "Sit here for a while, Yangran will be back soon." Yi Qinghan looked at Monarch Yanran's graceful figure and left. He was overwhelmed by a feeling of ecstasy. In terms of looks, Yangran could not be compared to fireworks. In terms of temperament, she could not be compared to Yu Qingcheng. In terms of figure, she could not be compared to Yin Ling-er or Pandora. However, her high and mighty status as a 9th grade soul cultivator and her special identity as a member of the Fire Phoenix tribe made Yi Qinghan feel an indescribable temptation. After Monarch Yangran left, the shield in the loft opened automatically. Yi Qinghan did not dare to be careless. He used his divine consciousness to check on everyone in Yanran's hut and Monarch Yanran's whereabouts. After confirming that Yangran had only gone to Grace City and there was nothing strange, he was relieved. After half a day, Monarch Yangran teleported back with a booklet in her hand. She looked very excited, as if she could help Yi Qinghan. She smiled sweetly like a little girl and said, "It took me a lot of effort to find it. Yi Qinghan, how are you going to thank me? I will give you a hug. How about that?" Yi Qinghan used his divine consciousness to check. He grinned and was about to hug Yangran. Monarch Yangran shyly turned around and threw the booklet to Yi Qinghan. Then, she flew into the loft like a happy bird, leaving behind a sweet fragrance in the yard. Chapter 1184. According to the information provided by Sovereign Yangran, the descendants of the Fire God tribe occupied 3 small cities in the divine world. The closest one was in the ethereal continent, Baihua Mansion, Zhurong City. Hearing the name Zhurong City, Yi Qinghan was sure that this was a descendant of the Fire God tribe because the beast god had said that the first fire god was named Zhurong. He bid farewell to Sovereign Yangran. Although she didn't say anything, she looked like she wanted to go with him. However, Yi Qinghan didn't agree. He only asked her to protect him and help him find information about the divine world. He would come to the divine world often. Once he was sure, he would come to take revenge for her. With Sovereign Yangran staying in the divine world, he would know every movement in the divine world. It would be easier to deal with Shuntu Xiong in the future. Under Sovereign Yangran's resentful eyes, Yi Qinghan floated away. After a few teleportations and changing identities, he finally settled down in a small city next to Zhurong City. He didn't go to Zhurong City like an idiot. Instead, he started to observe secretly to confirm Sovereign Yangran's loyalty. 10 days later, Yi Qinghan teleported into Zhurong City. Without using his divine sense, he easily found the descendants of the fire god. The descendants of the fire god had bronze skin, fiery red hair, and protruding foreheads. From afar, they looked like a ball of fire. Yi Qinghan flew to a nearby restaurant and used his divine sense to check on a member of the fire god tribe who only had the strength of a heavenly god. He found that the god power in his body contained an overbearing fire element. His divine crystal was like a ball of fire. When he used his divine sense to check, he felt a burning sensation. Who is it? The heavenly god martial artist on the street clearly felt that something was amiss. He looked around in a daze before walking away in a hurry, baffled. Yi Qinghan continued to check on a few members of the fire god tribe and found that their souls were all fiery red like fire. He couldn't help but be surprised. Yi Qinghan ordered a few plates of good food and wine in the restaurant and continued to observe unhurriedly. Bang! Half a day later, a commotion in the distance attracted Yi Qinghan's attention. A few people from the fire god race, who looked like hedonistic young men, had a dispute with someone. Then, they tyrannically attacked. Yi Qinghan immediately probed carefully with his divine sense. As Yi Qinghan had expected, the divine power released by the fire god clansman also carried the element of fire. Yi Qinghan felt as if a ball of raging fire had spouted from his hand. This fire element god power not only had an overbearing aura but also had a corrosive effect. It could burn and corrode the opponent's god power. Yi Qinghan started to worry. It was not difficult for the spectre transformation to imitate the divine power of the fire attribute. However, it only had the form and not the spirit. It definitely didn't have this kind of corrosive ability. Furthermore, Yi Qinghan didn't know much about the history of the Fire God clan. If he were to impersonate and enter the Fire God's mystic realm, the chances of being discovered would be very high. Humph, how dare you talk back to our young city lord Zhu Bandit? Aren't you courting death? The city lord is currently not in the city, so the young city lord is equivalent to the city lord. If you offend our Fire God clan, it will be difficult for you to live well. That's right. It's your honor that the young city lord has taken a liking to your sister. If you follow the young city lord, you and your sister will be guaranteed a lifetime of glory and wealth. At this time, a burst of laughter in the distance attracted Yi Qinghan's attention. Just now, he was only probing the Fire God clan's attack, so he didn't know what the situation was. Now that he checked, he discovered that it was actually a few good-for-nothings from the Fire God tribe bullying the two siblings. It seemed that the young city lord had taken a fancy to the other party's younger sister. Yi Qinghan swept out with his divine sense and found that the girl was indeed somewhat good-looking. The young girl's brother had already been seriously injured, but he was still struggling to crawl up to protect the terrified young girl. Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes and had an idea. He threw down a handful of god stones and floated down. A high-grade divine sword appeared in his hand, which transformed into a field of sparkling starlight and covered the heads of the few good-for-nothings. Those few young masters from the fire god tribe weren't very strong, but they were protected by 2 fifth-grade war gods. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's strength was also suppressed to that of a 5th-grade war god. However, under the cover of his sword, the 2 5th-grade war gods felt as if they were on the ground. One of the 5th-grade war gods attacked Yi Qinghan with a blazing divine power in his hand, while the other immediately protected the 3 young masters and retreated. Bang! The high-grade divine sword was actually melted by the blazing divine power of the 5th-grade war god. However, the 5th-grade war god was also hit by Yi Qinghan's energy wave and was forced to retreat 7 or 8 steps. He felt a tightness in his chest. Who are you? How dare you attack our young city lord in Zhurong City? Are you courting death? That 5th-grade war god looked at Yi Qinghan, who was holding a sword hilt, in disbelief. He couldn't understand how a 5th-grade war god like him could be so much stronger than him. Who are you? How dare you bully my friend? Do you want Zhurong City to be reduced to ashes? Yi Qinghan had transformed into a burly middle-aged man. He raised his head high and asked back with a face full of contempt. In fact, he was extremely arrogant. The brother and sister behind Yi Qinghan were astonished. The elder brother forced himself to stand up, and the pretty young girl beside him hurriedly supported him. The two of them looked at Yi Qinghan's burly body with great gratitude. Hearing Yi Qinghan's arrogant tone, the eyes of the young man instantly burned with passion, while the younger sister beside him was somewhat worried. The handsome young city lord, who was being protected by the crowd, saw that Yi Qinghan was only a 5th-grade war god, yet his tone was so arrogant. He flew into a rage and shouted, "It seems that you are really courting death. Captain Luo, release the fireworks and invite the elders to eliminate this man." Swish! Yi Qinghan wouldn't wait for them to call for help. He used the sword hilt in his hand as a hidden weapon and shot it forward. His body, however, was like a ghost, flashing toward the crowd. This time, he didn't release any divine energy. Instead, he clenched his palms into fists, with faint origin energy coiling around them. He smashed his fists toward the 2 5th-grade war gods. Bang! The 2 5th-grade war gods spat out blood and flew backward before the young city lord could see clearly. In the next second, they discovered that an ice-cold hand had already grabbed their necks. Their bodies were lifted into the air, and their divine crystals were sealed in an instant. Swish! The other 2 young masters were pushed back a dozen steps by Yi Qinghan's energy wave and fell to the ground on their butts. They stood up in a daze. In a blink of an eye, Yi Qinghan's young city lord and the group of siblings had already disappeared from the scene. They didn't understand what had happened. Venerable One, although the 2 5th-grade war gods were gravely injured, their eyes could clearly see that Yi Qinghan had sent them flying and teleported away with the other 3. The 2 were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies. He was actually a venerable one. One had to know that their city lord was only a 6th-grade war god. Not to mention a venerable one, even a 7th-grade war god could annihilate the entire Zhurong city. Half a day later, on a deserted street in a small city in the western part of the Misty Continent, Yi Qinghan stopped teleporting. He threw a bag of divine stones to the 2 siblings and said with a smile, "This small city is safer. You 2 siblings can settle down here from now on. Thank you, my lord, for your great kindness. We siblings can't thank you enough. May I know your name, so that we can repay your kindness in the future?" The young man's injuries were instantly healed by Yi Qinghan's soul ring. Coupled with Yi Qinghan's means along the way, he knew that he had met an expert. He hurriedly pulled his sister and knelt down to pay his respects to Yi Qinghan. The young girl looked at Yi Qinghan with starry eyes. "I'm just lending you a hand. We will meet again in the future if fate allows it." Yi Qinghan let out a long laugh. Under the admiring and grateful gazes of the 2 siblings, he carried the fainted young city lord and teleported away. In the next second, Yi Qinghan appeared in the wilderness. He slightly released his aura and forced back a few low-level demonic beasts in the vicinity. He threw the young city lord onto the ground and woke him up. Then, he sneered and said, "Young city lord, if we cooperate, you have a chance to live. If not, you will spend the night in a demonic beast's stomach." Chapter 1185. The young city lord was clearly a person who knew how to adapt to circumstances. Every time Yi Qinghan interrogated, he almost told Yi Qinghan about how many people his father had an affair with. The Fire God clan, as the young city lord, he knew a lot. Yi Qinghan interrogated for more than 2 hours before he figured out all the information about the Fire God clan in this young city lord's mind. It was just a pity that Yi Qinghan still did not obtain how to let divine power possess the fire attribute that could burn the enemy. "Your Excellency, what you want to know, I've told you everything. Your Excellency is magnanimous, just treat Zhu Bandit as a fart and let him go." The young city lord's handsome face was about to cry from worry at this moment. He did not expect that he only teased a young girl, but it drew out such a powerful enemy, a supremacy, that was an existence that even his father had to look up to. "All right, this lord will let you go. You can go." Yi Qinghan casually waved his hand. That young city lord saw Yi Qinghan's very serious look and hurriedly rejoiced. He kowtowed, turned around, and ran. Just running a few steps, he turned around and ran back again, kneeling towards Yi Qinghan in horror and said, "Your Excellency, this is the wilderness. Zhu Bandit only has divine general strength. How can he return to the city safely? Zhu Bandit will definitely be torn apart by demonic beast. It's up to your fate. There are 8 divine king-level demonic beasts nearby. The nearest city is only 10,000 miles away. You still have a chance to return safely. Remember, if you run into dog's hit luck and return to the city, you're not allowed to reveal any information about me. Otherwise, this lord will destroy your Zhurong city." Yi Qinghan chuckled and no longer looked at Zhu Bandit, whose face was ashen with fear on the ground, teleporting away. Yi Qinghan did not lie to Zhu Bandit. He really had a chance to return if his luck was good. But this chance was very slim, only 1 in 10,000. The reason why he did not kill Zhu Bandit was not because Yi Qinghan was soft-hearted. But just now, he thought of a very good idea to let his divine power possess the burning ability of the Fire God clan. His mood was very good. Fire Phoenix Sword. Standing on top of a mountain, Yi Qinghan took out the Fire Phoenix Sword from the War Emperor Palace. The Fire Phoenix in this sword was similar to the Fire God race's Fire Divine Power. It had the ability to burn and corrode. As long as he circulated his divine power in the Fire Phoenix Sword when he made a move, it would naturally have some burning and corrosive properties. Zhu Bang had said that the best way to distinguish whether someone was from the Fire God race was to release their divine power. The characteristics of the Fire God race's divine power were very difficult to imitate. Yi Qinghan released a wave of divine power and controlled the flame phoenix inside to not fly out. Yi Qinghan released his divine power and hacked down towards the nearby mountains. Boom! Rocks flew in all directions, and a deep groove was carved on the ground. The soil and rocks on both sides were pitch black, and the trees were set ablaze. It was just as Yi Qinghan had guessed. Haha, not bad. Fire Phoenix Sword, change. 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 Yi Qinghan laughed out loud. He turned the Fire Phoenix Sword into a glove and attached it to his left hand. Even superior-grade divine artifacts could be lengthened and transformed at will. Transcendent-grade divine artifacts were even easier. It's done. Prepare to go to the Fire God's arcane land. I must get the heart of the Fire God. Yi Qinghan was full of confidence. He already knew the information about the Fire God race and the history of Zhurong City. Now that the most difficult problem was solved, he would definitely be able to deceive everyone when he went to the Fire God's arcane land. Even if he couldn't get the heart of the Fire God, he could at least protect himself. I'll go back to the Fire Dragon continent first and send the Night Emperor back. I'll talk to Qingwu and the rest before entering the Fire God's arcane land peacefully. This time, Yi Qinghan planned to sneak in quietly. He might stay in the Fire God's arcane land for a longer period of time. Moreover, he was an impulsive person. It was obvious that it was not safe for the Night Emperor to stay in the War Emperor Palace. Therefore, Yi Qinghan decided to arrange everything before taking a gamble and entering the Fire God's arcane land. Fortunately, he had obtained the map of the divine world from the Beast God ancestral shrine. He had a rough idea of the location of the Fire Dragon Plain. Otherwise, he would have to either barge into the Misty City to activate the teleportation portal or search the endless void based on his memory. Along the way, Yi Qinghan arrived at the city in the east of the Misty Continent. After a few teleportations, he left the mountain range in the east and shot up into the sky. He searched for a weak spot in the space and entered the endless void. The map of the Beast God's arcane land is indeed accurate. The huge plain in front should be the Leo King's plain. If I fly in a straight line like this, I should be able to find the Fire Dragon Plain in less than half a year. With the origin energy protecting his body, Yi Qinghan flew at full speed while trying to understand the space combination esoteric skill. Half a year later, he arrived at the Fire Dragon continent safely. You want to go to the Fire God's arcane land alone? On the rooftop of the Dark Castle, Yi Qinghan brought Yi Qingwu and the other two to sit under the grape trellis. Lord Devour and the enchantress Mo Xiaoxiao sat opposite them. As soon as he told them his intention, Yi Qingwu screamed in fear. Fireworks and Yi Qingyu also looked worried. The Beast God's arcane land belonged to Yi Qinghan's people, so it shouldn't be too dangerous. But the Fire God's arcane land, Yi Qinghan smiled, telling them about the Fire God armor and his plan. This time, not only Yi Qingwu's group, but also Lord Devour and the enchantress Mo Xiaoxiao were moved. Supreme Spirit Treasure. This Fire God armor is a Supreme Spirit Treasure. And it's the strongest Supreme Spirit Treasure in the divine world. Lord Devour apparently knew something about the Supreme Spirit Treasure. He stood up with a strange look, walking back and forth on the grape trellis. After a while, his eyes became resolute. He waved his hand and said, "We must get the Fire God's heart. This Fire God's heart must be obtained. Little Han, this risk is worth taking. The enchantress, you go with Han. Your restriction level is much higher than mine. Help him break the barrier of the transfer plane. Han has the ghost transformation and the Fire Phoenix sword. It shouldn't be a big problem if he keeps a low profile. Once you get the Supreme Spirit Treasure, tear the space and come to the Endless Void. I'll control the Soul Emperor Pavilion to meet you outside the Fire God's arcane land. It's hard for me to arrange the ancient restrictions. But it shouldn't be hard to break them and find the entrant." The enchantress nodded. She had always liked restrictions, and the Soul Emperor had taught her a lot. The most important thing was that she had been studying the Battle Emperor's restrictions. Her progress was godly, and now, she could help Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was a little skeptical. "Lord, do you know the location of the Fire God's arcane land? Take this. I forgot to give it to you last time." Lord Devour threw him a jade slip and said, "That year, the Soul Emperor and I had explored almost the entire divine world. This is the map of the plains near the divine world. Basically, all the middle grade plains are marked. You have a lot of source energy. As long as you escape to the Endless Void, with this map, you can return to the Fire Dragon continent." Yi Qinghan scanned it and was overjoyed. The map in the Beast God ancestral shrine was vague and only had a general direction. However, Lord Devour's map had the names of many plains. It was very accurate. 3 days later, Yi Qinghan and the enchantress bid farewell to everyone. From the Endless Void, they flew towards the giant divine world that looked like a scorching sun. It was the easiest to find the divine world from a material plane. Such a huge plane was easy to find. Leaving the enchantress to stay in the Battle Emperor Palace, Yi Qinghan sneaked into the divine world one more time. This time, he didn't stop and went straight to the Blood Knight continent. The divine world had 4 great death traps. The first was the Evil Abyss, the second was the Seal God Valley, the third was the Poison Dragon Swamp, and the fourth was the Blazing Flame Cave. From the Beast God, Yi Qinghan knew that the Poison Dragon Swamp was the entrance to the Fire God's arcane land. Half a month later, Yi Qinghan arrived at a swamp area where corpses were scattered everywhere. The enchantress stood next to him. The enchantress looked around. Her limpid eyes sparkled as if she could see through everything. The corners of her mouth curved into a smile that could make any man in the divine world fall head over heels for her. This swamp is full of restrictions. Anyone who enters will die. No wonder it's the third death trap of the divine world. I didn't expect that it's the entrance to the fire god's arcane land. Chapter 1186. Maybe the fourth impasse, the flaming mountain, is the entrance to the water mystery land, Yi Qinghan said with a smile. Since the first three impasses were man-made, the fourth impasse was likely to be deliberately arranged by an expert to prevent people from approaching. Looking at the poison dragon swamp, Yi Qinghan felt that it was not as hidden as the entrance to the beast god mystery land. Although there were restrictions everywhere, level 9 experts would definitely come to investigate, and the Blood Knight monarch would definitely have come to investigate. If the Blood Knight monarch knew about restrictions, he could easily break in, and the fire god mystery land would be exposed to the immortal realm. Little Han, follow me. The restrictions outside are all simple and can be broken easily, but it's better not to destroy them, or it will attract attention. The enchantress twisted her plump buttocks and flew forward like a butterfly. Yi Qinghan was burning with anger. He hadn't cultivated laws in seclusion for a long time, and the enchantress was busy understanding restrictions and controlling the Soul Emperor Pavilion to fly around. Yi Qinghan hadn't tasted her unique masterpiece for a long time, and he even missed it. The enchantress was like a butterfly flying in and out of the swamp, and Yi Qinghan quickly followed her. What surprised Yi Qinghan was that the two of them didn't touch a single restriction for a whole hour. The enchantress, how did your understanding of restrictions become so powerful? Yi Qinghan's body flashed, and he held the enchantress's slender waist, letting her fly with him, and asked in surprise. It's not that I understand quickly, but that Battle Emperor's restrictions are powerful. From the looks of it, Battle Emperor's comprehension of restrictions is unprecedented in this void. The Yaoji turned around and smiled. She didn't stop, and continued to fly forward with Yi Qinghan. However, because Yi Qinghan's hands had stealthily climbed onto the Yaoji's twin peaks, she twisted her body, and hurriedly stopped. She said angrily, "Don't mess around, little Han. There are so many restrictions here. If someone touches the restrictions like this, we'll all be in trouble. Then we'll talk about it when we're safe." Yi Qinghan's heart skipped a beat when he saw Yaoji's flirtatious look. He quickly suppressed the evil fire in his heart and followed Yaoji forward. Half a day later, Yaoji stopped. She looked a little lost. She furrowed her eyebrows and said, "There's no way out here. There are restrictions on 3 sides, unless we break them by force." Yi Qinghan didn't panic at all. He smiled leisurely and said, "There's a way. There's a cave in front of us. It's just that you can't detect it. As long as we break the restriction in front of us, we can enter the cave. I reckon that this cave is the entrance to the transit plane." Oh. I didn't expect your divine sense to be ridiculously strong, able to probe through the restrictions. Just you wait, watch me break this restriction. Yaoji's eyes lit up. With the help of Yi Qinghan's powerful soul, even the restrictions in the transit plane would be easy to break. As long as Yi Qinghan could detect that there were fewer restrictions on the side, he could take the most correct path and avoid a lot of trouble. The restrictions on the outside were relatively simple. It only took Yaoji a few moments before the scenery in front of her changed. A dark cave appeared in front of her. The two of them flew into the cave happily. After entering, Yaoji didn't find a single restriction. The cave was very safe. At the end of the cave, there was a shining teleportation door. That's right. This must lead to the transit plane. Yaoji, after you help me break the restriction on the transit plane, come back here and wait for me. There shouldn't be anyone coming here, so your safety is guaranteed. Yi Qinghan looked at the portal, then turned to look at the surroundings of the cave and said, "Don't worry about me. I will set up some small restrictions on the side path. Even if someone enters and exits the cave, they won't find me. My current level of restriction is not low." Yaoji felt her man's sincere concern. She smiled sweetly and said affectionately. Yi Qinghan suddenly picked her up and said with a smile, "This time, I don't know how long I will be in there. You have been waiting outside for a long time. I will give you a reward first. Yaroji's body softened after being hugged by Yi Qinghan. She wrapped her arms around Yi Qinghan's neck. Her eyes were full of love. She opened her beautiful lips and said softly, Yaroji wants you to accompany me for 3 days. Haha. I will accompany you for 5 days. Yi Qinghan laughed. His body flashed and the two of them entered the War Emperor Palace. 5 days later, Yi Qinghan came out with a pale face. He was trembling as he walked. Yaroji, on the other hand, looked satisfied. Her skin was glowing and she was glowing. The two of them rested for a while. Yi Qinghan used the ghost transformation to look like the young city lord of Zhurong City, Zhu Banan. He had fiery red hair and bronze-colored skin. He was extremely handsome. The divine power in his body had also turned into the fire attribute divine power of the Fire God clan. Of course, it was only in appearance. Without the Fire Phoenix sword, it was impossible to imitate it. The two of them stepped into the teleportation door. A white light flashed. Just as the beast god said, it was a transfer plane. It was a vast expanse of whiteness and there were restrictions everywhere. Different from the transfer plane in the beast god's secret skill, Yi Qinghan felt a kind of pressure and killing intent as soon as he entered. It was as if countless fierce beasts were staring at him. A killing array. Yi Qinghan and Yaroji looked at each other and guessed what the other was thinking. Yi Qinghan knew that he would trigger the killing array after entering, but Yaroji simply sensed it. Don't touch little Han. Don't use your divine sense. Let me observe carefully. The place where we are standing is definitely safe, but if we move, we will definitely trigger a powerful restriction. Yaroji immediately transmitted her voice to Yi Qinghan. Then, she didn't use her divine sense. Her eyes flashed with a green light as she started to look around. Green eyes, Yaroji, you actually learned the green eyes mentioned in the War Emperor's restriction study. Heh. Looks like the restrictions in this transit mystic realm are going to be easily broken by you. Yi Qinghan looked at the green light in Yaroji's eyes and suddenly understood. No wonder Lord Devour said that Yaroji was much more skilled than him. It seemed that he had been immersed in his cultivation and didn't care about his wives enough. He felt a little guilty. Yaroji smiled, her green eyes glancing at him. I can't break through any rule, so I can only rely on this restriction. Otherwise, you have so many wives and you're so fickle. Maybe after hundreds of thousands of years, Yaroji will be banished to the cold palace by you, and you won't pamper me anymore. How could it be? God Emperor, Yaroji, Yi Qinghan, will never betray you. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly. He sighed inwardly. The women of the bewitching tribe were the best gifts that God gave to men. Not only were they extremely bewitching, but they were also excellent in bed. They were also obedient and considerate of their man. This trip to the other plane wasn't in vain. Yi Qinghan sighed. He had so many beauties. Even if he died now, he wouldn't have any regrets. Yaroji could feel Yi Qinghan's thoughts from his eyes. She smiled tenderly and didn't talk anymore. A beam of God power extended from her hand, slowly exploring the area. She was trying to break the restriction. The process of breaking the restriction was really slow and complicated. Yi Qinghan was so bored that he decided to collect all the information about the Fire God tribe to avoid exposing himself. Yaroji's understanding of the restriction had reached a high level. Although the restriction in this transfer plane was really tough, she was able to break it. With the help of Yi Qinghan's powerful soul consciousness, her progress was fast. Half a year later, the two of them stood in front of a fiery red door. Yi Qinghan hugged Yaroji, kissing her passionately. After a while, their lips parted. Yi Qinghan gazed at Yaroji, speaking with deep emotion. Go to that cave and wait for me. I will get the fire god's heart. After speaking, Yi Qinghan turned around and stepped into the door. A white light flashed, and the scene in front of him changed. Yi Qinghan found himself in an incomparably hot world. The surroundings were fiery red. This was a valley, and he was standing in the middle of a teleportation array. It was similar to the teleportation array in the divine world. However, the valley and the teleportation array were smaller. Swish. Just as Yi Qinghan quietly released his soul consciousness and was about to explore the surroundings, the space in the valley trembled. 5 fiery red figures suddenly appeared in the sky. They didn't say a word. The 5 of them revolved their soul consciousness and rushed towards him. Chapter 1187. What the F***CK, what's going on? Yi Qinghan shuddered. The way the experts from the fire mystery realm welcomed him was too warm, wasn't it? He tried his best to suppress the urge to slap these people to death. In a split second, Yi Qinghan's mind worked like a precise machine. To kill or not to kill? To block or not to block? He came to a decision on these 2 questions in an instant. A strand of origin energy revolved around Yi Qinghan's body. Yi Qinghan quickly retreated, but he did not counterattack. He only shouted in fear, "Senior, please stop. I am a descendant of the Fire God clan." The 5 fists trembled in that instant and continued to attack him. Yi Qinghan's divine consciousness locked onto the 5 of them and dispersed the space power that he was about to condense. The 5 fists landed on his body. The huge force was like an avalanche. Yi Qinghan spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. He smashed into the rocks behind him and his body landed heavily on the ground. Yi Qinghan felt that all the bones in his body were broken. There was not a complete piece of flesh on his body. He endured the immense pain and controlled the soul ring to not heal himself. If not for his divine consciousness sensing that they had held back a little, Yi Qinghan would have killed them long ago. Of course, he could only break the void and escape in the end. You guys, fut, a tearing pain spread through his body. Yi Qinghan still divided his energy to control the spirit transformation and imitate the appearance of the Fire God clan. He glared at them angrily. After saying a few words, he spat out a mouthful of blood again. He lay on the ground powerlessly as if he had died. Hey! It's really us from the Fire God clan. How did this brat get in? Oh no, boss. We killed our clansman. The clan leader and the great General King will kill us. We're done for, boss. Should we destroy the corpse to get rid of the evidence? You 4 idiots. That brat is not dead yet. However, if he complains to the clan leader, we will not be able to bear the consequences. Should we silence him? But, boss, we will still be sentenced to death if we kill our clansman. What should we do? What should we do? Sigh, what a headache. This brat is really something. No one has come in for tens of millions of years. Suddenly, someone came in. We thought it was an invasion from another race. Just as Yi Qinghan was using the divine crystal and circulating his divine power to slowly heal his injuries, the 5 old men in the sky gathered together and pointed at Yi Qinghan. They were discussing in low voices in a daze. The strangest thing was, all 5 of them looked exactly the same. They all looked like little old men with bronze skin and fiery red hair. All of them were balding. Why did he look a little silly? Yi Qinghan was puzzled. Experts who could cultivate to a certain realm were all extremely intelligent people. Although the 5 of them were extremely intelligent, since they could become venerables, they were definitely not fools. Could it be an act? But there was no reason to pretend. Yi Qinghan no longer paid attention to them. He controlled the divine crystal and used his divine power to completely heal his body. Then, he opened his eyes and looked at them. He didn't say anything and just stared at them. The few bald, skinny old men were at a loss when they saw that Yi Qinghan had woken up. Then, under Yi Qinghan's stare, none of them dared to speak. They felt a little uneasy. They felt like children who had done something wrong and were being stared at by their parents. Yi Qinghan was even more puzzled. What were these old farts playing at? He pondered for a moment and decided to test them. He pretended to be incomparably angry and said, "Why did you attack me?" Hey. The 5 old men blushed and rubbed their hands at the same time. Their actions were exactly the same. They looked even more embarrassed. Finally, the old man on the far left said with a face full of shame, "What? That's right. We must have drunk too much last night. We made a mistake and thought you weren't one of us. I'm sorry, young man. We, the 5 elders of Nanshan, will apologize to you. We promise there won't be a next time. Yes, big brother is right. Little brother, we did drink too much last night. Big brother and second brother are both right. That must be the case. Big brother, second brother, and third brother are right. 4. Could it be that these people are really idiots? Yi Qinghan looked at them. His divine sense detected that their souls did not fluctuate at all. Obviously, they were not lying. He couldn't help but wonder if they were really fools. Or did they only have the intelligence of a few years old? But how did they cultivate to the venerable realm? Why would the fire god's arcane realm send a few fools to guard the teleportation portal? Just an apology. Do you know? I was almost killed by you just now. If I didn't react fast enough, I would have been dead. The anger in Yi Qinghan's eyes burned even more fiercely. He decided to continue to test them and see if he could take advantage of them. He staggered to his feet, pointed at them and said, "No, the 5 of you must come down. Each of you give me a punch. If you don't die, I'll forget about it. Of course, in order to respect you, I will do my best." Big brother, what he said seems to make sense. Indeed, we give him a punch and he gives us a punch. It's very fair. Idiot, we didn't do our best just now. He is also a venerable. If he gives us a punch with all his strength, won't we all be killed? Big brother is right. If we die, there will be no more wine to drink. This won't do. As soon as Yi Qinghan said a sentence, the 5 of them immediately answered one after another. They looked very serious, but their words were very childish. Yi Qinghan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing that they kept talking as if there was no end to it, he hurriedly shouted, "All of you, shut up." After being shouted at by Yi Qinghan, the 5 of them looked at each other and then felt that something was wrong. They were stronger than Yi Qinghan, and there were 5 of them. Why should they be afraid of Yi Qinghan? They suddenly flew into a rage, but before they could speak, Yi Qinghan said coldly again, "Why are you guys always chattering here? I was seriously injured by your attack just now, and my injury has not been fully healed. You are like 100 flies buzzing non-stop. At this moment, not only my physical injury has worsened, but my spirit has also been severely injured. You must compensate me. Otherwise, I will report you to the patriarch of the Fire God clan and kill all of you." When the 5 of them heard this, their faces became blank again, and then they became frightened. Then they gathered together and kept talking. Finally, they unanimously agreed to compensate Yi Qinghan. Mother***, they are really fools. This time, it was Yi Qinghan's turn to be at a loss. He was testing them like this. No matter how good a person was at pretending, they would be exposed. But he had been locking on the souls of the 5 of them. When they spoke, there was not the slightest fluctuation. They were indeed not lying. "Seeing that the 5 of you have a good attitude in admitting your mistakes, I will be magnanimous and forgive you for the physical and mental harm you have caused to me. Just a little compensation will do. Well, just give me 8 or 10 transcendent-grade divine artifacts, and I will let this matter go." Yi Qinghan said indifferently. It would be best if the 5 of them snatched the fire god's heart for him. Then, he could immediately escape far away, pack up, and go home to have sex with women. But these 5 people were so poor that they only had a pair of underwear left. Not only did they not have transcendent-grade divine artifacts, they did not even have supreme-grade divine artifacts. That third brother hesitated for a long time before he took out an item that was said to be a treasure of the heavens and earth. When Yi Qinghan saw that it was just a low-grade divine artifact, his eyes almost went blind. After a long friendly negotiation, both parties finally reached an agreement. The 5 of them owed Yi Qinghan their lives. As long as they were in the Fire God Mystery Realm, if Yi Qinghan needed help, the 5 of them would do their best to help him once. Of course, it must not go against the so-called principles in their hearts. After they finished talking about the serious matters, Yi Qinghan's expression softened. Instantly, he became a respectful junior. Not only did he give each of them a high-grade divine artifact, but he also took out some delicious and fun things from the immortal world. He started to have a conscious and purposeful conversation with the 5 of them. Chapter 1188. After chatting with the 5 for a long time, both sides were extremely satisfied. Yi Qinghan got the information he wanted. This time, the 5 of them were really drunk by the fine wine from the divine world that Yi Qinghan brought. Yi Qinghan's guess was right. The 5 of them were indeed out of their mind. The 5 elders of Nanshan were quintuplets. It was said that they had a strange spiritual body. The 5 of them improved together. According to them, they were very talented and became venerable ones in just 5 million years. However, there was one time when the 5 of them practiced a joint attack technique together, and their souls were accidentally injured. In the end, he was sent by the Grand Elder to guard this incomparably important teleportation formation for the Fire God clan. Ever since the Fire God's descendants came in, no one had ever entered this teleportation array. Guarding this place was no different from being imprisoned here. Yi Qinghan looked at the 5 of them and secretly laughed. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to tolerate these 5 clowns, right? If the few of them lived in the city, they might just randomly smash things like this every day and set a few houses on fire. The 5 of them were very strong, so sending them here was the best solution. After bidding farewell to the drunken 5 elders of Nanshan, Yi Qinghan slowly flew toward the outside of the valley. His divine senses also quietly probed the surroundings. From the nonsense of the 5 elders of Nanshan, he had roughly grasped the situation of the Fire God's arcane realm. Now that he had quietly investigated it, he basically understood it. The Fire God's secret realm was filled with countless islands. The largest island was only as big as Peach Blossom Island. The islands were divided into 3 groups, north, south and east. At this moment, Yi Qinghan was on the easternmost island. Apart from the 5 elders of Nanshan, there was no one else on the island. While chatting with the 5 elders of Nanshan, Yi Qinghan found out about the interesting situation in the Fire God Mystery Realm. The eastern islands were under the command of the Great General King, the northern islands were under the command of the Grand Elder, and the southern islands were under the command of the Fire God clan chief. It seemed like the 3 parties were hostile to each other. Did the warriors under him fight each other often? This situation made Yi Qinghan extremely excited. The more chaotic it was, the better it was for him. Yi Qinghan guessed that it was very likely to be the same as the Beast Arcane Realm. The Fire God, the Grand Elder, and the Great General Lord deliberately let their subordinates fight against each other so that the Fire God clansmen would not lose their courage. Moreover, the world-destroying battle back then was also a heavy blow to the Fire God race. If they didn't find a place to vent the hostility in their hearts, they would go crazy sooner or later. As he flew slowly, Yi Qinghan's divine sense could sense that the teleportation island was very large. There were restrictive spells everywhere on the ground, in the air, and on the island. However, they were all small restrictions and could only be used as a warning. In particular, the sky outside the island was covered with restrictive spells. Relying on his powerful divine sense, Yi Qinghan avoided those restrictions and quietly flew out of the island. He did not dare to teleport. The Fire God's arcane realm was too big. He was only quietly investigating the situation in the east. Before fully understanding the situation, keeping a low profile could save his life. Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief. At least he had a way to escape. If the situation wasn't right, he would immediately head to the endless void. He did not dare to investigate the specific strength of the experts in the Fire God's arcane realm. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he was discovered. After leaving the island, Yi Qinghan dived into the sea, but he did not dare to hide. He did not know if there were any 9th-grade supreme beings in the Fire God's arcane realm, or if there were any special abilities. It was better to be careful. The bottom of the sea was very beautiful, but there were no powerful sea beasts. Yi Qinghan sneaked all the way to the east and prepared to quietly go to the island. He wanted to get an identity and understand the situation first. After sneaking for 3 days, Yi Qinghan finally arrived at the bottom of a small island. However, he did not dare to go directly to the island. Instead, he concealed his aura and began to quietly investigate the situation on the island. This was a beautiful island with a small population, only tens of thousands of people. The strongest expert was only a 5th-grade war god. Yi Qinghan was very patient. He sat cross-legged on the bottom of the sea, as if he was cultivating at the bottom of the sea. His divine sense had been quietly exploring the island. The island was the gathering place of a small family. The shield was always turned on. There were no outsiders. Basically, entering and exiting the island was through a small transportation matrix. If Yi Qinghan suddenly broke in from the outside, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Originally, Yi Qinghan wanted to stop the impersonation of Zhu Bandit. However, no one except the 5 lunatics found him. He had the idea of pretending to be a warrior in the fire god's arcane realm. After all, an outsider, even if he was a family member, could easily arouse the vigilance of the peak experts. He was not anxious, and he did not dare to be anxious. Although he was not sure what level the peak experts here were. However, Yi Qinghan could faintly sense with his aura that there were many 9th grade supreme beings in the fire god's arcane realm. As to what level they were, he did not dare to investigate. However, with so many 9th grade supreme beings, once his identity was exposed, he would not even have the chance to escape into the endless void. Being in a foreign land, Yi Qinghan felt that if he could avoid killing, it would be best not to kill. After all, he had bad intentions and sneaked in to steal someone's treasure. Good chance. Half a month later, a battle tens of thousands of miles away in the sea attracted Yi Qinghan's attention. A ship was intercepted by several other ships, and a fierce battle broke out between the 2 ships. They were all from the Fire God clan. Yi Qinghan immediately sneaked over and used his divine senses to investigate the situation there. What surprised Yi Qinghan was that there were no experts who came to stop the battle between the 2 sides. Most importantly, the divine senses of the experts from the nearby Big Islands did not detect anything. The side with more people was completely like the god bandits in the divine world. They killed everyone and took their divine gems and space rings, then left leisurely. People from the Fire God clan leader's side? Why did they kill the martial artists from the Great General Lord's side? Yi Qinghan thought doubtfully when he heard the curses of a small number of people before they died. Then, he quietly followed the few ships. These ships were similar to the dragon boats, all driven by martial artists. There were 3 or 4 supreme beings in them, and one was a peak supreme being. However, Yi Qinghan followed them from afar, and they did not notice. After following them for a month, Yi Qinghan discovered that these large ships were running amok outside the Eastern Archipelago. As long as it was a cultivator from the Eastern Archipelago, they would kill them on sight. They were extremely ruthless. Moreover, on the Eastern Islands, all the islands' shields were open. Even if they saw the battle outside, they did not dare to come out and help. However, their eyes were burning with anger. The situation in the Fire God Mystery Realm is so bad. This great General Lord actually doesn't care. He let the Fire God clan leaders' people kill the martial artists here? Strange, strange. Yi Qinghan had a headache. Basically, every island's shield was open, and he could not force his way in. He did not know the situation, and he did not dare to kill the martial artists on these ships. For a moment, he did not know how to sneak in. Oh no, this group of beasts is actually massacring the island. Just as Yi Qinghan was thinking about how to sneak in, a small island in front of him suddenly had its shield broken by a few supreme beings. Then, tens of thousands of martial artists swarmed over. Before Yi Qinghan could think about what to do, more than 10,000 martial artists and civilians on the island were all killed. A small number of beautiful women were taken away and robbed. What a beast! They don't even let the civilians go. This is called the Fire Demon Army. Page. Wait until I figure out the situation, I will definitely kill you all. Chapter 1189. Yi Qinghan secretly clenched his teeth. He had killed countless people and was known as a human-shaped demon in the immortal realm. However, he had never killed a commoner. Yi Qinghan turned his eyes and disappeared. He quietly snuck onto the island and cremated the corpse of a young man on the island. At the same time, he went to the home of the strongest expert on the island and took all the information. He immediately returned to the bottom of the sea and transformed into the young man. He studied the information of this small family while paying close attention to the situation on the island. As expected, someone is here. Half a day later, Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. He had guessed correctly. The island had been slaughtered, so someone would definitely come to investigate. He silently memorized the information in his hands. Then, He quickly made a detour and flew toward the island from the sea. Patriarch! You bastards, I will kill you all. Yi Qinghan coincidentally encountered the tragic scene of corpses on the island. Seeing the grief-stricken faces of the few people in the small teleportation formation, Yi Qinghan's eyes turned bloodshot. He held a low-grade divine artifact in his hand and madly attacked the few people. Zhu Kuang, don't be rash. Your adoptive father and clansmen were not killed by us. They were killed by the fire demon army. A burly man with a fiery red beard in the teleportation formation shouted at Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was overjoyed. He had just casually investigated and found that this young man had a decent aptitude. He had just reached 5th grade war god and was standing next to the strongest expert on the island. Therefore, he impersonated him. He did not even know what his current identity was. He did not expect that someone would recognize him. This was like someone delivering a pillow to him when he was about to sleep. Fire demon army, I will kill them. Yi Qinghan raised his head and howled in grief. However, he was secretly laughing and admiring his acting skills. In his previous life, he might have won an Oscar or something like that. He seemed to have completely sunk into a berserk state. He looked around blankly, and then his entire body emitted fire divine power. He carried a tyrannical aura as he charged out of the island. Zhu Xiong, hurry up and stop this silly boy. With his rash temper, he's going to die. The old man with a fiery red beard hurriedly called out to the man and woman beside him. The two of them immediately came to their senses and chased after Yi Qinghan. The girl called Zhu Yu's strength had reached the peak of 5th grade war god, and the one called Zhu Xiong's strength had reached 6th grade war god. They caught up with Yi Qinghan in no time and forcefully pulled him back. The red-bearded old man looked at Yi Qinghan, who had fallen into a state of madness, and roared, Zhu Kuang, what's the point of being so rash? If you are still a man, you should work hard to cultivate and think of a way to avenge your adoptive father and your clansmen. The fire demon army has gone too far this time. I will definitely report this to the great General Lord and have her seek justice for all of you. Yi Qinghan did not know how to respond. He could only pretend to be incomparably enraged and continuously roared. His brain was spinning rapidly. After a long time, he coldly said, there's no need to report this to the great General Lord. This debt of blood, I, Zhu Kuang, will personally avenge myself. What boldness! No wonder Zhu Fei accepted you as his adoptive son. The red-bearded old man looked at Yi Qinghan with a face full of admiration. Zhu Yue, who was beside him, also had a look of admiration in her beautiful eyes. The red-bearded old man saw that Yi Qinghan was covered in grief and seemed to remember something. He sighed deeply and said, Sigh. Don't blame the great General Lord. If not for her, our bloodline would have been annihilated by the fire god's bloodline. It's already not easy for a woman like her to bitterly endure for so many years. Zhu Xiong, you guys, bury the people on the island. Zhu Xiong led a few people to collect all the corpses on the island and bury them separately. Yi Qinghan pretended to be incomparably grief-stricken. He kept his eyes closed and did not say a word. He did not shed a single tear, but his entire body trembled uncontrollably. His stubborn act made the red-bearded old man, Zhu Yue, and the others feel sorry for him. Afterward, the red-bearded old man pulled Yi Qinghan into the transportation formation. With a flash of white light, he was transported to a large island nearby. There were millions of martial artists on this island. This red-bearded old man was the island master. His name was Zhu Tai. He had the strength of a venerable and was the commander of tens of thousands of small islands nearby. That was why he had gone to investigate when something happened on that island. Yi Qinghan secretly rejoiced as he continued to pretend. He ignored everyone and did not say a word. He was extremely cold. Zhu Tai was not offended. He only asked Zhu Yue to take care of Yi Qinghan while he used another transportation formation on the island to teleport away. Yi Qinghan was extremely comfortable. He openly stayed in the island master's residence. However, he still pretended to be cold to the end. Other than Zhu Yue, he did not see anyone. He pretended to be cultivating in the small pavilion of the island master's residence. He did not take a step out of the pavilion. Of course, he was quietly investigating the surrounding situation and collecting information. Zhu Yue was Zhu Tai's daughter. She was the #1 beauty on the island. Zhu Xiong was Zhu Yue's brother. He was the #1 genius on the island. Zhu Xiong could not stand Yi Qinghan's cold demeanor. After they parted ways, he did not come to see him. On the contrary, Zhu Yue seemed to pity Yi Qinghan. She often came to show concern for Yi Qinghan and asked about his well-being. This made Yi Qinghan feel slightly touched and ashamed. After staying on the island for half a year, Yi Qinghan basically understood the situation of the fire god's arcane realm. However, he had a headache. The situation of the fire god's arcane realm was very complicated. It was extremely complicated. The fire god's arcane realm was divided into 3 factions. The bosses of the 3 factions were the fire god clan leader, the great general lord, and the grand elder. The 3 of them were all peak rank 9, the level of the Ice Queen. On the side of the fire god clan leader, there was a powerhouse who had just broken through to rank 9 and 5 powerhouses below rank 9. On the side of the grand elder, there were 8 lower rank 9 elders. The weakest was on the side of the great general lord. Moreover, the great general lord was actually a woman. She only had 3 lower rank 9 powerhouses under her. The 3 factions were not what Yi Qinghan thought. It was just to prevent the Fire God clan from losing their courage. He purposely let the people below him fight each other. It was true hostility. Moreover, there were a few wars that broke out. The great General Lord's faction was almost exterminated. If it was not for the appearance of this generation's great General Lord, they would have been swallowed by the other 2 factions. The reason for the 3 factions' rebellion was very simple. The 3 factions all thought that they were the orthodox Fire God clan. They all wanted to be above the other 2 factions. It was said that in the past, outside the realm of gods, the hatred between the 3 factions was already very deep. After entering the Fire God's arcane realm, the Fire God clan members were extremely depressed because of the apocalypse. They often engaged in scuffles. As more people died, the hatred became deeper and deeper. It was impossible to resolve. The Fire Demon Army was sent by the faction of the Fire God clan leader. Originally, it was just to ambush passing ships in the open sea. Unexpectedly, the island was massacred this time. According to Zhu Tai, it was very likely that another war between the 3 factions would break out soon. What gave Yi Qinghan the most headache was that he had eavesdropped on many conversations between Zhu Tai and others. There was no information about the Fire God's heart. As one of the dozens of commanders on the side of the Great General Lord, Zhu Tai had the authority to meet the Great General Lord directly. Logically, he should have some understanding of this thing. There was no other way. Yi Qinghan could only think of a way to get close to the Great General Lord. Therefore, a peerless genius who was bent on revenge because his clansmen were massacred by the Fire Demon Army appeared. In 10 years, Yi Qinghan's strength, which was originally only a 5th grade war god, skyrocketed to 6th grade. 50 years later, he reached 7th grade. The entire Eastern Sea was shocked. Yi Qinghan had just broken through a few days ago. Zhu Tai received a message from the Great General Lord yesterday. He wanted to summon the peerless genius of the younger generation. Chapter 1190. Zhu Kuang. You're amazing. The General Lord will be summoning you in a few days. In a small attic in the corner of the Island Master's mansion, a fiery red figure floated in like a roasted cloud. Her skin was the color of wheat, and her whole body was brimming with the vitality of a young girl. Her eyes were hot, and her figure was plump, but she had a slender waist. Zhu Yue was worthy of being the first beauty on the island. Her unique temperament was very attractive to men. Oh. Yi Qinghan responded coldly. Zhu Tai had already sent a message to him. He estimated that it was about time to attract the attention of the General Lord. In fact, it was already very difficult for Yi Qinghan to break through from level 5 to level 7 in 60 years. If not for the fear of attracting the attention of all the level 9 experts, Yi Qinghan would have broken through long ago. It had been decades. The enchantress in the cave and Yi Qingyu and the others outside the endless void must have been very tired waiting. Looking at Yi Qinghan's absent-minded appearance, especially the gentleness and yearning unintentionally emitted from his eyes at this moment. Zhu Yuer's heart seemed to be hit by something, and her whole body trembled. The Zhu Kuang that Yi Qinghan disguised as was a few hundred years younger than her, but at this moment, she felt that Zhu Kuang had a mature temperament. This temperament, this kind of deep and gentle gaze, was the most attractive to proud women. Girls liked men, usually because of their appearance, temperament, and identity. But a woman with the precipitation of time liked a man with a story, connotation, and temperament the most. There was no doubt that the temperament that Yi Qinghan unintentionally showed at this moment moved Zhu Yuer's heart slightly. Zhu Kuang, what are you thinking about? Are you thinking about your lover? Seeing Yi Qinghan in a daze, Zhu Yuer felt a sour feeling in her heart. She opened her mouth subconsciously and regretted it after saying it. Yi Qinghan was pulled back from his thoughts. He blamed himself for being absent-minded in the presence of outsiders. He quickly covered it up and said, I am indeed thinking about my lover, but she is very far away at this moment. I'm sorry, Zhu Kuang. I shouldn't have asked. Yi Qinghan's ambiguous words made Zhu Yuer think the wrong way. She thought that Zhu Kuang's lover had died in the massacre of the island by the Fire Demon Legion. At this moment, she looked at Yi Qinghan with a gentler gaze. Yi Qinghan sensed the affection in Zhu Yuer's eyes and sighed inwardly. He was not in the mood to flirt. He hurriedly reined in his thoughts and casually said a few words before saying that he had to continue cultivating and bid them farewell. Zhu Yuer saw Yi Qinghan's expression turn cold and thought that she had touched on his sore spot. She left with an uneasy expression. 3 days later, under Zhu Tai's lead, Yi Qinghan stepped into the teleportation formation and went to the Great General King's Island, the Fire King Island. The Fire King Island was the largest island in the Eastern Archipelago, with a population of hundreds of millions. As soon as Yi Qinghan and Zhu Tai teleported over, countless divine senses swept over and finally locked onto Yi Qinghan. Obviously, they were very interested in this peerless genius. Yi Qinghan looked cool on the surface, but deep down, he was very worried. He did not dare to circulate his divine power, and he did not even dare to extend his divine senses. Although martial artists did not use divine power, did not release their auras, and had the power of origin and spatial power, it was very difficult to tell what level they were at. However, there were so many powerhouses on this island. There might be some extraordinary people. The Great General King was even a peak rank 9 powerhouse. If they were discovered, they would be playing with birds and eggs. Zhu Tai patted Yi Qinghan's shoulder and smiled. Don't be too nervous. Just follow me. Yi Qinghan nodded stiffly. Fortunately, the Great General King's mansion was not far away. Zhu Tai only greeted everyone along the way and walked toward the Castellan's mansion. Yi Qinghan decided not to use his divine power. Relying on his physical strength, he followed Zhu Tai's footsteps. Zhu Tai was obviously quite popular. Along the way, there were people congratulating him. Zhu Tai was obviously very proud of the fact that a genius like Yi Qinghan had appeared on the island. He was laughing all the way. When they walked into the Great General King's mansion, someone was already waiting outside. They welcomed both of them in. After walking in, Yi Qinghan realized that countless probing divine senses had been withdrawn. However, there were still 3 that were still locked onto him. Yi Qinghan knew that they must be rank 9 powerhouses in the mansion. He became even more nervous, gritting his teeth as he followed Zhu Tai in. When they walked into the largest hall, Yi Qinghan felt as if there were 3 blazing flames inside. A violent aura rushed toward him. He subconsciously raised his head and saw 3 men in fiery red armor sitting on either side of him. At this moment, they were staring at him with burning gazes. Zhu Tai and Zhu Kuang greet the 3 sirs. Zhu Tai signaled to Yi Qinghan with his eyes and knelt down on one knee. Yi Qinghan had no choice but to follow suit and kneel down on one knee. You are Zhu Kuang, a peerless genius. Why don't you use your divine power? Show your strength. A cold and arrogant voice sounded. It was a lower rank 9 powerhouse. The other lower rank 9 powerhouses also revealed curious expressions. Yi Qinghan didn't speak. He just controlled his divine power and imitated the aura of a 7th grade war god. It was also a fire element aura. In an instant, the air in the hall heated up. He really is a 7th grade war god. The sovereign's eyes lit up and he stood up. Yi Qinghan looked at the expressions in their eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that he had passed another obstacle. Now it was time to see if he could pass the last one. After staying in the hall for a while, although the 3 rank 9 powerhouses asked Yi Qinghan to sit down and wait, Yi Qinghan insisted on standing. The 3 powerhouses and Zhu Tai thought that he was polite. In fact, Yi Qinghan was nervous. Standing was like sitting on a pincushion, let alone sitting. He even had a feeling of fear in his heart. He wanted to leave immediately and escape into the endless hollow. Eventually, there was no sign of danger from the depths of his mind. Yi Qinghan could only stand there with a cold face. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Before long, a series of footsteps came from the passage next to them. Yi Qinghan knew that the main character was coming. At this moment, he was not nervous anymore. He followed the gaze of the 3 rank 9 powerhouses and Zhu Tai and looked toward the passage next to them. When a white figure appeared in the passage, 4 pairs of eyes lit up. Peerless and enchanting. This was the first feeling in Yi Qinghan's mind. This was a woman who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the enchantress. Zhu Yu, the number 1 beauty on the island, was obviously a level lower than her. General King. Yi Qinghan had always felt a little awkward with this title. At this moment, he sincerely admired the use of the word king. This was a noble woman with the temperament of a queen. This woman's skin was absolutely white in the fire god tribe. She was tall, a little taller than any of Yi Qinghan's women. She had a perfect figure, delicate facial features, and a pair of delicate lips, which were especially plump. Her temperament was very noble and elegant, full of the temptation of a noble lady. However, she also felt that she was high up in the mountain, and no one dared to blaspheme her. Her eyes were very special, making people feel that they were incomparably deep, as if they could see through everything. It seemed that she could see through the thoughts in the depths of your soul at a glance. This was a queen who could make any man have the desire to conquer her. Yi Qinghan instantly made up his mind, but a very bad feeling welled up in the depths of his heart. This woman was extremely dangerous. He had to get away from her quickly, as far as possible. When a faint power of space quietly circulated in the hall, Yi Qinghan's mouth flashed with bitterness. He knew that at this moment, it was too late to escape. Sure enough, General King opened her mouth. Her voice was very charming, as if she was teasing you, tempting you to commit a crime, and also seemed to be rejecting you. It was like a weeping voice. Yi Qinghan felt that her voice had a special magic that made people unconsciously fall into it. All of you, leave. Zhu Kuang, stay. Chapter 1191. Yes, Your Majesty. The 3 rank 9s and Zhu Tai bowed respectfully and excused themselves. Their eyes were filled with devotion and fanaticism. Before Zhu Tai left, he gave Yi Qinghan a look, which probably meant for Yi Qinghan to be more respectful to the great General Lord. In fact, Yi Qinghan did not even know how Zhu Tai left. He was struggling with the question of whether to escape or not. His face was cold, but his back was drenched in cold sweat. Even his pants were wet. The great General Lord was a soul cultivator. Her eyes, which seemed to be able to see through everything, seemed to have seen through Yi Qinghan when she glanced at her. Yi Qinghan knew that even if she did not see through him, she would definitely be suspicious. Facing a peak rank 9's powerhouse at such a close distance, Yi Qinghan knew that if the great General Lord suddenly attacked, he would definitely die. The great General Lord took small steps and walked in leisurely. Her gaze was fixed on Yi Qinghan. She had a smile that was not a smile. Her beauty could topple a city, dazzling everyone's eyes. However, no one dared to look at her directly. It was impossible to guess her thoughts. To escape or not? Yi Qinghan was facing the second most difficult choice in his life. The first time was outside Yanglong City, when he was forced by Venerable Evil Moon. But this time was different. He had 40% confidence that he could attack this terrifying woman in an instant and escape immediately. As long as he was out of the endless void, he would not be afraid of anything. Yi Qinghan's brain worked at high speed. At this moment of life and death, he became extremely calm. Finally, when he saw the great General Lord sitting on her white jade throne, he heaved a sigh of relief and gave up on the idea of escaping immediately. Because he did not feel killing intent, the great General Lord suddenly said, "Zhu Kuang, release your divine power and attack the wall on the left." "Yes, Your Majesty." The woman's voice was like the singing of an oriole. To Yi Qinghan, it was like a heavenly sound. It seemed, this woman was only a little suspicious of him. At this moment, he was using his own strength to check if his divine power had the burning and corrosive properties of the fire element. If this woman had tested him from other aspects, Yi Qinghan might have had a headache. However, when his divine power entered the fire phoenix sword and was released, it was exactly the same as the fire god races. Yi Qinghan felt much more confident. He hurriedly circulated his divine power and converted it through the fire phoenix sword that had transformed into a glove. Immediately, an incomparably hot fire-type divine power whizzed out, transforming into a crescent-shaped blade aura that shot towards the wall on the left. Boom! The saber aura smashed into the wall and was reflected by the protective shield of the hall, leaving behind a scorching aura in the hall. As expected, Yi Qinghan saw a flash of doubt in the great General Lord's eyes, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. His eyes were bright and beautiful, radiating light, as if he was looking at Yi Qinghan affectionately. His heart was in a mess. The great General Lord said, "In the future, you will stay in this residence and cultivate well. Don't bother about anything else. If you can break through to the supremacy level in 50 years, I will help you exterminate the Fire Demon Legion. I will capture their leader and help you kill the enemy's leader." Yi Qinghan hurriedly pretended to be very grateful. Two maidservants immediately walked over and led Yi Qinghan to the backyard. After Yi Qinghan left, the great General Lord sat alone in the spacious hall. Her eyes were still flowing with bright light, as deep as the sea. It was as if no one in this world could understand what she was thinking. Yi Qinghan was led to a private room by the two maidservants. The interior was luxuriously decorated, and all kinds of appliances were available. Yi Qinghan pretended to walk one round in the loft and immediately began to cultivate with a cold expression. However, he was secretly thinking about that woman. Of course, he was not interested in this flirtatious woman with the temperament of a queen. He was only wondering if she had discovered his identity. He had an indescribable feeling that this woman seemed to have seen through all his thoughts at first glance. Under her bright and beautiful gaze, he became naked and had nowhere to hide. If it wasn't for the fact that this woman did not have any murderous intent and that he seemed to have revealed his hand in the end, Yi Qinghan would definitely not be at ease. However, Yi Qinghan always had a vague feeling of discomfort, but he did not know what the problem was. After pondering for a moment, Yi Qinghan decided to stay. If the great General Lord had wanted to make a move on him just now, it would be hard for him to escape death. Not to mention that she was at the peak of the 9th grade. Just because this woman was a soul cultivator, Yi Qinghan was definitely not her match. Yi Qinghan was not a person who would give up halfway. Since the great General Lord did not seem to have discovered his identity on the surface, or rather, he did not have any ill intentions towards her, he decided to continue his disguise and investigate the situation of the fire god's heart as soon as possible. Yi Qinghan anxiously stayed in the great general's residence. There were no men in the entire great general's residence. Other than himself, there were only over 100 women. This surprised Yi Qinghan a little. He felt awkward living here as a man. Most importantly, it was not easy to investigate. The great General Lord was beside her, and she was also a soul cultivator. Yi Qinghan did not dare to investigate her and did not know the strength of her soul. Without knowing her background, he did not dare to act recklessly. It was even more impossible for him to use his divine sense to secretly investigate the people in the great general's residence. For a moment, he felt like he was in a cage and did not know whether to advance or retreat. Forcing himself to calm down, Yi Qinghan helplessly began to cultivate in seclusion and comprehend the space combination law. He planned to use 50 years to break through to the venerable realm. Then, the great General Lord would bring him to kill the Fire Demon Legion. At that time, he would think of a way to find the whereabouts of the fire god's heart. The great General Lord never summoned Yi Qinghan again. It was as if he had forgotten about this person. Yi Qinghan was playing the role of a cold man who wanted to avenge his father and his clansmen and wholeheartedly cultivate. Therefore, Yi Qinghan did not leave the pavilion. Zhu Yu, on the other hand, would come to see Yi Qinghan every few years under Zhu Tai's guidance. Yi Qinghan would deal with this woman with a bitter smile, but deliberately kept a distance from her. Every time he saw Zhu Yu come full of expectations and leave dejectedly, Yi Qinghan's heart would be filled with sadness. However, he could only harden his heart and hope that this pure and kind woman would fall in love with someone else. Time passed quickly. More than 40 years later, Yi Qinghan, who had been almost forgotten by the Eastern Islands, once again shocked the entire Eastern Islands. Back then, the peerless genius who only used 60 years to cultivate from 5th grade war god to 7th grade had spent more than 40 years to break through to the venerable realm. Once the news spread, it quickly spread throughout the entire Fire God Arcane realm. The Fire God Arcane realm was in an uproar. The bloodline of the Fire God Patriarch was even more shocked. With such a speed of growth, how could it continue? With such an abnormal talent, it was very likely that he would eventually become a 9th grade supreme being. Not to mention a 9th grade supreme being, as long as Yi Qinghan reached the strength of a great general lord, their bloodline would have the deepest hatred with the great general lord's bloodline. At that time, it would be difficult for them to escape the fate of annihilation. The Eastern Islands were in a jubilant mood, but Yi Qinghan did not feel the slightest bit happy inside. In fact, after 100 years, he still did not make any progress in the space combination mystery. The only thing that had changed was the soul space. As expected, the growth of the soul space was getting faster and faster. 100 years ago, it was only a radius of 100 miles, but now it had already reached a radius of 10,000 miles. The origin energy was several times more than before, but the strength of the soul was still the same. Just as he finished his inspection, a long-lost telepathic message rang in his ear. The great General Lord had summoned him for the second time. Chapter 1192. Yi Qinghan met her in the backyard of the General Palace. Until now, he didn't even know the name of the woman he loved and feared at the same time. There was a small lake in the backyard, with a small pavilion by the lake. A woman was standing there, her body graceful. Just looking at her back gave people a feeling of ecstasy. Yi Qinghan followed the maid. After greeting her, the great General King didn't turn around. Instead, he waved his hand, asking the maid to leave. In the entire backyard, only Yi Qinghan and the woman in front of him were left. A gentle breeze came, stirring up ripples on the lake surface. Beautiful flowers bloomed by the pavilion, releasing a refreshing fragrance. With a beautiful woman accompanying him, Yi Qinghan should be so comfortable. However, at this moment, he felt so uncomfortable. He looked at the woman in front of him. Her red hair was tied up high. He looked at her snow-white neck, her round shoulders, her perky buttocks, and her slender waist. Gazing at the queen in the hearts of billions of men on the Eastern Islands, he felt like he was admiring a high mountain. This was the second time he was pressed by a woman, and it was the first time he had such a feeling when he met Lord Devour. He was a male chauvinist. Being pressed by the woman's aura, he felt so uncomfortable. As his fate was in this woman's hands, Yi Qinghan felt so uncomfortable and aggrieved. "What's your name?" All of a sudden, the great General King turned around. Her eyes were still as deep as the sea, with a faint noble and elegant aura of a queen. She seemed to be smiling, but she wasn't. She seemed to be teasing Yi Qinghan, but also warning him not to fantasize about profaning her. "I'm Zhu Kuang, sir." Yi Qinghan felt something wrong. Although it had been more than 40 years, this great General King couldn't have forgotten his name. The great General Lord smiled faintly. Her bright and beautiful eyes sparkled. She asked again, "Did I ask for your original name?" Yi Qinghan's entire body trembled, and even his soul shook. His face instantly darkened, and killing intent erupted from his body. The origin energy and space energy were about to condense, and his divine sense locked onto the great General King. He was about to release the soul annihilation and soul illusion. He had been discovered. Just now, he was wondering why the great General Lord had forgotten his name in just a few decades. So he wasn't asking for Zhu Kuang, but his real name. Hihi, you're no match for me. You're at most a lower level 9 martial artist. With all kinds of tricks, you might barely be able to defeat an upper level 9 martial artist. However, the great General Lord did not sense Yi Qinghan's murderous aura at all. He did not have any divine power flowing on his body, nor did he gather the power of space or the power of origin. Instead, he smiled and turned his body to the side. He looked at the surface of the lake and said leisurely, "Actually, the first time I saw you, I already knew that you were not from the Fire God Secret Land, nor were you from the Fire God clan. If I wanted to kill you, the first time I saw you, you would have been dead." Oh, Yi Qinghan's heart skipped a beat again. No wonder he felt as if he had been seen through by her. He didn't expect that she would really find out. And this woman's judgment was so accurate. His power was seen through by her at a glance. The power of origin, space, and divine sense were still ready to gather, ready to fight to the death at any moment. Seeing that Yi Qinghan did not speak, the great General Lord turned his head slightly and gave him a glance. He smiled faintly and continued in a leisurely manner, "My name is Zhu Yi. Guest from the realm of gods, can you tell me your name? I think the two of us have the possibility of working together." Yi Qinghan seemed to be provoked by the great General Lord's glance. He sighed inwardly. How could he lose to a woman in terms of breadth of mind and boldness? Since she had already seen through his identity, he was not confident that he could escape unscathed even if he attacked her head-on, much less a sneak attack. At this moment, she did not show any signs of making a move. She was still indifferent even though he had the intention to kill her. If he still acted like this, wouldn't it show that he was not magnanimous? He immediately retracted his murderous aura and retracted his divine sense. He cupped his hands and smiled bitterly. "Yi Qinghan greets Miss Zhu Yi. Your surname is Yi. You are indeed from the Beast God clan." The great General Lord Zhu Yi smiled and praised, "You managed to adjust your emotions just because of this. You are indeed not an ordinary person." Yi Qinghan immediately knew where his flaw was. Beast warring space. The Fire God clan and the Beast God clan were both part of the 10 ancient clans. They understood each other. He had the beast warring space with him. This was the unique characteristic of the Beast God clan. Looking at Zhu Yi's eyes, Yi Qinghan thought of another problem. Since he could see that the other party was a soul cultivator, then Zhu Yi could also sense that he was a soul cultivator. But Zhu Tai was not a soul cultivator at all. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly. He thought that he had concealed it well and his disguise was perfect. He did not expect it to be full of flaws. Zhu Yi could obviously tell that Yi Qinghan had guessed something. She smiled and said, "Yi Qinghan, do you know what your biggest flaw is? It's not the beast warring space, nor is it a soul cultivator. It's the Fire Phoenix sword." Yi Qinghan was surprised and asked in astonishment. Then, he seemed to have understood and said, "Could it be that this was originally a treasure of the Fire God clan?" Zhu Yi nodded. Her eyes revealed a hint of reminiscence. She said faintly, "This is the weapon of the second 9th grade supreme martial artist of the Fire God clan. It was recorded in the genealogy that he lost to the beast god of that generation." Yi Qinghan sighed and became silent. He did not know what to say. Zhu Yi smiled and said, "If I'm not wrong, Mr. Yi, you entered the Fire God's secret realm this time for the heart of the Fire God, right?" Yi Qinghan seemed to be numb from the shock of this woman. It was as if her pair of eyes that were as deep as the sea could really see through everything that he was thinking about. If this woman could determine the purpose of his visit just by guessing, then her wisdom was too terrifying. At this moment, Yi Qinghan became relaxed instead. He nodded without any pretense and smiled. "Miss Zhu Yi, your wisdom is too terrifying. But there's something I don't understand. You don't seem to mind that I'm here to steal your clan's treasure. Also, how did you guess that I'm here for the heart of the Fire God? It's very simple. The Fire God's secret realm has been in seclusion for so many years that the realm of gods has basically forgotten about it. Even if someone found the entrance to the Fire God's secret realm, they wouldn't purposely come in to see a bunch of useless clans that have lost their drive and only know how to fight among themselves. You came in quietly and endured for 100 years. This means that you have a motive. And the only treasure in the Fire God's secret realm is The heart of the fire god. I'm sure you or the person behind you have collected the remaining items of the fire god's battle armor, right? Zhu Yi smiled faintly. She looked like she had everything under control. As for why I don't mind that you're here to steal the heart of the fire god. The reason is simple. The heart of the fire god isn't with me, and the fire god clan can't even leave. What's the use of having the fire god's battle armor? Yi Qinghan gave a thumbs up to this woman's wisdom. There were many beautiful women, but there were very few beautiful women with great abilities. It was even rarer to find a beautiful and intelligent woman with great abilities. Yi Qinghan completely believed in this woman's sincerity. He pondered for a while and said, Miss Zhu Yi, the cooperation that you mentioned. What kind of cooperation is it? Zhu Yi smiled faintly and said, You help me unify the fire god's secret realm. I'll help you get the heart of the fire god. Chapter 1193. Unify the fire god's mystic realm? Yi Qinghan was surprised. Based on his understanding of the fire god's mystic realm, General Wang Zhu Yi's lineage seemed to be the weakest. Wasn't Zhu Yi's lineage almost annihilated? With the addition of him, they would be able to annihilate the powerhouses from the other two lineages. What's your overall strength level? Zhu Yi did not answer Yi Qinghan's question and asked instead. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment. Since they were working together, there was no need to be secretive. If Zhu Yi had such boldness, she would look down on him as a man if he was hesitant. He said with a little reservation, A normal upper rank 9 martial artist will definitely die if I ambush them. A lower rank 9 martial artist with a weak soul will die no matter how many of them come. Zhu Yi's beautiful eyes lit up. Her mouth was slightly agape. It was the first time she showed a surprised expression. Yi Qinghan felt comfortable. He sighed in his heart. It turned out that Zhu Yi could not see through his true strength. All right. Seeing the faint smile at the corner of Yi Qinghan's mouth, Zhu Yi's beautiful eyes shone brighter and brighter. She said in a very certain tone, With young Master Yi's help, Zhu Yi is 80% sure that we can destroy the fire god and the Grand Elder. Unify the fire god's mystic realm. May I know where Miss Zhu Yi's confidence comes from? Yi Qinghan could not help but ask in the end. He was not an idiot. If he was not confident, he would not be used as a tool. He would not even know how he died in the end. This woman was too powerful. She was as intelligent as a demon. If he was not careful, he might be sold by her and have to count the money for her. Of course, the confidence comes from Child Yi. Zhu Yi's eyes revealed a hint of slyness. She smiled faintly. Yi Qinghan was stunned again. She then said, Child Yi, do you know why Zhu Yi did not expose you 40 years ago? Why is she only talking about working with you now? Yi Qinghan frowned slightly. He was also confused about this. Since Zhu Yi had found out about him, why did she want him to continue acting? Did she need a genius like him to boost their morale? No. Yi Qinghan suddenly understood. He looked at the smiling Zhu Yi and exclaimed, You used me as bait. Bait the experts from the other two factions to kill me? Hihi, not two bloodlines, but the bloodline of the fire god. Zhu Yi revealed an appreciative expression and said with a smile, It's good to talk to smart people. Zhu Yi won't hide it from you. I can deal with either fire god or Grand Doyen. As long as you can kill the rank 9 martial artists around them, if we join forces, who will be a match for you? The Grand Elder fell into my trap last time and was heavily injured. I'm afraid he won't take the risk easily this time. Therefore, I concluded that during this period of time, the fire god will definitely find an opportunity to attack you. Once the fire god is dead, the Grand Elder will no longer be a threat. Goddamit. Yi Qinghan cursed inwardly. This woman was too terrifying. 40 years ago, she had only met him once, and she had already started to plot against him. It was as if she knew that he would definitely cooperate with her and also concluded that he could kill the other rank 9 martial artists. Listening to her indifferent tone and looking at her confident expression, Yi Qinghan felt that he was not looking at a peerless beauty, but the most venomous bamboo leaf snake. Yi Qinghan did not dare to not cooperate with her because his life was in her hands. Yi Qinghan did not dare to take the risk. His mind started to think at lightning speed. After a while, He stared at Zhu Yi and asked, "Where is the fire god's heart? Also, there's something I don't understand. Why is Miss so eager to unify the fire god mystery realm? You should know that the fire god clan leader and grand doyen are both your clansmen. Killing them will greatly reduce the fire god clan's strength. If other clans invade, you should know the consequences." Hee hee. Zhu Yi let out a long laugh. A trace of loneliness and helplessness flashed across her lips. She sighed faintly and said, "Of course the fire god's heart is in the fire god's hands. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to call himself the fire god and clan leader." The fire god clan once produced 3 ninth-grade supreme martial artists, one for each of the 3 branches. The ancestor of the fire god clan leader was the first 9th-grade supreme martial artist. He was the strongest martial artist in the divine world at that time, Zhurong. As for why I want to kill the fire god and grand doyen, the reason is very simple. You should have seen that our 3 branches hate each other. It's impossible for us to coexist peacefully. Too many people have died in the constant war. If we want true peace, we can only use violence to curb violence. We will completely kill the martial artists of the Fire God and Grand Doyen's branch and unify the Fire God mystery realm. Then, we will marry each other and the 3 clans will live together. We will eliminate the racial hostility and forbid the use of force privately. Only in this way, after millions of years, can the 3 branches of the Fire God eliminate the estrangement and truly coexist peacefully. Otherwise, the Fire God clan will eventually be annihilated if this continues. My parents and clansmen all died in the battle royal. Therefore, since young, I have been determined to unify the Fire God clan. Mr. Yi, can you understand my thoughts? I can understand. Yi Qinghan nodded. The Fire God clan was similar to the 3 clans of the Fire Dragon continent in the past. Of course, the Fire Dragon continent had the Divine Master Butcher at the back, secretly controlling it. Later on, because of his powerful martial strength, no one on the continent was his enemy. Therefore, there were no more wars on the Fire Dragon continent. Looking at Zhu Yi, who seemed to have transformed into a pitiful little woman, Yi Qinghan's heart softened. Yi Qinghan's heart softened and he chose to believe her words. At this moment, he had an impulse. If he found out that Zhu Yi was lying to him and using him, he would admit defeat. Women would always make men feel pity for them. This was especially true for a woman who had a difficult life and was devastatingly beautiful. She could make men even more impulsive and crazy. This woman was very powerful. After a while, Yi Qinghan came to his senses. He actually fell into her trap unknowingly. His powerful soul was actually affected by her just now. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan didn't even notice that Zhu Yi used her soul skill. He was secretly on guard, but his expression didn't change. He said, "What do you need me to do?" "Lure the snake out of its hole." Zhu Yi's face revealed an unfathomable smile. Yi Qinghan sighed inwardly. This woman was really a bamboo leaf snake. Half a month later, under the protection of a lower 9th-grade war god, Yi Qinghan returned to his hometown. He returned to the Fierce Flame Island where Zhu Tai was. He also went to the island where his clansmen were located to pay their respects to his deceased foster father and clansmen. It was unknown who had leaked this information. Countless warriors rushed to the Raging Flame Island in order to see this peerless genius who had appeared out of nowhere. Zhu Tai's face was full of glory. Zhu Yu was the happiest. She was like a little sparrow. Yi Qinghan was as cold as ever. He came to the Fierce Flame Island and only said a few words. Then, he went to the small island where the massacre happened. Even the lower 9th-grade warrior tactfully refused to accompany him, saying that he wanted to pay his respects to his clansmen alone. At the same time, the great General Lord was on the Fire King Island. He frequently summoned the commanders in a high-profile manner. It seemed like he was plotting something big. Countless 5th-grade warriors gathered on the Fire King Island. The entire eastern archipelago was silent in a strange atmosphere. "They are here." On a small island next to the Fierce Flame Island, Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged alone. The protective shield was open, but his divine sense was quietly exploring the surroundings. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. Zhu Yi's plan worked. The warriors of the fire god's bloodline were preparing to launch a sneak attack on him. They really think highly of me. The fire god actually came personally. Zhu Yi, don't play tricks on me. If you're not his match, don't blame me for being disloyal. Yi Qinghan glanced in the direction of the fierce flame island on his left. Although he didn't know how Zhu Yi hid from the fire god's detection, Yi Qinghan knew that this woman was definitely here. Yi Qinghan thought about it for the past 2 days. He felt that cooperating with Zhu Yi was like asking a tiger for its skin. This woman was too powerful. Not only was her strength higher than his, but her intelligence was also superior. If he wasn't careful, he would be toyed with by her. Fortunately, he also had a trump card. That was, he could escape from the weak point of the space at any time. He thought that even if Zhu Yi was meticulous in her calculations, she would not have thought of this. If it weren't for this, Yi Qinghan would have found a way to escape. Chapter 1194. He secretly operated his power of origin and used his divine consciousness to lock on the 5 people who were flying toward the island. The one in the front was like a blazing sun in the sky, with a soaring momentum. Judging from his aura, Yi Qinghan felt as if he was facing Qing Shan. He was definitely at the peak of level 9, only 1 step away from level 9 Supreme Venerable. Behind him was an upper rank 9 martial artist and 4 lower rank 9 martial artists. In order to kill him and then retreat, the fire god patriarch only let 1 lower level 9 warrior stay behind. The rest of the level 9 experts came out in full strength, determined to win. Humph. As long as Zhu Yi can really stall the fire god patriarch, this time you all won't be able to return. Yi Qinghan's divine consciousness quietly swept toward the ferocious fire island. When he felt Zhu Yi's indistinct aura, he was shocked. Without any scruples, he prepared to fight the enemy wholeheartedly. In the sky, the long hair of the fire god patriarch fluttered. As he approached the island, he no longer hid his aura. After the divine consciousness locked on Yi Qinghan, a lower level 9 warrior next to him launched an overbearing attack. In their view, as long as Yi Qinghan was killed, even if Zhu Yi arrived with her people, it would be no big deal, and they could easily retreat. Boom! A big fiery red hand suddenly appeared in the sky and smashed heavily on the shield. The shield on the small island was very weak, and it collapsed in an instant. The big fiery red hand suddenly smashed toward Yi Qinghan. Too slow. Yi Qinghan's face was full of mockery. When the big hand appeared in the sky, his body had already turned into a series of residual shadows, and he had already appeared on the sea thousands of miles away in the south. Buzz! In the sky, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in the north, and at the same time, 3 figures also appeared in the west. Zhu Yi and the 3 lower level 9 warriors arrived in time. His not a venerable. His a war god. Zhu's mansion. Kill him for me. The fire god patriarch was middle-aged, and his aura was extremely overbearing. At this moment, seeing Zhu Yi appear, how could he not know that it was a trap? With a loud shout, he charged towards Zhu Yi. The other 4 lower level 9 martial artists charged towards Zhu Yi's 3 lower level 9 martial artists, while the upper level 9 martial artist charged towards Yi Qinghan with a hideous grin. Courting death. Yi Qinghan saw the sinister smile on this person's face, and his eyes were filled with disdain. He sneered in his heart. His divine sense had already locked onto him. Soul extermination was activated. Yi Qinghan's eyes flashed with a demonic light as he activated his soul illusion. This person was currently dealing with the attack of the golden soul threads, so how could he have the time to defend against the soul illusion? Xiu. Since he was going to make a move, Yi Qinghan naturally wouldn't hold anything back. 10 Godslayer's spears pierced through the void, bringing with them a sharp and cold aura. They quickly circled around him and then scattered in the air, shooting towards the upper 9th grade martial artist from all directions. Hey! Zhu Manor, be careful. Yi Qinghan's Godslayer's spear had a terrifying aura. The fire god patriarch, who was already fighting with Zhu Yi in the distance, was shocked. He turned his head to look and shouted. Just as he finished speaking, he realized that countless cold winds were blowing in front of him. Knowing that Zhu Yi's attack was coming, he didn't dare to be distracted anymore and focused on dealing with Zhu Yi. The Fire God Patriarch's 4 lower level 9 martial artists were obviously stronger than Zhu Yi's 3 lower level 9 martial artists, both in terms of numbers and strength. In just one face-to-face encounter, the 3 lower level 9 martial artists were suppressed. Hearing the Fire God Patriarch's words, the 4 glanced at the upper level 9 powerhouse in confusion. In the end, the 4 were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out. Boom! 10 silver-white spears flew at the speed of sparks, carrying with them a piercing and terrifying aura as they shot toward the rank 9 residents called Zhu Mana from all directions. What shocked the 4 was that the Zhu Mana's eyes were filled with fear and confusion. It wasn't until the 10 silver spears got close that he came to a sudden realization. In the end, he only managed to resist 6 spears. The 7th spear directly hit him, immediately injuring him severely. Then the 8th and 9th spears came one after another. Before the 10th spear could hit Zhu Mana, his body had already turned into a pile of soft mud. His origin energy collapsed, and his body turned into a pile of blood mist. A shining divine crystal and a few space rings floated up and down in the air. It was extremely strange. The Fire God Patriarch's 4 lower level 9 martial artists were shocked. They were stunned in the air, extremely confused. Zhu Yi's 3 lower level 9 martial artists were also confused. They looked at the dazzling divine crystal in disbelief. One face-to-face encounter, instantly defeating the upper level 9 Zhu Mana. The Fire God Patriarch's pupils shrank, but Zhu Yi's beautiful eyes lit up like stars. Her graceful figure danced in the air. As she danced, the space around her began to distort, forming an invisible cage that trapped the Fire God Patriarch. "Run!" The Fire God Patriarch shouted. A shiny diamond-shaped gem suddenly appeared in his hand. At the same time, a phantom of an exotic beast with a lion's body and a dragon's head emerged from his body and roared toward Zhu Yi. Humph, too late. The 4 lower level 9 martial artists suddenly came to their senses. But Yi Qinghan's body had already shot toward them. His voice seemed to have an invisible magic power. The 4 subconsciously looked toward Yi Qinghan, only to see a pair of eyes shining with a demonic light. The 4 suddenly felt that everything in front of them had changed. Their surroundings turned into a vast expanse of whiteness. Everyone had disappeared, and the island below had also disappeared. Then, countless silver spears that terrified them so much that they felt deep in their souls were invincible suddenly emerged from the white mist. They were terrifyingly powerful, and their speed was even faster than lightning. The space force that they hastily condensed was instantly pierced through. Bang, bang, bang. With the sound of the explosion, the 3 lower level 9 martial artists under Zhu Yi became even more confused. They had received a message from Zhu Yi that the Fire God clan would bring people to launch a sneak attack today. She asked them to prepare for battle. She also told them not to worry because they had a strong helper on their side. Unexpectedly, they all knew this helper. It was that peerless genius. But what they couldn't figure out was, how did this peerless genius become a level 9 martial artist? What they couldn't accept was how he could kill level 9 experts, as easily as slaughtering chickens and sheep. In just a few blinks of an eye, 1 upper level 9 and 4 lower level 9 martial artists from the Fire God clan were killed by him alone. 5 dead level 9 war gods. The 3 wanted to kill them even in their dreams because the hands of these 5 people were stained with the blood of countless of their clansmen. However, when the 5 divine crystals floated in the air, shining with dazzling light, the 3 felt like they were in a dream and couldn't believe it. Finally, they looked at Yi Qinghan, who had killed 4 experts, and found that his eyes were even brighter than the divine crystals in the air. Killing 5 upper level 9 martial artists didn't cause much of a stir in Yi Qinghan's heart. That upper level 9 martial artist, who had broken through not long ago and underestimated Yi Qinghan, was attacked by Yi Qinghan's soul illusion and soul destruction at the same time. It was impressive enough that he could withstand the attack of 9 God Slayer's spears. As for the lower level 9 war god, Yi Qinghan didn't care about them at all. With the soul illusion, no matter how many came, they would all die. Heart of the Fire God. His eyes were fixed on a glittering diamond-shaped gem in the hand of the Fire God clan's patriarch. With his eyesight, he instantly determined that this was the heart of the Fire God. because this diamond-shaped gem was the same size as the notch on the fire god's helmet. Chapter 1195. Heart of the Fire God. Go to hell. Yi Qinghan's heart was surging. As long as he got the heart of the fire god armor would be complete. With this supreme spirit treasure ranked first in the divine realm, his strength would immediately increase. At the moment, he didn't care about anything else. He once again waved 10 God-Slayer's spears and charged toward the patriarch of the Fire God clan. The 3 lower-level experts also came to their senses. They each launched their own attacks and charged toward the patriarch of the Fire God clan. However, what made Yi Qinghan almost furious was that the figure of the patriarch of the Fire God clan suddenly disappeared in the air, without a trace. When Yi Qinghan immediately spread out his divine sense to search, he found that the patriarch had appeared thousands of miles away. At the same time, his body continued to move in the direction of the Western Islands. Boom! Yi Qinghan's God-Slayer's spear and the 3 lower-level experts, as well as Zhu Yi's space power, collided at the place where the patriarch of the Fire God clan originally stood. The collision of the energies broke out a huge explosion, and a huge and gorgeous firework bloomed in the air. How could it be? Yi Qinghan was shocked. Looking at the grand firework, he couldn't believe it. Such a powerful energy attack, the surrounding space shook layer by layer. How could the patriarch of the Fire God clan teleport? Why don't you chase him? Yi Qinghan looked coldly at Zhu Yi. Seeing that she didn't show any signs of moving, he asked discontentedly. Oh, if we chase him, we'll be in trouble. Zhu Yi smiled faintly, and there was a touch of helplessness between her eyebrows. She explained, First Elder has already rushed over with people, and there is a powerful prohibition on the Fire God Island. I'm not sure if I can escape unscathed. Alas, it's a pity. If your attack could come a second earlier, or if the Fire God took out the heart of the Fire God a step later, he would not be able to escape today. Yi Qinghan was stunned. He did not hold back his divine sense and swept over unscrupulously. Sure enough, he found that an upper-level peak expert with 8 people had teleported to the border between the Eastern Islands and the Western Islands. Obviously, he found that something was wrong and suppressed Zhu Yi first. At this moment, the patriarch of the Fire God clan had returned to the largest island of West Wind. The Fire God's heart can allow cultivators to teleport while space is shaking? Yi Qinghan recalled Zhu Yi's words and was startled awake. He transmitted his voice over and asked, God, you don't know? Zhu Yi glanced at him with confusion, Zhu Yi, and the patriarch of the Fire God, and explained. God Fire God Armor Heart. The heart of the God Armor God. Yi Qinghan started to have a headache. This time, the Fire God Patriarch had escaped. From the looks of it, the Fire God Patriarch and the Grand Elder would definitely join forces. It was impossible for him and Zhu Yi to kill their way to the Fire God's heart. As God. Yi God clan as. God clan of the sect of. Clan of. Fire Yi God clan God as God. Go back first. Believe in Zhu Yi. You will get the heart of the Fire God. Zhu Yi replied indifferently. Her face was filled with an enchanting smile. She recovered her composure as if she had everything under control. She grabbed the 4 divine crystals with her jade-like hand and slowly walked towards the fiery island with her graceful figure. She was extremely flirtatious. Yi Qinghan clenched his teeth and glared at West Wind. He followed Zhu Yi and flew toward the island of Fierce Flame. The 3 war gods became Yi Qinghan's attendants and flew toward the island of Fierce Flame with complicated expressions. The island of Fierce Flame was not far from here. The earth-shattering battle happened in a few seconds. But such a terrifying energy had already attracted the attention of the nearby experts. Yi Qinghan followed Zhu Yi back to the island of Fierce Flame. Countless experts fixed their eyes on him as if they were looking at a monster. Is he still the peerless genius? Zhu Tai looked at him as if he was looking at a stranger. Zhu Yue was also confused. Fortunately, Zhu Yi directly entered the transportation formation. Yi Qinghan let Zhu Yi explain this troublesome matter. He entered the transportation formation and returned to the general's mansion. At dusk, Zhu Yi came with a fragrant wind. Yi Qinghan did not pay attention to her. He sat alone in front of the window and stroked a zither. He pretended not to know anything about the zither. He just randomly plucked the strings, as if he was messing up his confused heart. What's wrong? Are you discouraged? Do you want me to send you away? Zhu Yi stretched out her hand and brushed the window. She leaned half of her body against it. Her full breasts were slightly deformed, her slender waist slightly sunk, and her plump buttocks were raised high. She left half of Yi Qinghan's perfect side face, as if she was deliberately tempting him. As expected, Yi Qinghan was attracted by Zhu Yi's slightly raised buttocks. He unscrupulously glared at her and said coldly, "You can activate the transportation formation?" "Of course I can activate it. It's just that I didn't get the heart of the fire god." "Are you willing to leave?" Zhu Yi felt Yi Qinghan's gaze. She did not move. She turned her head and said with a smile. There was a playful look in her eyes, as if she was sure that she could take advantage of Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan looked at this pair of beautiful eyes and Zhu Yi's seductive figure. At this moment, he suddenly understood many things. Zhu Yi was indeed a bamboo leaf viper, a poisonous red spider. She had been using him. At first, she used him to lure out the fire god patriarch's people. She did not expect Yi Qinghan to be so strong. She planned to sacrifice him to kill a few experts from the fire god patriarch's side. His super performance today made this woman look at him in a different light. At this moment, she was afraid that he would want to leave because of the difficulty of obtaining the heart of the fire god. Therefore, she deliberately tried to rope him in, and did not hesitate to seduce him. After thinking things through, Yi Qinghan's chaotic heart immediately calmed down. No matter how smart Zhu Yi was, she would not have thought that he could leave through the endless void. As long as he did not kill the fire god and the Grand Elder, Zhu Yi would definitely not attack him. Instead, she would continue to rope him in. Ever since Yi Qinghan's identity was discovered by Zhu Yi, he felt that his hands and feet were tied. In addition, his safety was not guaranteed. He did not know if Zhu Yi would attack him. Therefore, he was extremely frustrated and wanted to leave several times. Now that he had guessed Zhu Yi's thoughts, of course, he had to play with her. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's gaze became even more unscrupulous. He stared straight at Zhu Yi's buttocks, as if he could see through her light green robe and see the ravine inside. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Indeed, I am very reluctant to leave." "Haha." Zhu Yi straightened her body and chuckled. "Child Yi, don't be anxious. Zhu Yi guarantees that you will definitely obtain the heart of the fire god. However, it will take some time." Yi Qinghan sneered in his heart. Not to mention the heart of the fire god, he was afraid that his life would be handed over to her in the end. However, on the surface, he frowned and asked doubtfully, "Miss Zhu Yi, do you have a good plan? Forgive me for being straightforward. Since the island of the fire god tribe leader has a powerful restrictive spell, as long as he hides inside, we dare not go in. How can we kill him then?" Zhu Yi smiled like a fox, her eyes full of slyness. "I have my own arrangements. Please forgive me for keeping you in suspense. You will find out in 100 years. Okay." Yi Qinghan plucked the strings of his zither, stood up happily, and laughed. "Then I will give you 100 years. If you still cannot kill the fire god tribe leader in 100 years, please send me away. I will definitely not get involved in this mess again." Yi Qinghan's decision this time was extremely abrupt and resolute, causing Zhu Yi to stare blankly for a moment. However, she recovered in an instant. After a moment, she actually extended a soft and boneless hand and said with a smile, "It's a promise." "Chimph, seduction again?" Yi Qinghan laughed in his heart, but he boldly stretched out his hand to grab Zhu Yi's small hand. He even lowered his head and pretended to be intoxicated with it. Only then did he reveal a charming smile and said, "It's a promise." "Haha." Zhu Yi covered her mouth and laughed. She swayed her plump buttocks and floated away, leaving behind a fragrant wind. Yi Qinghan looked at Zhu Yi's beautiful back and smiled coldly. He murmured, "Want to play with fire? Let's play then. I have been a playboy for many years. Let's see who will play to death in the end." Chapter 1196. Once Zhu Yi left, Yi Qinghan activated the barrier and extended his divine sense. He scanned the entire Western Islands without any scruples. The Grand Elder and a few ninth-grade war gods stood in the air between the East and West Seas. After half a day, they returned to the north. It was obvious that they had reached some sort of agreement with the fire god. Yi Qinghan had a headache. It was obvious that his appearance had broken the balance of power between the three sides. He had forced the fire god tribe leader and the Grand Elder to join forces. As long as Zhu Yi made a move, the two sides would definitely join forces. It seemed like his killing methods were too strange. In addition, Zhu Yi had always been crafty. The Grand Elder and the Fire God would not dare to attack the Fire King Island if they did not figure out his true strength. After figuring out the situation, Yi Qinghan did not think too much and let Zhu Yi deal with this headache. He transmitted a message to Zhu Yi that he was going into seclusion to cultivate. Then, he leisurely entered the War Imperial Hall. He was very clear that the more mysterious he was, the more the Fire God and the Grand Elder would not dare to make a move. This would be beneficial to Zhu Yi's arrangements. The entire pavilion was set up with some small restrictions. As long as someone approached or used energy to attack, Yi Qinghan would immediately know. Hence, Yi Qinghan was prepared to make use of these 100 years to peacefully cultivate and see if he could make any breakthroughs. The War Imperial Hall was empty. Before he returned to the Flame Dragon continent, Yi Qinghan teleported all the people cultivating inside out and let them continue to cultivate in the reincarnation mystic realm. Only Xiao He was still sleeping soundly in the Slaughter God Blade. After becoming a spirit body, Xiao He loved to sleep more and more. However, this also reduced the energy consumption. Yi Qinghan walked into the hall of the mysterious tablet and stood in front of the space combination stone tablet. Divine power revolved in his eyes and gradually brightened. The scenery in front of him also gradually changed. What appeared in front of him was a scene that Yi Qinghan could not understand. At first, it was pitch black. Then, there was a sudden flash of light in the darkness. The light slowly enlarged, and the world in front of him became brighter and brighter. Finally, there was a sudden flash, and the whole scene turned black. A moment later, there were countless twinkling stars. This repeated playback caused Yi Qinghan to be puzzled no matter how hard he thought about it. What kind of principle was this mysterious diagram describing? Light, darkness. Yi Qinghan was baffled. Was there something wrong with this mysterious diagram? There was not a single fundamental law of space in it. Yi Qinghan had once suspected that this was a profound diagram of the light and darkness laws. However, the Battle Emperor had already fallen into a deep slumber, so there was no way to investigate. Yi Qinghan had studied this painting countless times, but he couldn't see through its artistic conception even after hundreds of years. Even with the profound mystery diagram, he couldn't comprehend anything, let alone fusing the spatial combination. After studying for a long time, Yi Qinghan retracted his divine power and stopped cultivating. Looking at the countless stone tablets, he was in a daze. His comprehension of the laws was stuck. The strength of his soul wasn't increasing. Yi Qinghan felt that it was impossible to increase the power of the God Slayer spear using the power of space. For a moment, Yi Qinghan didn't know what he should do. If he couldn't increase his strength, why would he go into seclusion? Could it be that I, Yi Qinghan, can only stop here for the rest of my life? Yi Qinghan raised his hand and slammed it heavily on the stone tablet. With a wave of his hand, a black jade box appeared in his hand. This was the primal chaos divine crystal that Lord Devour had given him. At this moment, Yi Qinghan had an urge to refine it immediately. As long as he refined the primal chaos divine crystal, he knew that with his own means, he and Zhu Yi could definitely kill the Fire God Patriarch and the Grand Elder easily. After obtaining the Fire God's heart, he believed that he could fight against a Grade 9 Supreme Martial Artist. He could fight against a Grade 9 Supreme Martial Artist, but could he kill Shantu Xiong? Yi Qinghan sighed and put the Primal Chaos Divine Crystal back. Shantu Xiong could control a lot of the power of space. Now that he had obtained the position of the Divine World's Overlord, he could control even more power of space. He didn't need to use any means. He just needed to use the powerful power of space and the purest energy to crush him. So what if he obtained the Fire God Battle Armor? If Yi Qinghan really thought that he was invincible just by wearing the Fire God battle armor, then he was an idiot. The Fire God battle armor was definitely more powerful than any battle armor. With its reputation, it shouldn't be a problem for it to withstand a few attacks from a grade 9 supreme martial artist. But if he really became a living target for Shentu Xiong and was attacked continuously, Yi Qinghan believed that he would die even if he had 9 lives. Currently, there is no way to cultivate the nomological laws. There is also no way to cultivate the soul. It seems that I can only think of a way to increase the power of the God Slayer spear. Yi Qinghan pondered for a while and teleported to the largest hall. He stood in the hall and continuously released the God Slayer spear to see if he could improve it and increase its power. The God Slayer spear once again danced in the War Emperor Palace. According to all kinds of strange angles and combinations, it developed all kinds of different attacks. Yi Qinghan closed his eyes and stood in the hall. He didn't think too much and started to study and comprehend it wholeheartedly. Fire God Arcane Realm. Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi suddenly stayed in the Great General's residence on Fire King Island and didn't take a step out. And Yi Qinghan's aura also disappeared in the Great General's residence. The Grand Elder and the Fire God clan leader couldn't figure out what Zhu Yi and Yi Qinghan were planning. They wanted to make a move several times but didn't dare to do so in the end. Zhu Yi's intelligence was too terrifying. Back then, Zhu Yi's strength was only at lower rank 9, and her lineage was almost destroyed. But in the end, it was easily resolved by Zhu Yi's sowing of dissension. After that, the Grand Elder fell into a trap again and was seriously injured by a spy arranged by Zhu Yi. He almost died. This time, the Fire God clan leader was even more miserable. He was almost annihilated. At this moment, the Fire God clan leader was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow. The Grand Elder sent him several messages to join forces to attack Fire King Island, but in the end, the Fire God clan leader didn't dare to come out. Zhu Yi's sowing of dissension made the Fire God clan leader still deeply wary of the Grand Elder. He was afraid that the Grand Elder would secretly attack him and snatch the Fire God's heart. Recently, Zhu Yi and 3 lower rank 9 martial artists had been staying in the Great General's residence and didn't take a step out. In addition, Yi Qinghan had disappeared. After the battle, the 3 parties didn't make a move. The Fire God Mystic Realm was like a dark cloud, and a storm was about to pour down. It was incomparably depressing. This God Slayer spear seems to have achieved great success. I have cultivated it for several years, but there is no progress. If I don't break through the divine principle, and my mastery of space power doesn't increase, the speed and power of the God Slayer spear can only reach this level. Within the War Emperor Palace, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. He had been cultivating for a few years, but his strength had not increased at all. Yi Qinghan decisively stopped cultivating. I wonder if Yarou Ji is doing well in the cave. Lord Devour and fireworks should be in the void outside the Fire God Mystic Realm. With the Soul Emperor Pavilion, there is no danger in the endless void. Lord Devour's strength is a little weak. Otherwise, the Soul Emperor Pavilion could break the void and come in. They could join hands to destroy the Fire God clan leader. I don't have to walk on thin ice here anymore. Every step is difficult. Yi Qinghan felt helpless. His thoughts drifted to the endless void outside the Fire God Mystic Realm. He seemed to see a 9th grade pagoda flying slowly around the Fire God Mystic Realm. The Soul Emperor Pavilion? The Soul Emperor Pavilion broke the void. All of a sudden, Yi Qinghan's eyes brightened. His pupils moved quickly, and the faster they moved, the brighter his eyes became. Finally, he slapped his thigh and laughed. Bah! Why didn't I think of that? The Soul Emperor Pavilion spun at high speed, bringing the origin energy with it. This way, it can easily penetrate the origin energy and enter the plane. I can also make the God Slayer spear spin at high speed. Won't it be easy to break the origin energy on the surface of the enemy's body and kill them? Goddamn, I am a genius. Chapter 1197. The genius design of the Soul Emperor Pavilion came from the superbrain of the Soul Emperor. The reason that the Soul Emperor Pavilion was so famous and the reason that the Soul Emperor became a supreme refiner was because it had 2 genius designs. The first was that it could automatically absorb energy, and the second was that it could easily break apart source strength. It was because of these 2 points that the Soul Emperor Pavilion was able to wander freely through the endless void. Yi Qinghan had praised the genius design of the Soul Emperor Pavilion before, but he did not think that it could be combined with the God Slayer Spear. Now that he deduced it, it was completely feasible because the God Slayer Spear was supported by the source energy. If he could control the God Slayer Spear to spin quickly, he could also drive the source energy on the surface of the enemy's body to spin. From there, he could pierce through and kill the enemy. This is possible. If it suddenly spins when attacking the enemy, as long as he gets close, even a 9th grade Supreme will die. Hee. The more Yi Qinghan thought about it, the more excited he got. If he succeeded in cultivating this enhanced version of the God Slayer Spear, he would be much safer in the Fire God secret realm. He might even be able to kill the Fire God in a second, obtain the Fire God's heart, and escape immediately. He started to think about it carefully. First, he simulated it in his soul spirit sea. Then, he slowly tested it and practiced it. Finally, he stabilized it. Just as Yi Qinghan was about to comprehend it, his heart suddenly trembled, and he opened his eyes. He realized that the small restriction in the pavilion had been touched by someone. As he was not sure what was happening, he immediately took out the God Slayer saber, surrounded his body with the source energy, and teleported out. Everything in the pavilion was the same as before. Only the restriction on the courtyard's door had been touched. Yi Qinghan used his divine senses and realized that there was a beautiful maid standing respectfully in front of the sect master. She was Zhu Yi's personal maid. He had seen her once before. "What's the matter?" Yi Qinghan sent a cold voice transmission. The maid bowed and said respectfully, "My lord, Her Majesty the Empress invites you over." "What is Zhu Yi doing?" Yi Qinghan thought curiously. He had said that he was going into seclusion and was not to disturb him if there was nothing important. Could Zhu Yi's plan have succeeded so early? He scanned with his divine senses and found that Zhu Yi was in her pavilion. He sent a voice transmission. "I got it. You can leave now." After locking on Zhu Yi's position, Yi Qinghan teleported and appeared beside her. However, he realized that he was in her bedroom. Zhu Yi was standing in front of the window, holding a glass of wine and looking at the beautiful scenery in the backyard. Her figure was graceful and charming. He glanced at her and asked in confusion, "Miss Zhu Yi, why are you looking for me? Why can't I look for you?" Zhu Yi tilted her head slightly and smiled faintly. She picked up a cup of light green wine and took a sip with a leisurely expression. He sat on Zhu's white jade Emperor Zhu Realm God Zhu's Emperor Spear. And sat Master of Emperor. He Emperor of Slayer Emperor. Yi Emperor. Yi Zhu Emperor of Yi Emperor of Ming. Emperor of Zhu, Emperor, Yi of Yi, was, Zhu Emperor is Emperor, Yi Emperor, Ming is Yi, Yi. Emperor, do you want me to accompany you? Hehe, young Master Yi, you don't have to pretend to be so lustful. I know you are not that kind of person. Can you change back to your original appearance? I want to see. Zhu Yi turned around and leaned against the window. She crossed her arms and held the wine cup. Her posture was elegant and her aura was intoxicating. His eyes were glowing and filled with affection, as if he was trying to seduce Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan thought about it. With Zhu Yi around and his powerful divine senses, it would be impossible to hide from the two of them if someone tried to investigate. His facial muscles twitched and he changed back to his original appearance. He looked at Zhu Yi with her mouth agape. Yi Qinghan returned to his original appearance and felt comfortable. He stopped thinking about God Slayer Emperor Spear and decided to see what Zhu Yi was up to. Lady Zhu Yi, how can you be so sure that I am not interested in you? No man would not be interested in a beauty like you. Honestly speaking, Lady Zhu Yi's temperament and appearance are definitely in the top 5 of all the women Yi Qinghan has seen. I am very interested. Yi Qinghan dared to tease her again and Zhu Yi could not take it anymore. She blinked her beautiful eyes as if she did not understand why Yi Qinghan dared to tease her so brazenly. Was he not afraid that she would kill him? However, no matter how smart she was, she did not expect Yi Qinghan to be able to escape from the endless void at any time. It was easy for Yi Qinghan to enter, but it was very difficult for him to leave. In order to activate the teleportation formation, only she or the fire god Grand Doyen could do so. Thinking of this, Zhu Yi felt slightly at ease and did not tempt Yi Qinghan anymore. Instead, she said seriously, I invited young Master Yi here today to discuss something with you. Please speak. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. It was a very comfortable thing to be able to make this intelligent woman suffer. Zhu Yi recently thought of a plan. If young Master Yi is willing to cooperate, perhaps in less than 100 years, we will be able to kill the fire god. You will also be able to obtain the fire god's heart and leave as soon as possible. Zhu Yi's eyes began to shine with the light of wisdom again. Her calm and confident expression made people involuntarily choose to believe in her. Yi Qinghan was stunned. He did not expect Zhu Yi to have two ways to accomplish something that he could not do. He asked in confusion, how do we cooperate? If I can do it, of course, I will spare no effort. It's very simple. Zhu Yi placed the wine glass in front of the window and turned her head with a sweet smile. She was so beautiful that she could topple cities. She looked at Yi Qinghan in a daze. Then, she swayed her voluptuous body and walked leisurely to the side of the jade bed. With a wave of her hand, she opened the room's barrier. As if she was afraid that others would hear, she sat on the jade bed and whispered into Yi Qinghan's ear, as long as young Master Yi teaches Zhu Yi this transformation method, I can only arrange it. The two of us will sneak to the fire god's side and then launch a sneak attack. The fire god will definitely die. Once the fire god is dead, the Grand Elder will no longer be a threat. Yi Qinghan's heart suddenly raced. Listening to the whispers in his ear, smelling the faint body fragrance on Zhu Yi's body, feeling the hot body next to him, Yi Qinghan had the feeling that he was seeing the enchantress for the first time. This was a seductress like the enchantress, a seductress that could charm people to death. On the surface, he pretended to be seductive and soul-searching. However, Yi Qinghan's heart was trembling. This Zhu Yi actually used a seductive technique on him, and it was a very high-level seductive technique. It was a high-level seductive technique that could make people unknowingly fall for it. If not for the strength of Yi Qinghan's soul and the enchantress of the enchantress race, he would have fallen for it long ago. He immediately told Zhu Yi the cultivation method of the spectre transformation. He was so fascinated by her that he answered all her questions without holding anything back. Yi Qinghan had long been on guard against Zhu Yi, which was why he was not charmed. He sneered in his heart. This lass was indeed a bamboo leaf. Once he helped her kill the fire god and the Grand Elder, the next person to die would be him. Since she wanted to scheme against him, Yi Qinghan didn't have any scruples. His breathing became heavier and he didn't answer. His eyes turned red and he reached out to hold Zhu Yi's waist. His other hand touched her fragrant shoulder. He swallowed his saliva and said, Miss Zhu Yi, you're more intelligent than others. I think this plan is feasible. A trace of disgust flashed in Zhu Yi's eyes. However, she immediately giggled and covered it up. Her jade-like hand pressed on Yi Qinghan's hand on her shoulder. She smiled charmingly and said, Young Master Yi, you're being rude to me. Yi Qinghan laughed coldly in his heart. His other hand quietly moved down and ruthlessly groped between Zhu Yifeng's full buttocks and cleavage. Sure enough, it was extraordinarily plump, smooth and bouncy. Seeing Zhu Yifeng frown slightly, he immediately stopped while he was ahead and hurriedly said in an ambiguous tone, This transformation ability of mine is called the Spectre Transformation. It was created by me. If you want to cultivate it, you will need to have my blood essence, cough. In other words, you will need to fuse with me. Miss Zhu Yi, since you want to cultivate it, I can only be rude to you. Chapter 1198. Young Master Yi, you aren't lying to Zhu Yi, right? Zhu Yi's eyes were full of smiles. Her eyes narrowed into slits and she smiled like a fox. Yi Qinghan pretended to be stunned. He quickly patted his chest and guaranteed, Why would I lie to you? Have you heard of anyone in the immortal world who cultivated this divine art? I killed an ancient spiritual beast in the Myriad God Cave in the South Sea of Stars and devoured its blood essence and demon core. I obtained its inherited memories and obtained this divine art. I have done many experiments. If it is purely cultivation, It can only change one's appearance but not the aura of the soul. You have to merge with me and have my blood essence to completely change the aura of the soul. Why don't I teach it to you and you can try cultivating it to see if it works? Yi Qinghan's eyes were filled with sincerity. He spoke as if he was serious and even expressed that he was willing to let Zhu Yi try the secret art. Zhu Yi couldn't tell the truth and hesitated. Yi Qinghan looked at Zhu Yi's towering breasts and sneered inwardly. You want to cheat me of the secret art, but you don't dare to use your capital. Yi Qinghan started to act mischievously. He quietly placed his hand on those proud peaks and gently pinched them. His hand was full of fragrance as he pounced over and pressed Zhu Yi, who was in a daze on the bed. He used both his hands and feet to take advantage of her. His tongue hooked Zhu Yi's crystal-clear earlobe and his hoarse voice sounded, "Miss Zhu Yi, I won't let you down. As long as you also cultivate the ghost transformation, we will sneak into Fire God's side and he will definitely die. Unifying Fire God's secret realm is just around the corner." Zhu Yi was touched by Yi Qinghan and her earlobe was sneakily attacked. Yi Qinghan's breath entered her ears again. Her delicate body trembled and her face turned red. Her whole body became soft and hot. Her pair of beautiful eyes were like silk, chaotic and blurry. It was obvious that she was aroused and couldn't stand being teased. However, just when Yi Qinghan's hand quietly moved under her skirt and slid past her perfectly round and snow-white thighs, and was about to enter her pants to explore the ancient nether path, Zhu Yi suddenly woke up. Her body trembled, and her face turned cold. God power burst out from her hands, and she pushed Yi Qinghan off the bed. A faint murderous aura emanated from her, and the power of space swirled around her, locking onto Yi Qinghan, who was lying on the ground with a stunned look on his face. "Humph. Miss Zhu Yi, what do you mean by this? Are you playing a trick on me?" Although Yi Qinghan was also a little confused, he was much more clear-headed than Zhu Yi. As soon as he noticed Zhu Yi's faint killing intent, he immediately stood up and shouted coldly. If Zhu Yi didn't give him a reasonable explanation, he would leave immediately. Zhu Yi immediately panicked. She hurriedly tidied up her clothes to cover it up. Her face was full of sadness and pitifulness. She looked at Yi Qinghan and said, "Young Master Yi, this is Zhu Yi's first time. I'm not prepared. Can you let Zhu Yi think about it carefully?" "Oh, so that's how it is. Then I was rude. Miss, think about it carefully. Yi Qinghan will not let you down." Yi Qinghan bowed in shame. He glared at Zhu Yi, whose clothes were in a mess, and her face was full of indolence and charm. Then, he teleported away. After returning to the pavilion, he casually set up a few small restrictions and directly entered the War Imperial Palace. This is the first time. Does she think this young master is a virgin? I touched it a few times, and it immediately turned into a vast expanse. However, after so many years, I didn't find that this girl had a lover. Why is she so sensitive? Hehe, I only touched it a few times, and this girl is really a beauty. Trying to cheat me of my secret skill? Don't talk about the door, there's not even a window. Yi Qinghan laughed. He had been suppressed by Zhu Yi all these years, and this was the first time he had a secret confrontation with her. He won and vented his anger. Yi Qinghan had already thought it through. If Zhu Yi had submitted to him just now, he would have only given her the first volume of the Phantom Change. Zhu Yi could only change her appearance when she cultivated it, but not her soul aura. Then, he would lie to her that she might not have enough blood essence, and that she would have to have intercourse tens of thousands of times or something like that. Zhu Yi probably wouldn't pester him for the time being. Yi Qinghan was very clear that Zhu Yi was the kind of person who liked to play with people in the palm of her hand. Just look at the 3 lower 9th grade martial artists under her. She was the kind of person who would definitely not give her all unless she had no other choice or no other way. Yi Qinghan knew that he didn't have enough charm to make Zhu Yi throw herself into his arms. Therefore, she definitely wouldn't casually fuse with him. Getting rid of all distracting thoughts, Yi Qinghan wholeheartedly studied the God-Slayer's spear. Although he had roughly deduced the principle behind the strengthened God-Slayer's spear, it was definitely not something that could be done in a year or two if he really wanted to make it extremely complicated. Furthermore, there was a possibility that some crucial parts would go wrong, and he would fail on the verge of success. His powerful soul spirit circulated rapidly, and Yi Qinghan started to repeatedly calculate, simulate, and verify. Great General Lord's residence. Zhu Yi stood in front of the window, still holding a cup of fine wine. However, her expression was cold, and a beautiful maid stood beside her. This maid was her personal maid, and her strength was not bad. She was a venerable. The strange thing was that this maid didn't look at Zhu Yi with respect or admiration. Instead, her eyes were filled with love. Pa. Suddenly, Zhu Yi smashed the cup in her hand on the ground and said angrily, Yi Qinghan, how dare you take advantage of me? In the future, I will make you wish you were dead. Your Majesty, please calm down. Not only was the maid not afraid, but she also took a few steps forward and hugged Zhu Yi's delicate body from behind. Her beautiful red lips gently sucked on Zhu Yi's earlobe, and she said softly, Your Majesty, there is no need to be angry because of a stinky man. We are only using him to eliminate the fire deity and the Grand Doyen. After this is done, isn't his death just a word from Your Majesty? Zhu Yi's body instantly turned limp, and she leaned into the maid's embrace. She panted, and her face turned red. After a long time, she finally said, Beloved, how are the three of them progressing? The maid snorted coldly and said, These three stinky men are also not good people. They even tried to make a move on me previously. However, I said that as long as they cultivate diligently, after unifying the fire deity mystic realm, Your Majesty will choose one of them as her husband. The three of them will immediately cultivate day and night, and I reckon that they will succeed in cultivating in a few decades. Yes, after this is done, kill the three of them too. Every time I see their eyes that look like they want to eat me up, I want to tear them apart. Zhu Yi's killing intent surged, and finally, when the maid behind her touched her, it slowly subsided. She turned around and said with a charming smile, I guess the parts of the fire deity battle armor are definitely in the hands of Yi Qinghan. As long as we kill the fire deity and the Grand Doyen, and then kill Yi Qinghan, the fire deity battle armor will be mine. Hee hee. Once we get the fire deity battle armor, it will be the time for the fire deity tribe to reappear in the divine realm. Your Majesty, the glory of the fire deity tribe will be reborn in your hands. It's late, let's rest. The beautiful maid's eyes were filled with passion, and her breathing became rapid. Zhu Yi waved her hand, and the protective shield in the room opened. She turned around and walked towards the jade bed with the maid in her arms. Chapter 1199. Ha. In the War Emperor Palace, Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Beside him was a silver spear that flew in the air at a very slow speed. Furthermore, his movements were not as nimble and agile as before. Instead, it looked very clumsy and slanted, as though it would collapse in the next second. Spin. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan shouted and opened his eyes abruptly. Two rays of electric light shot out, and the God Slayer spear in front of him started to spin slowly. As it spun faster and faster, the pressure released by the God Slayer spear also became stronger. The space around the spearhead was actually torn apart layer by layer, and the aura around the spearhead was extremely terrifying. Unfortunately, the God Slayer spear only spun for a moment before it collapsed and exploded bit by bit. Done. Yi Qinghan laughed heartily and stood up. Although he looked very tired, his eyes were filled with joy. Although the God Slayer spear only spun for a moment before collapsing, since it could spin for a moment, it meant that his method was completely feasible. This was the same as comprehending the laws of nature. As long as one could understand it, the later stages would be much easier. In the future, one could continue to verify and experiment, and eventually achieve great success. Once this God Slayer spear can completely spin, Zhu Yi, at that time, I will be able to play with you. Yi Qinghan grinned. On the surface, his strength was only at the lower 9th stage because he could not use the power of space. Even if Zhu Yi was beaten to death, she would not believe that she would be able to kill him in one move. Zhu Yi was much stronger than him. In addition, she was also a soul cultivator, and her soul was very vigilant. Even if she launched a sneak attack, she would immediately discover it. As long as she could use her origin energy to resist Yi Qinghan's attack, the one who would die in the end would definitely be Yi Qinghan. However, if the God Slayer spear could spin, would she still be able to resist it? The more Yi Qinghan thought about it, the more excited he became. The increase in his strength gave him the confidence to tangle with Zhu Yi in the fire god's arcane land. In addition, he could escape from the endless void at any time, so Yi Qinghan's entire body was relaxed. Immediately, he prepared to continuously study and strive to control the God-Slayer spear's rotation to the limit within 100 years. After resting for a while, Yi Qinghan waved his hand and a God-Slayer's spear suddenly appeared out of thin air. It spun around him and turned silver. Then, its speed suddenly slowed down. Then, it started to spin slowly again and finally collapsed. Repeating this process, Yi Qinghan's divine sense locked onto the area, constantly discovering problems and looking for solutions, never getting tired of it. In the fire god's secret land, it was still peaceful. 100 years had passed and the atmosphere was getting more and more oppressive. No one dared to sail outside the island anymore. Even the children felt that a storm was coming. In the great General Prince's mansion, in the most luxurious private room, the atmosphere of spring was thick in the room. 2 enormous snow-white jade bodies were currently intertwining with each other, rolling about, enjoying the pleasures of the bedroom. However, both of them were women, so they could only rely on tools to enjoy each other. However, this scene made people's blood boil even more. The sounds of moaning and panting rose and fell continuously, causing people's imagination to run wild. After a long time, accompanied by a trembling voice that exhausted all her strength, the room finally returned to peace. A cold breeze blew in from the window, diluting the decadent atmosphere in the room a little. Zhu Yi laid on the jade bed with her eyes half open. She hugged the beautiful woman in her arms and gently stroked her back. She asked softly, "My dear concubine, how is Zhu Li and the rest's cultivation going?" The pretty maid in Zhu Yi's arms smiled sweetly. "I went there 3 days ago. They should have achieved great success in their cultivation. We can act according to the plan anytime. Your Majesty, congratulations, your plan is finally going to succeed. There should be no problem with the Grand Doyen's people." Zhu Yi's eyes lit up. She sat up and revealed her perfect upper body. She grabbed the robe at the head of the bed. The pretty maid quickly stood up and helped Zhu Yi put on the robe. She said confidently, "There's no problem. The sisters that I've arranged have already used soul worms to control 3 lower grade 9 martial artists. As long as you make a move, the Grand Doyen will definitely die." "That's great. It's been 1,000,000 years. I've waited for this day for far too long. We can't fail this time." After putting on the robe, Zhu Yi pondered for a moment. She turned to the maid and said, "My dear concubine, go and invite Yi Qinghan over. This person is really good at hiding. If I don't summon him, he won't even take half a step out of the door." "Your Majesty, are you going to sacrifice yourself?" A hint of jealousy flashed in the pretty maid's eyes. She said unwillingly, "Your Majesty, it doesn't really matter whether he learns that shape-shifting supernatural power or not. We've already planned it for so many years. Why do we have to suffer? If he wants to obtain the heart of the fire god, he must cooperate with you. Don't worry, I won't let him take advantage of me. It's not like you don't know that I hate men the most. Go." Zhu Yi's face was full of disgust. The pretty maid had no choice but to teleport away. Zhu Yi waved her hand and tidied up the room. Then, she took small steps and walked out of the small living room. She didn't want to wait for Yi Qinghan to lock onto her position and instantly enter her room. A moment later, the space in the small living room fluctuated slightly. A green figure appeared in the living room. It didn't transform into Zhu Kuang's appearance. Instead, it was Yi Qinghan's original appearance. "Miss Zhu Yi, what business do you have with me? Could it be that you've thought it through? You want to learn the spectral transformation from me?" Yi Qinghan's expression was relaxed. He sat down beside Zhu Yi and picked up the cup of tea beside him. He filled it up and sipped on it. Zhu Yi didn't expect that Yi Qinghan would become more and more debauched after coming out of seclusion for so long. She had seen through his identity at the start and suppressed him in every way. But now, he didn't seem to be afraid of her at all. Zhu Yi didn't like this feeling. She always liked to toy with others in the palm of her hand. Now that someone was trying to jump out at her, she felt very uncomfortable. However, She was the one who had suggested learning the spectral transformation. Now, she could only bear the pain. She smiled faintly and rolled her eyes at Yi Qinghan. I won't hide it from young Master Yi. When Zhu Yi was young, I saw the women of my clan being raped by the men of the fire god's bloodline. So, I've always been a little afraid of being intimate with men. Young Master Yi, is there really no other way? I see. Miss Zhu Yi's background is very pitiful. Yi Qinghan sighed deeply and looked at Zhu Yi pitifully. His face was full of sincerity. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Zhu Yi's hand. The expression on his face became even more sincere and his eyes were filled with love. He said sincerely, there's no other way. Actually, Miss Zhu Yi, the love between a man and a woman is perfectly justified. Only by forgetting the past can you truly be happy. Don't worry, Yi Qinghan will definitely love you well. Looking at Yi Qinghan's incomparably affectionate and sincere face, Zhu Yi felt at a loss. She secretly cursed herself for scheming against others for her entire life. Why did she dig a hole and bury herself in it? Most importantly, Yi Qinghan was the strongest ally in her plan. She must not let their relationship become stiff at the moment. She forced a smile and was about to explain something when Yi Qinghan leaned over. He lifted her up with a pair of strong hands and walked into the room. Chapter 1200. Even Zhu Yi, who was extremely intelligent, panicked for a moment. Yi Qinghan's domineering manly aura was different from that of her pretty maid. The woman was feminine, while the man was masculine. They were like two poles of magnets that would naturally attract each other. Moreover, she couldn't find a good excuse at the moment, so she panicked. By the time she calmed down, she realized that she had been thrown onto the bed. Then, Yi Qinghan's strong body pressed down, and two thick lips sealed her small mouth. A pair of large hands had already quietly attached to her mysterious area. No, you can't. Zhu Yi's heart was in a mess, and she wriggled. This time, she only wanted to summon Yi Qinghan to test him and see if there was any other way. If there was no other way, then forget it. She wanted to rope him in, calm his heart, and prepare for the plan that was about to start soon. However, she didn't expect Yi Qinghan to be so domineering. They didn't talk much, and he wanted to do her directly. Hiss! The sound of her robes being torn apart could be heard. Zhu Yi suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She discovered that her robes had already been torn apart by Yi Qinghan, leaving only a pair of short pants. Her voluptuous twin peaks were completely exposed, and were currently being wantonly played with by Yi Qinghan. Bang! Zhu Yi completely sobered up. In a rage, her divine power burst forth, and she once again pushed Yi Qinghan off the bed. Then, she quickly took out a robe and put it on. Only then did she angrily curse at Yi Qinghan. Young lady Zhu Yi, what is the meaning of this? You've clearly fallen for me, but why do you keep attacking me? Are you playing with me? Are you not sincere at all? If you don't want to cooperate, I'll leave now. I don't want the heart of the fire god. However, the anger in Yi Qinghan's eyes burned even brighter. His face was cold, and he didn't fear the faint murderous aura in Zhu Yi's body at all. He actually turned around and left. Wait. Zhu Yi was about to deal with the fire god Grand Elder. How could she let Yi Qinghan, her greatest helper, leave? If Yi Qinghan ran to seek refuge with the Grand Elder and then came to deal with her, it would be even more troublesome. The expression on her face immediately changed, and she forced a smile. She quickly walked over and grabbed Yi Qinghan's arm. She said coquettishly, you can also see that Zhu Yi has feelings for you, but Zhu Yi still feels very uncomfortable when I think about how my clansmen were raped. Can you give Zhu Yi a little more time? Yi Qinghan felt great in his heart, but on the surface, he still smiled coldly and didn't answer. However, he still pretended to relax a little. Seeing this, Zhu Yi hurriedly hooked her arms around Yi Qinghan's neck and pressed her body tightly against him, pretending to be a delicate and pitiful woman. Her bright and beautiful eyes were full of affection. She said coquettishly, believe Zhu Yi. You are the first man that Zhu Yi has fallen in love with. Will Zhu Yi make love to you after a period of time? Yi Qinghan looked at this seductive woman and sighed inwardly. If she went to act, she would definitely be at the level of best actress, and could charm countless men to death. He pretended to be moved by Zhu Yi, nodded, put his arms around Zhu Yi's waist again, and kissed her fiercely. This time, Zhu Yi didn't resist. She passionately kissed back with Yi Qinghan. It seemed that she really fell in love with Yi Qinghan. Sure enough, Yi Qinghan's guess was right. When Yi Qinghan couldn't hold back and was about to make a mistake, Zhu Yi smiled shyly and gently pushed Yi Qinghan away. After a series of gentle words, she said that they would start the operation in 10 days. After they eliminated the fire god, she would definitely let Yi Qinghan have a good time. Yi Qinghan pretended to be incomparably regretful and left embarrassedly. When he returned to his courtyard and entered the combat imperial pavilion, he laughed heartily. He laughed so hard that he couldn't even straighten his back. Zhu Yi was an extremely intelligent person who schemed against people every day. She didn't expect to be schemed against by him today. Not only did she lose her composure, but she was also taken advantage of by him. To be able to take advantage of such a devil-like woman made Yi Qinghan very proud. Swish! Yi Qinghan waved his hand, and 10 God-Slayer spears appeared in the air. They spun around him and shot forward. After that, one of the God-Slayer spears suddenly started to spin at an extremely fast speed. It was getting faster and faster until the entire spear turned illusory. The aura at the tip of the spear became even more terrifying. Cracks appeared in the space in front of it. It was extremely strange. Buzz! All the restrictions in the combat imperial pavilion were activated due to the cracks in the space. 7-colored divine radiance shone, causing the space in the main hall to freeze. Luckily, this God-Slayer spear only spun for 2 seconds before it collapsed with a flash of white light. It exploded bit by bit and vanished into thin air. The source energy on it turned into sparks that flickered in the air before vanishing as well. After retrieving the remaining 9 God-Slayer spears, Yi Qinghan's confidence was boosted. The first God-Slayer spear that could spin was almost at the phenomenal stage. It might only be able to spin for 2 seconds. At their level, 2 seconds was enough to determine the life and death of many people. When fighting against an enemy, as long as one God-Slayer spear could break through the obstruction of the enemy's spatial power and reach the enemy's side, forcing the enemy to use their source energy to resist, this God-Slayer spear would be enough to be fatal. With a wave of his hand, Yi Qinghan took out the God-Slayer saber and woke Xiao Hei up. He was prepared to share his recent cultivation results with Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei's eyes were still in a daze. When he saw the space in the combat imperial pavilion being torn apart by the revolving God-Slayer spear, he was so shocked that he immediately woke up. After that, the restrictions in the combat imperial pavilion flashed again. Xiao Hei exclaimed in surprise, "Boss, what is this? How did you do it? That revolving God-Slayer spear is so terrifying. I can feel my heart palpitating. This God-Slayer spear can definitely injure me." Yi Qinghan kept the God-Slayer spear and had a stunned expression on his face. Xiao Hei's spirit body was extremely strange. Even an attack from a lower grade 9 martial artist wasn't able to make Xiao Hei's heart palpitate. Could this revolving God-Slayer spear really be so powerful? After explaining to Xiao Hei the theory behind the God-Slayer spear's transformation, Xiao Hei was extremely surprised and delighted. After that, Yi Qinghan asked Xiao Hei why his heart palpitated. However, Xiao Hei couldn't explain it. He only vaguely said that if his life was in danger, his heart would be on alert. For example, the light god that he met in Devil Mountain previously made his heart palpitate. Xiao Hei ignored Yi Qinghan's bewildered expression and said proudly, "However, hehe, boss. I, Lord Xiao Hei, am probably going to evolve a second time. After I evolve, your God-Slayer spear will definitely not be able to injure me." "What? You are going to evolve again?" Yi Qinghan's body trembled. After that, he became ecstatic. Xiao Hei grinned and said, "I have a faint feeling that if I devour the energy of a few more grade 9 martial artists, I will be able to evolve again." "Good. Good." Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. His heart was filled with doubts. This God-Slayer spear was indeed a supreme spiritual treasure. Not to mention whether it had any other special abilities, it was already very impressive that it could give birth to a spectre that could evolve continuously. Immediately, he said proudly, "Grade 9 martial artists are easy. There will be a huge battle in 10 days. At that time, I will kill a few of them and let you devour them to your heart's content. Zhu Yi, I hope you won't play any tricks on me. Otherwise, don't blame me if you die. Chapter 1201. During these 10 days, Yi Qinghan did not cultivate. He accompanied Xiao He in the War Emperor Palace, chatting, resting, and letting his body and mind relax in preparation for the start of the great battle. 10 days later, as expected, the restriction in the private room was triggered again. Yi Qinghan immediately dashed out and saw that it was Zhu Yi's pretty maid who came to invite him to the meeting hall again. Yi Qinghan did not directly teleport out. The muscles on his body wriggled and he transformed into Zhu Tai's appearance. He swaggered out, touched the pretty maid's face, and walked toward the hall with a big smile. When he walked into the hall, 3 war gods of lower 9th grade were already sitting at the side, looking at Zhu Yi with fiery eyes. Zhu Yi sat on the throne, looking at Yi Qinghan with a smile. Master. When the 3 warriors of lower 9th grade saw Yi Qinghan, they obviously received Zhu Yi's instructions and bowed respectfully to him. Yi Qinghan nodded, smiled, and looked at Zhu Yi. Everything has been arranged. This time, the fire god will definitely die. Zhu Yi gave Yi Qinghan a definite answer, and then suddenly transmitted a message. Young Master Yi, can you transform into Zhu Tai's appearance? Also, you can control your breath like him and disguise yourself as a venerable. When the time comes, it will be a surprise. Yi Qinghan nodded and transmitted a message. That's easy. Good. Later, you will quietly transform and blend into the team of venerables. Follow behind us and listen to my instructions. After Zhu Yi finished giving instructions, she led the 3 warriors of lower 9th grade and directly flew outside. Yi Qinghan quietly transformed into Zhu Tai's appearance. At this time, Zhu Yi's personal maid unexpectedly followed Yi Qinghan and flew outside. Several venerables were already waiting outside. When they saw Zhu Yi flying out of the general's mansion and heading west, they hurriedly followed the team. Yi Qinghan sighed secretly. It was obvious that these venerables were used to cover his death. In a battle between level 9 experts, no matter how many venerables there were, they would all die. However, what Yi Qinghan did not understand was why Zhu Yi would send her personal maidservant to her death as well. For a moment, Yi Qinghan did not know what arrangements Zhu Yi had made for her to dare to fly directly to Fire God Island. Did she have the confidence to face the joint attack of the Patriarch of the Fire God clan and the Grand Elder? However, he was secretly on guard and opened up his spiritual sense. He was prepared to immediately flee if the situation was not right. As expected, they had only moved for a short while when a rank 9 powerhouse flew out from a huge island in the north and teleported straight toward Fire God Island. His speed was much faster than theirs. There were countless experts in the entire Fire God's secret territory flying towards the Fire God's secret territory. It was obvious that they were going to witness the grandest battle in the Fire God's secret territory that would change the power structure of the factions. Zhu Yi did not panic. She flew toward the west with a swagger. Her calm demeanor made countless people very confused. They did not know what Zhu Yi was doing and how she was going to break the joint attack of the Patriarch of the Fire God clan and the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder and 8 lower rank 9 martial artists stood hundreds of thousands of miles to the east of Fire God Island. If Zhu Yi dared to attack Fire God Island, they would immediately launch a pincer attack with the Patriarch of the Fire God clan. Hundreds of thousands of miles seemed very far, but in fact, they could travel there in 2 or 3 teleportations. The Fire God was guarding the Fire God Island and did not appear. Yi Qinghan used his spiritual sense to explore quietly and found that the space on the island was faintly trembling. It was obvious that there were powerful prohibitions everywhere on the island. Yi Qinghan was even more puzzled when he realized this. He did not understand how Zhu Yi could break through the prohibitions of Fire God Island and kill the Fire God under the watchful eyes of the Grand Elder. However, at this moment, he was disguised as Zhu Tai the Venerable. He followed Zhu Yi and the others from a distance with the 4 venerables. Even if something happened, he would have time to escape. Therefore, he did not panic and flew slowly. More than an hour later, everyone entered the sphere of influence of the Fire God clan. The atmosphere began to become extremely oppressive. In the distance, The Grand Elder's party also released their aura at the same time. It was an obvious warning. Listen to my command. Prepare to attack. At this moment, Zhu Yi's voice came. Yi Qinghan's heart trembled. This Zhu Yi really dared to attack so openly. Immediately, the power of origin revolved around his body. The venerables beside him also had solemn expressions. The power of origin revolved around his body. Yi Qinghan observed quietly. Instead, he found that Zhu Yi's personal maidservant looked relaxed and extremely excited. He did not understand where her confidence came from. Everyone, teleport. Our target is above Fire God Island. Suddenly, Zhu Yi shouted. Her graceful body and 3 lower-rank 9 martial artists suddenly disappeared in front of them. The pretty maidservant also shouted at the third madam of Yi Qinghan, teleport. Seeing that Zhu Yi was so confident, Yi Qinghan hesitated for a moment before teleporting over. However, his divine sense was wide open, locking onto Fire God Island and the Grand Elder in the distance. Buzz. As soon as Zhu Yi and the other 3 appeared above Fire God Island, the Grand Elder in the distance moved. The Fire God Clan Patriarch and a lower-rank 9 martial artist also move. By the time Yi Qinghan teleported down, the Fire God's body was already rushing toward the island below. The Grand Elder and the other 7 martial artists were already more than 10,000 miles away. One more teleport and they would arrive. It was obvious that the Fire God and the Grand Elder had already secretly communicated with each other. They would attack together and kill Zhu Yi. Yi Qinghan's soul strength and space force quietly operated. His mind was at its peak. Once he realized that the situation was not right, he would run away first. Buzz. Suddenly, what shocked Yi Qinghan, the Fire God, and the Grand Elder was that Zhu Li and the other 2 lower-rank 9 war gods suddenly exploded with a fierce aura. The blazing aura burned the surrounding space. The 3 of them actually reached the same level as the Fire God and Grand Elder Zhu Yi by relying on their aura. Before the Grand Elder arrived, the Fire God was already scared out of his wits. Halfway through his charge, he hurriedly rushed toward the island below. His lower-rank 9 subordinate also hurriedly ran away, completely ignoring the matter of joining hands with Big Yuan Bao. It was more important to use the restrictive spell to save their lives. It should be noted that at this moment, Yi Qinghan had not revealed himself. Yi Qinghan, attack together with the Grand Elder, quickly. Zhu Yi's eyes suddenly lit up when she saw the Fire God running away. She immediately transmitted her voice to him. The origin energy revolved around her body like a war goddess above the 9th heaven. She flew toward the Grand Elder like a flickering light. Her jade-like hands moved, and invisible ripples twisted in the air. A cage formed by the power of space trapped the Grand Elder. At the same time, she angrily shouted at the lower-rank 9 war gods beside the Grand Elder, "What are you waiting for?" Yi Qinghan saw that Zhu Li and the other lower-rank 9 warriors chased after the Fire God with monstrous momentum, but they did not launch any attacks. Then, he saw the 3 lower-rank 9 warriors beside the Grand Elder suddenly attack their companions. For a moment, he roughly guessed Zhu Yi's plan. Zhu Li and the other 2 obviously cultivated some secret technique to make their momentum look like upper-rank 9 warriors. In addition, he did not show himself, which was enough to scare away the Fire God Patriarch. And Zhu Yi used some unknown method to lure the 3 lower-rank 9 warriors from the Grand Elder's side to join her side. The Fire God escaped, the Grand Elder's 3 subordinates betrayed him, and Zhu Yi and Yi Qinghan joined hands. Without the heart of the Fire God, the Grand Elder would definitely die. Zhu Yi set up a huge trap. Her target was not the Fire God Patriarch, but the Grand Elder. If the Grand Elder died, would the Fire God Patriarch still be alive? This woman was so vicious. She was indeed a bamboo leaf snake. Buzz. Suddenly, the maidservant beside Yi Qinghan surged with energy and shot toward the Grand Elder's side. It was another lower-rank 9 warrior. Yi Qinghan no longer had any misgivings. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he locked on to the first senior statesman. He activated the Soul Exterminator. At the same time, the 10 God Slayer spears whistled through the air, heading straight for the first senior statesman. The God Slayer saber suddenly appeared in his hand. He was ready to let Xiao Hei devour all the lower rank 9 warriors on the Grand Elder's side. Chapter 1202. Zhu Yi, you be *tch. How dare you scheme against me? Zhu Shui, Aleph *cku. Grand Elder was tall and strong. He had a long brown beard and a hooked nose. His eyes were filled with rage and urgency. He saw Zhu Shui, the Fire God clan leader, flee into Fire God Island in fear of Zhu Li and the other 2, not daring to come out again. He saw 3 of his subordinates betray him. The other party suddenly had a lower rank 9 martial artist who was entangled with his 5 lower rank 9 martial artists. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan disguised himself as a venerable and suddenly attacked. How could he not know Zhu Yi's scheme? Zhu Yi's scheme was to kill him. Zhu Yi's attack method was very strange. She could use spatial power to form a cage and temporarily imprison the enemy in the air. Not only could this move trap the enemy, but it could also repel the enemy. At the same time, Zhu Yi had a strange soul skill that attacked with spatial power. If one was not careful, one would be tricked by her. Hence, Grand Elder would rather face Zhu Shui, the Fire God clan leader, than this troublesome woman. As expected. In the next second, Zhu Yi's soul skill arrived. A gust of cold wind blew, almost freezing Grand Elder's body and soul. However, what terrified Grand Elder even more was that at this moment, countless golden soul threads suddenly emerged from his head and swarmed toward his almost frozen soul ocean. Yi Qinghan's soul skill came at the right time. It was even more turbulent than Zhu Yi's. Good chance. Zhu Yi and Yi Qinghan looked at each other. Their eyes lit up at the same time. They crazily used their strongest attacks. Zhu Yi waved her hands in front of her, and a powerful spatial energy surged towards the trapped Grand Elder like a tide. Her attack method was very strange. The spatial power turned into tides, each wave more turbulent than the last. When it reached Grand Elder's side, all the waves overlapped, and their power shook the sky. The expressions of the 2 lower rank 9 martial artists who were fighting nearby changed, and they hurriedly retreated. Yi Qinghan's 10 God Slayer spears followed closely behind. He did not let any of them rotate. This was his life-saving trump card. Now that the 2 of them were working together, there was a high chance that they could kill the Grand Elder. Of course, he would not reveal it. Following the God Slayer spear, his body shot forward. The Grand Doyen was holding a pseudo-chaos divine crystal. He had to snatch it first. The Grand Elder was indeed an expert at the peak of level 9. It only took him a second to eliminate Zhu Yi's and Yi Qinghan's soul attacks. But at that moment, Zhu Yi's attack arrived. A tidal wave of spatial power surged towards the Grand Elder's head. The Grand Elder was scared out of his wits. Zhu Yi's attack was the most terrifying. That spatial trapping and soul skill didn't cause much damage to him, only causing him some trouble. However, these 1,000-layer waves were stronger than the previous one. Last time, he was severely injured by these 1,000-layer waves. The first Grand Elder immediately circulated his space energy to defend himself. Under the first Grand Elder's control, the space energy formed a huge fire disk that spun in front of him. The scorching hot aura and powerful pressure were so oppressive that even the low-level martial artists who were secretly observing from afar could feel the incomparably oppressive aura. Boom! The 1,000-layer waves and the spinning fire disk collided, causing a deafening explosion. The powerful energy collided, causing cracks to appear in the space. The surging shockwaves surged in all directions. The visible spatial ripples turned into ripples and radiated in all directions. Boom! 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 The 1,000-layer waves smashed into the fire disk one after another. It was like the endless waves of the sea hitting the rocks at the edge of the cliff. The shockwaves turned into layers of ripples and continued to spread. The nearby spatial cracks were like sparks formed by lightning in the dark night. It was ferocious and terrifying. The terrifying aura spread in all directions. The restriction of the Fire God Island below was activated, and a dazzling red light lit up. A fiery red shield enveloped the Fire God Island's dragon boat. The low-level martial artists and residents on the nearby islands couldn't withstand such a powerful pressure. They prostrated on the ground and didn't dare to move. They couldn't even breathe. Grand Elder, go to hell. Yi Qinghan activated his origin energy shield and shot forward. He wasn't afraid of this level of impact at all. His spiritual sense locked onto the fire disk in front of him. After Zhu Yi's 1,000-layer waves attacked the fire disk, although it barely managed to protect it and didn't shatter, it was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's God Slayer spear arrived. Could he still condense a fire disk in such a short time? The first God Slayer spear arrived. As it flew at high speed, its penetrating power was terrifying. It pierced through the fire disk in an instant. Then, the God Slayer spear and the fire disk exploded. The remaining 9 God Slayer spears pierced towards the Grand Elder, whose eyes were filled with fear and despair. Buzz! Under the stimulation of death, the Grand Elder erupted with unprecedented potential. He twisted his hands and spat out a mouthful of blood. He barely condensed a fire disk that wasn't much bigger than his body. His body started to retreat rapidly, and the God Slayer spear followed closely behind. The scene in the battlefield looked like the Grand Elder was holding a shield and retreating rapidly. 9 sharp arrows shot over at lightning speed. No matter how fast he retreated, how could he be faster than the God Slayer spear? Bang! The second and third God Slayer's spear shot over and collided with the small fire plate. The small fire plate instantly exploded, and the first doyen's hands also exploded bit by bit, turning into minced meat and a bloody mist. No, the Grand Elder vomited a mouthful of blood as he screamed in fear and flew back. However, the 7 God Slayer spears shot over at the same time. Just 4 spears were enough to shatter the Grand Elder's body. When the last 3 spears hit him, his head was completely smashed into minced meat. His soul spirit sea was shattered, and the Grand Elder's body floated weakly in the air. A divine crystal floated out, and his interspatial ring also automatically left his body. The source energy on the surface of his body also dissipated in the air. Xiao Hei, swallow this body. There is still a large amount of life essence energy inside. Yi Qinghan made a grabbing motion, and the Grand Elder's divine crystal immediately kept. With a wave of the slaughter god saber, Xiao Hei flew out and covered the Grand Elder's body. Then, it instantly flew back into the slaughter god saber. Xiao Hei swallowed the Grand Elder's body very quickly. Outsiders might think that the transcendent-grade divine artifact's artifact spirit had smashed the Grand Elder's body. Although it seemed like it took a long time, from the moment the Fire God Patriarch escaped to the moment the Grand Elder died, only a few seconds had passed. The Grand Elder's 5 lower grade 9 experts, the 3 traitors, and Zhu Yi's personal maidservant had only fought for 1 round, but the Grand Elder had already been killed by Zhu Yi and Yi Qinghan. The martial artists who were watching from afar, as well as the residents on the countless islands below, did not even see the battle clearly before they realized that the Grand Elder had disappeared. If it wasn't for the Grand Elder's blood still falling from the sky, and if it wasn't for the Grand Elder's divine crystal disappearing in a flash, no one would have known that the Grand Elder was already dead. Zhu Yi smiled. Her smile was like a blooming flower, overflowing with 100 charms. Her beauty was incomparable. Zhu Yi's maidservant smiled as well. She looked at Zhu Yi with a pair of beautiful eyes that were filled with excitement and ecstasy. Zhu Li and the other 2 also stopped moving. The aura on their bodies gradually dissipated. They could not even maintain the aura of a lower grade 9 expert. Their faces were pale, but their eyes were filled with smiles. The 3 lower grade 9 martial artists who had defected also heaved a sigh of relief. If Zhu Yi lost this battle, they would all die. The outcome was already decided. Once the Grand Elder died, Great General Lord Zhu Yi was destined to unify the Fire God mystic realm and become the supreme ruler of the Fire God tribe. Countless martial artists who were observing the situation in the surroundings had a change in expression. They all knew that the power structure of the Fire God mystic realm had changed. All the martial artists in the Fire God mystic realm would have to submit to Zhu Yi. Chapter 1203. You still don't want to surrender? Zhu Yi giggled and looked at the 5 Grand Doyen's subordinates coldly. The unique temperament of a queen made her look even more noble and elegant. Not surrendering? Then die. The 5 war gods under the Grand Doyen hesitated for a moment, but Yi Qinghan sneered and shouted angrily. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and the God Slayer spear whizzed out again. It split into 5 groups and charged at the 5 people. At the same time, he waved the God Slayer saber and transmitted a message. Xiao Hei, nourishing food is here. Devour them. Yi Qinghan, don't kill them. Zhu Yi saw that Yi Qinghan suddenly attacked, and her expression changed. She transmitted a message to him. It was true that she wanted to unify the Fire God mystic realm, and it was also true that he wanted to kill the Grand Doyen and the Fire God tribe patriarch. However, she didn't want to kill all the 9th grade experts in the Fire God mystic realm. Previously, the 5 subordinates of the Fire God were killed by Yi Qinghan, and that couldn't be helped. Now that the outcome was set, how could she let Yi Qinghan kill indiscriminately? If it was in the past, Yi Qinghan definitely wouldn't kill indiscriminately. However, now that Xiao Hei might evolve, Yi Qinghan couldn't care less. He pretended not to hear Zhu Yi's transmitted message and immediately released the soul illusion. 10 God Slayer spears formed groups of 2 and stabbed at the 5 people. The 5 people were all 9th grade martial artists. Because the Grand Doyen died, they were distracted and fell into the soul illusion. Those who originally wanted to run away and submit to him panicked at this moment. They hurriedly released their spatial force and launched all kinds of attacks to protect themselves. The 4 people who were prepared to fight with the 5 people retreated in a hurry when they saw Yi Qinghan's God Slayer spear shooting at them. 10 God Slayer spears were so powerful, and with the help of the soul illusion, how could the 5 people deal with them? The first spear smashed the 5 people's attacks. The second spear hit the 5 people's origin energy, and they were all severely injured. Their bones were shattered, and their soul sea almost collapsed. Xiao Hei! Yi Qinghan bellowed angrily. At the same time, he activated the Soul Destroyer and attacked the 5 people at lightning speed. Xiao Hei turned into a gust of wind and swept toward the 5 people. The 5 soul seas were already on the verge of collapsing, and as soon as the golden soul threads attacked them, they immediately collapsed. They could no longer control their source energy. Coincidentally, the gust of wind that Xiao Hei had transformed into completely engulfed the 5 of them. In an instant, the 5 of them turned into dust. Not even their divinity crystals were left behind as they completely disappeared from the world. Zhu Yi's personal maidservant and the 3 lower rank 9 martial artists who had defected looked at Yi Qinghan in terror. This man was definitely a murderous demon. He was an expert below the 9th rank of the 5th rank, yet he was easily killed by him. The maid's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Zhu Yi's face was also ashen. She stared at Yi Qinghan with a burning gaze. No one knew what she was thinking. Cough, cough. I'm sorry, Miss Zhu Yi. Your telepathic message came too late. As long as I don't launch my attack, once I launch it, there will definitely be blood. Yi Qinghan withdrew Xiao Hei, turned around, and smiled apologetically. His faint smile sent chills down everyone's spine. Your Majesty, this man is too terrifying. He has too many tricks up his sleeves. That just now was definitely not a weapon soul. That monster has a terrifying devouring ability. Why don't we join forces and kill him now? The maid beside Zhu Yi was secretly shocked. She glanced at Zhu Yi and quietly transmitted her voice. In fact, Zhu Yi's heart was also surging with murderous intent. Yi Qinghan had taken advantage of her time and time again. Now, he was completely ignoring her orders and wantonly slaughtering rank 9 martial artists. One had to know that it was extremely difficult to break through to rank 9 powerhouses. Every one of them was a valuable asset to the Fire God clan. In the past, it was not a pity to kill them because of their hostility. Now, they were equivalent to Zhu Yi's subordinates. Of course, her heart ached. However, when Zhu Yi saw the fiery red shield on the Fire God Island below, she secretly suppressed the murderous intent in her heart. As long as the Fire God was not dead, it was not the time to break off relations with Yi Qinghan. Moreover, if she fell out with Yi Qinghan at this moment, she might give the Fire God a sneak attack. In that case, the loss outweighed the gain. I'll let it go this time. Next time, don't kill indiscriminately, okay? No matter what, these people are Zhu Yi's clansmen. Since they are ready to surrender, we should give them a chance. Zhu Yi seemed to be smiling and angry at the same time. She rolled her eyes at Yi Qinghan with some reproach, looking like a lover flirting with each other. Well, I'll keep it in mind. Thank you, Your Majesty, Yi Qinghan said respectfully, giving Zhu Yi enough face. However, he was sneering in his heart. These are your clansmen, not my clansmen. I won't feel bad killing them. Hee hee. In fact, Yi Qinghan also wanted to test Zhu Yi's mind. He was very satisfied with the result. As long as the fire god was not dead, Zhu Yi would not attack him. However, once the fire god was dead, Zhu Yi would definitely attack immediately. Miss Zhu Yi, what should we do next? Can a direct attack break the protective shield of the island? Yi Qinghan looked at the island below with burning eyes. He thought that he could immediately attack the island with Zhu Yi, kill the patriarch of the fire god clan, and obtain the heart of the fire god. Then, he could immediately escape and see his long-lost relatives. His heart was filled with excitement. Child Yi, your thinking is too simple. Zhu Yi sighed and transmitted her voice. This fire god island is the rear base left by the fire god clan. The restrictive shield of the fire god island was set up by a 9th grade supreme martial artist who was proficient in restrictive spells. Only a 9th grade supreme martial artist can break it. If the two of us attack continuously, it will take 100,000 years, and we can't stop. What? Yi Qinghan looked at the protective shield of the island below in disbelief. Attack continuously for tens of thousands of years. How strong was this protective shield exactly? Moreover, would the patriarch of the fire god clan let the two of them attack continuously? If the two of them exhausted themselves and the patriarch of the fire god clan suddenly attacked, wouldn't all their previous efforts be wasted? The first thought that came to Yi Qinghan's mind was that Zhu Yi was messing with him. Immediately, the 10 God Slayer spears whizzed out and stabbed downward. He didn't believe that there would be such a powerful restrictive shield in this world. After the God Slayer spears were unleashed, Yi Qinghan didn't look at them. Instead, his divine sense quietly locked onto Zhu Yi and the experts around her, afraid that Zhu Yi would suddenly attack him. Boom! The 10 God Slayer spears pierced down with a sharp aura. However, when they collided with the fiery red protective shield, there wasn't the big explosion that Yi Qinghan imagined. Instead, it was like an iron rod smashing into a quagmire. It was silent. Not even a trace of energy was emitted. It disappeared just like that, as if it had penetrated the shield. Yi Qinghan's face turned slightly pale. Only he knew that the God Slayer spears didn't penetrate the shield. Instead, they were dissolved by the inexplicable energy inside the protective shield. This protective shield actually had dozens of layers. The God Slayer spears penetrated more than 10 layers before collapsing. Zhu Yi didn't move. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, as if she was very happy to see Yi Qinghan suffer. Yi Qinghan also believed Zhu Yi's words. The restrictive shield of the island below was indeed powerful. Even if he, Zhu Yi, and all the other 9th grade martial artists attacked together, it was almost impossible to break it. As long as the fire god stayed inside and didn't come out, it was almost impossible to kill him. For a moment, Yi Qinghan felt a little dull. Since he couldn't kill the fire god and obtain the fire god's heart, what was the point of staying here? It seemed that he had been tricked by Zhu Yi in the end. Chapter 1204. Don't worry, Child Yi. We can definitely kill the patriarch of the fire god clan. Give Zhu Yi some time, and she will definitely be able to break this restrictive spell. Zhu Yi saw the sadness in Yi Qinghan's eyes and immediately sent a telepathic message over. Yi Qinghan said coldly, "Do you have any way to break it?" Zhu Yi smiled mysteriously and said, "Hehe, no matter how strong a fortress is, it will be broken from the inside. Don't worry, Child Yi. You will know after a while." Yi Qinghan looked down in confusion. Of course, at the same time, he was secretly on guard against Zhu Yi's sneak attack. After a long time, Zhu Yi did not move, but the shield below moved. The huge shield trembled slightly and then calmed down again. Yi Qinghan and the group of people were baffled, but the eyes of Zhu Yi and her personal maid lit up, as if their scheme had succeeded. Zhu Yi smiled tenderly. "All right, you really didn't disappoint me. The energy gathering array has been destroyed, and this powerful restriction can only last for 3,000 years at most. After 3,000 years, It will be the day of Zhu Shuishui's death. Yi Qinghan's body shook, and he used his divine sense to check. Sure enough. Originally, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was constantly rushing toward the shield. Now, there was no more spiritual energy being absorbed by the shield. He was overjoyed. He immediately sent a message to Zhu Yi. Why wait for 3,000 years? Let's see how long this shield can last with so many people attacking it with all our strength. Hihi, child Yi, you are still too anxious. Although this shield has no energy supply, it is still very difficult to break it with the energy it has stored. Most importantly, there is a killing array inside the shield. If you attack it by force and trigger the killing array, even a normal 9th grade supreme martial artist will die. Zhu Yi smiled sweetly. Her charming look made Yi Qinghan and the people around him feel their hearts flutter. Then she said, let's go back and rest and cultivate. After 3,000 years, Zhu Shuishui will definitely die. I will give you the heart of the fire god. After that, Zhu Yi ignored Yi Qinghan. Instead, he turned to the 3 subordinates behind him and said, Zhu Li, bring some men and take over all the islands. Kill those who don't submit. Zhu Li and the other 2 immediately agreed. They teleported toward the eastern islands with faces full of excitement. When they returned, they were ready to start conquering all the islands. Once the Grand Elder died, the fire god tortoise could not come out. The most important thing was that the rank 5 and rank 9 subordinates under the Grand Elder were all killed by Yi Qinghan. At this moment, unifying the fire god arcane realm was not difficult at all. Yi Qinghan followed Zhu Yi and teleported toward the Flame King Island. Together with him were his personal maid and the 3 lower 9th grade war gods who betrayed the Great Elder. Back at the Great General's palace, Yi Qinghan returned to his private room alone. He quietly waited for Zhu Yi to settle her matters and come find him. His guess was right. After half a day, Zhu Yi arrived. Yi Qinghan secretly thought that if Zhu Yi wanted to ask him for the divine crystal of the Grand Elder, he would not give it to her even if he had to fall out with her. Moreover, the fire god was not dead. He did not believe that Zhu Yi would fall out with him. To his surprise, Zhu Yi did not mention anything about the pseudo-chaotic divine crystal. Instead, she said a bunch of polite words to win him over. Her tone could not be more pleasant. The content of the conversation was nothing more than thanking him for his help, continuing to work hard in the future, and getting rid of the fire god together. You get the heart of the fire god, I get the fire god arcane realm, good for you, good for me, good for everyone. Yi Qinghan was not willing to be fooled by her. When he killed the 5 subordinates of the Grand Elder, although the murderous intent in Zhu Yi's eyes was deeply hidden, his soul strength was so abnormally strong. How could he not have detected it? At that moment, Yi Qinghan made up his mind and hugged Zhu Yi's delicate body domineeringly. He smiled wickedly and said, Miss Zhu Yi, now that the Grand Elder is dead, the fire god's arcane realm is destined to be under your skirt. I wonder, do I have the chance to be under your skirt too? Although Zhu Yi was furious, she did not dare to show it. She grabbed onto Yi Qinghan's hand that was moving up and rolled her eyes at him. Mr. Yi, why are you so lustful? Don't you know that this will make Zhu Yi look down on you? Hee hee. The smile at the corner of Yi Qinghan's mouth became even more devilish. The 2 of them had their own ulterior motives, yet they pretended to be harmonious on the surface. They even had to pretend to be lovers, which made him feel very excited. Zhu Yi wanted to tear him into pieces in her heart, but she looked very affectionate on the surface. This made Yi Qinghan want to play with her even more. Immediately, he pulled his hand out domineeringly and grabbed Zhu Yi's proud breasts. He used all his strength to knead them, taking advantage of them. His mouth moved closer and blew into her ear. He said ambiguously, if I can get Miss, don't talk about Miss looking down on me. Even if Miss kills me, I will be willing. I think about Miss day and night. I can't sleep or cultivate. Zhu Yi was furious and was about to use her murderous intent. However, she felt that Yi Qinghan's divine sense had locked onto her soul. She quickly suppressed it and pretended to twist her body. She shouted, Mr. Yi, please conduct yourself with dignity. Give Zhu Yi a little more time, okay? I can give you time, but how much longer? Miss, you have to give me a deadline, right? Otherwise, I will be possessed by the devil. Yi Qinghan pretended to be very sincere, as if he had fallen in love with Zhu Yi or desired her body. However, he didn't let go. Instead, he turned Zhu Yi around and kissed her lips. His big hands moved up and down, no different from an impatient pervert. When Zhu Yi saw that Yi Qinghan's tone was relaxed, as if he was willing to wait for her, she was slightly relieved. However, she was suddenly violated again. This time, it wasn't just her mouth and breasts. Yi Qinghan's mysterious area was also wantonly played with. Zhu Yi felt a strange excitement when a few sensitive parts of her body were played with. Yi Qinghan's strong manly scent made her mind go blank. After a while, Zhu Yi felt a chill on her upper body. She was shocked and completely woke up. She pushed Yi Qinghan away and retreated a few steps in a flash. She hurriedly tidied up her clothes. When she saw Yi Qinghan's burning gaze, she subconsciously lowered her head. She realized that she was actually a little afraid to see Yi Qinghan. She had always liked to play with men in the palm of her hand. However, when she was facing Yi Qinghan, she was at a disadvantage. She was being played with in the palm of his hand. She didn't know what went wrong. She didn't understand why Yi Qinghan wasn't afraid of her at all. Moreover, he dared to desecrate her in such a domineering manner. Wasn't he afraid that he wouldn't be able to get the heart of the fire god in the future? Or should she kill him in a fit of anger? Young Master Yi is too rude to me. I'm ignoring you. Seeing Yi Qinghan rubbing his hands and sniffing his nose in an intoxicated manner, then slowly walking towards Zhu Yi with a fiery gaze, as if he wanted to force himself on her, Zhu Yi was so frightened that she hurriedly teleported away. "Ch, you want to play tricks with me? You're still not my match." Yi Qinghan laughed and chuckled. Zhu Yi couldn't figure out his trump card, but he had figured out Zhu Yi's tricks. He would definitely not lose 100 battles. Chapter 1205. After confirming that Zhu Yi would not bother him during this period of time, Yi Qinghan sat down quietly. His divine sense began to scan the entire fire god's mystic realm. Once the Grand Elder died, Zhu Yi's subordinates led a group of venerables to sweep through the entire fire god's mystic realm. With several 9th-grade war gods leading the team and a group of venerables, who would dare to resist? Within a few days, Zhu Li and his men swept through the entire fire god's mystic realm. Hundreds of thousands of islands had declared their allegiance to Zhu Yi. Only the fire god island stood alone in the west, its protective shield shining with red light. Zhu Yi said that the protective shield can only be broken after 3,000 years. Could it be some kind of trick? 3,000 years is enough to arrange many things. Could it be that she wants to get rid of me and the fire god tribe's patriarch? Yi Qinghan pondered silently. He still suspected that Zhu Yi was wrong when she said 3,000 years, but he did not dare to attack the protective shield. Without Zhu Yi's help, he could not break it alone. Furthermore, if there was really a killing array, his life would be over. He guessed that Zhu Yi definitely had some kind of arrangement, but he did not dare to probe her unscrupulously. Now, he could only continue to cultivate and increase his strength. He wanted the 10 God Slayer spears to be able to revolve. If he could make a breakthrough in the spatial combination and comprehend the Tao, he would become a venerable. That would be perfect. Ignoring Zhu Yi, Yi Qinghan entered the War Emperor Palace. He summoned the Slaughter God Blade and found that Xiao He had already fallen into a deep sleep. Yi Qinghan was delighted. Xiao He had devoured so many 9th-grade experts. If he could really evolve, that would be great. At this moment, Blackie could easily swallow a lower rank 9 martial artist. If it could fight an upper rank 9 martial artist head-on after its evolution, that would be awesome. In 3,000 years, Yi Qinghan believed that he would definitely be able to turn all 10 God Slayer's spears. By then, with the evolved Xiao He, even if Zhu Yi had any tricks up her sleeves, he could use his powerful strength to kill her. At that moment, Yi Qinghan was energized. He waved his hand, and 2 God Slayer spears appeared in the air. He started cultivating with all his might. "Your Majesty, is there really a killing array in Fire God Island's barrier?" Within Zhu Yi's pavilion, her personal maidservant asked suspiciously. Zhu Yi had not told her about this before. Of course not. This king was lying to that bastard. Zhu Yi sneered again and again. When she recalled how Yi Qinghan played with her body just now, her expression became unnatural again. The pretty maid was even more puzzled as she asked, "Then why didn't we attack together earlier and break through Fire God Island? Wouldn't that solve all problems once and for all? There are so many of us. If we work together to kill Yi Qinghan, he definitely won't be our match. Do you think he can fly away? First of all, this shield is indeed very difficult to break. Don't forget about Zhu Shuai. If he counterattacks before his death, Yi Qinghan and I may be fine, but you guys will be in trouble." Zhu Yi sighed helplessly. She leaned on the pretty maid with a tired expression and said faintly, "Most importantly, I still can't see through Yi Qinghan. I think he is still hiding his strength or some other killer move. I wanted to test him just now, but I didn't expect him to take advantage of me. This is really infuriating. After 3,000 years, Zhu Shuai will completely lose his sharpness. At that time, we can easily kill him. Furthermore, I need to use 3,000 years to set up the formation properly. At that time, we can kill Yi Qinghan as well. This king is determined to get the Fire God armor. If I don't turn Yi Qinghan's bones into ashes, I won't be able to endure this anger. I want to cripple him and torture him to death." The pretty maid's eyes were filled with hatred and murderous intent. She hugged Zhu Yi and her face turned gentle again. She said softly, "Your Majesty, rest assured. Zhu Li and the other two's joint attack formation will be completed after 3,000 years. At that time, when the three of them work together, they will definitely have the strength of upper 9th grade. If we join hands and ambush him, Yi Qinghan will die for sure. I will help you vent your anger. Your Majesty, don't think about these annoying things. Let me serve you well." Zhu Yi moaned. Her lust had been aroused by Yi Qinghan, and now, her beloved concubine was teasing her. She felt her entire body heating up. The two of them fell on the jade bed and started to have sex with each other. For the time being, the room was filled with the fragrance of spring, which they didn't want to share with anyone else. In the endless void outside the fire god's secret domain, a 9-story pagoda was slowly flying around the fire god's secret domain. It had been more than 100 years. On the 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, people were sitting in a room. Yi Qingyu and Yi Qingwu were sitting in the main hall, with Night Emperor's group of 4 sitting next to them. All of them wore a faint worried countenance. Although they were talking about the strange things happening in different places, the atmosphere was a little heavy. Lord Devour was still cultivating in seclusion, but Mo Xiaoxiao was still in the small hall, looking at the endless void and cultivating. There was a green jade talisman in the middle of the hall, which was Yi Qinghan's soul jade slip. Once Yi Qinghan died, this jade slip would explode. It had been more than 100 years. Theoretically, if Yi Qinghan could get the fire god's heart, he would have gotten it long ago. If he couldn't get it, it meant that there was a super expert in the fire god's secret domain. Either Yi Qinghan didn't dare to move, or Yi Qinghan was trapped or captured. No matter what the result was, people were so worried. As Yi Qinghan didn't come out, they had to wait outside the fire god's secret domain. If Yi Qinghan came out, they couldn't return to the reincarnation secret domain. Although Lord Devour was strong, he wasn't much stronger than Yi Qinghan. If Yi Qinghan couldn't handle it, even if she brought this group of people in, it would be suicide. The atmosphere here was oppressive. In contrast, the divine world was full of peace. More than 10 years ago, Shuntu Xiong came out of seclusion, and what accompanied him was a divine decree. The contents of the divine decree were made public in the divine world, and the divine world was in an uproar. The divine decree stated that Shuntu Xiong was the lord of the divine world. Perhaps ordinary warriors didn't know what the divine decree represented. But those who reached the venerable level understood a little. The divine decree was automatically sent down by heaven and earth. Some said it represented the will of heaven and earth, some said it represented the will of the Supreme God Emperor, and some said it represented the will of the Supreme Realm. But the Level 9 experts all knew that the divine decree represented the will of the Supreme God Emperor. The experts of the Divine Emperor Supreme Realm had never seen it, but many sovereigns knew that the Supreme God Emperor existed. No one knew how strong the Supreme God Emperor was, But no one could resist the will of the Supreme God Emperor. For example, in the planar war, once the divine decree was sent down, one had to participate, or else the god punishment would come. There was only one type of god punishment, and that was the destruction of the world. The most important thing was that Shuntu Xiong became the lord of the divine world. He was definitely bestowed with will, which meant that he could control more space power. Originally, the space power that Shuntu Xiong could control was already as big as the Star Ocean. Now, Qing Shan and Ice Queen estimated that he could control half of the divine world's space power, and the space power that Qing Shan and Ice Queen could control was only as much as the Misty Continent. Shuntu Xiong's strength had definitely reached the peak of Level 9 Supreme Realm, and he was comparable to the strongest Level 9 Supreme Realm experts in the ancient times, like the first chief of Fire God, Zhurong. The second day after the divine decree was made public, Qing Shan brought the Blood Knight monarch to Supreme Island. After seeing Shuntu Xiong and feeling his aura, he completely submitted. Then, Ice Queen brought the Wind Moon monarch and rushed over, showing that they were willing to submit. Monarch Yangran, Mo Shanghuang, and the others had no choice but to rush to Supreme Island. The divine world was officially unified by Shuntu Xiong. Under his orders, no one dared to go against him. After Shuntu Xiong came out of seclusion, he gave out his first order. The entire divine world became busy. Find the place where Shadia Wu and Yi Qinghan are hiding. Find them at all cost. The order was within everyone's expectations. Shadia Wu and Yi Qinghan had always been a thorn in Shuntu Xiong's throat. After Shuntu Xiong's strength increased, the first thing he did was to remove this thorn. The Wind Moon Monarch was the other supreme artifact refiner in the divine world. Shuntu Xiong gave her a death order to create a god artifact that could travel through space like the Soul Emperor Pavilion. At the same time, the entire divine world was filled with countless spies, trying their best to find out where Yi Qinghan and Lord She were hiding. The trillions of martial artists in the divine world felt Shuntu Xiong's rage. A storm was brewing. Chapter 1206. Inside the War Emperor Palace, a green figure was quietly sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. He had a leisurely expression on his face. 6 silver spears that emitted a suffocating aura were flying rapidly in the air beside him. Their speed was extremely fast, like a loach in the mud, incomparably nimble. All of a sudden, the 6 spears spun rapidly at the same time like 6 huge whirlpools on the surface of the sea. As the God Slayer spears spun, 6 cracks were torn in the air. It was like the dark night had been torn apart by lightning. It was a shocking sight. At the same time, the restrictions in the War Emperor Palace lit up. The restrictions emitted a suppressive aura that seemed to freeze the entire space in the hall. The 6 spears spun for exactly the same amount of time, only 3 seconds. Then, they collapsed at the same time. The space returned to normal, the cracks disappeared, and the restrictions in the hall disappeared. The oppressive aura in the hall disappeared, and peace was restored. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes tiredly. Controlling the 6 spears spun at the same time had exhausted his mental strength. However, he was very excited that he managed to make the 6 spears spin perfectly. He grinned and fell asleep on the ground. 1,000 years had passed. Zhu Yi never came to find him again. He seemed to have forgotten that he was still in the Fire God Mystery Realm. In the past 1,000 years, he didn't cultivate laws and focused on increasing the power of the God Slayer spears. He was very clear that even if he comprehended the spatial combination, or if he went one step further and comprehended the Tao, even if he broke through to the Supremacy Realm, his strength wouldn't increase too much. However, the God Slayer spears were different. As long as he could control the 10 spears to spin at the same time, he believed that even if he couldn't defeat Zhu Yi, he would still have the strength to fight her. As long as he could stall Zhu Yi for a while, he could leave the endless void. He had his greatest trump card. Zhu Yi thought that he couldn't open the teleportation formation without her, so she thought that he was a monkey that couldn't jump out of her palm. Zhu Yi didn't stop Yi Qinghan from obtaining the Grand Doyen's pseudo-chaos divine crystal, nor did she ask for it. Therefore, Yi Qinghan reckoned that even if he took the fire god's heart first, Zhu Yi wouldn't stop him. Instead, they would secretly prepare to kill him. Hence, Yi Qinghan cultivated in the War Imperial Palace with peace of mind, waiting for the great battle that would take place 3,000 years later. After sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights in the main hall, Yi Qinghan woke up feeling refreshed. After continuously cultivating for 1,000 years, although with his current strength, there was no difference between cultivating in seclusion for 1,000 or 10,000 years, cultivating the God Slayer spear was extremely taxing on his mental energy. It still made him extremely tired. Lying on the ground with his eyes half open, Yi Qinghan rested for a moment. Only then did he sit cross-legged and begin his routine examination of his physical condition. In the end, 1,000 years had passed, and the soul space had once again undergone a significant change. His soul space has already expanded to millions of miles. It was almost the size of a small plane. This rate of growth was too terrifying. The amount of origin energy he had increased by dozens of times. It was likely that he wouldn't be able to use it all in his lifetime. That's not right, Yi Qinghan muttered. Suddenly, his eyes opened abruptly. Then, he immediately closed his eyes and looked inside himself. After a moment, when he opened his eyes again, his face was filled with bewilderment. My soul space is still growing, but why has my soul sea stopped growing? If my soul sea is not growing, isn't it the same as before? Under the lightning's tempering, it will slowly shrink. How strange. What's going on with this soul space? Right now, Yi Qinghan's soul space was like an egg. The soul sea inside was like an egg yolk that floated in the soul space. Originally, when the egg was continuously growing, the egg yolk also followed suit. Right now, the egg was continuously growing, but the egg yolk had stopped growing. Furthermore, under the continuous tempering of the lightning, it had started to shrink. Yi Qinghan was confused. In the past, he had imagined that his soul space might evolve into a plane. The soul sea was the plane's continent. The soul space surrounded by the origin energy was the plane's space. Right now, this plane's space was continuously growing, but the continent was continuously shrinking. This, no matter how he looked at it, it did not look like a plane at all. I am a monster. Change, and it'll be best if I explode in the end. Yi Qinghan gloomily withdrew his divine sense. It was useless to care about it, so he might as well ignore it. This soul space had always been like a ticking time bomb, causing him to constantly tremble, as if he was walking on thin ice. He always had a sense of crisis, afraid that he would accidentally die. Therefore, he cherished every moment he had with his loved ones. Therefore, he liked to live a comfortable and peaceful life. It was just that Xiao Hei's current appearance was the greatest guilt he had ever felt in his life. If he could not help Xiao Hei reconstruct his true body, he would not be able to live in peace for the rest of his life. That was why he was working so hard. He hoped that he could finish everything before this time bomb exploded in his mind. So that he would not have any regrets in this trip to the other world. Forget it, I have wine today, I will drink today, I will worry tomorrow. I will think about it after I explode. Now, I should properly deal with Zhu Yi's bamboo leaf grass. Yi Qinghan decided that there were still 2,000 years left. In the future, he would not look into his soul and focus on cultivating. He did not care what the soul space would evolve into, or whether it would explode. Otherwise, his heart would be in a mess, and he would not be able to cultivate. Not to mention anything else, he would not be able to get past Zhu Yi 3,000 years later. Immediately, he threw away all his thoughts and immersed himself in cultivation. In the hall, the God Slayer spear began to dance again. Fire God Mystic Realm. As expected, the protective shield of Fire God Island was constantly weakening. The light on it was much dimmer than 1,000 years ago. Fire God had been entrenched, but the martial artists on Fire God Island were all anxious and restless. Zhu Yi became the supreme ruler of Fire God Mystic Realm. Thousands of islands submitted to her, and there were no more wars. No one dared to oppose her directly. Although some martial artists from the Great General King's faction started to bully the martial artists from the other two factions. But under Zhu Yi's strict ban, a few troublemakers were killed, and no one dared to cause trouble anymore. On the surface, Fire God Island became peaceful and harmonious. Recently, Zhu Yi rarely appeared in public. However, The people on Fire King Island had started to migrate. Clearly, Fire King Island would become Zhu Yi's sole residence in the future, and it would become the sacred land of Fire God Mystic Realm. In the great General King's residence, in the backyard garden, the scenery was beautiful. Zhu Yi was lazily lying on a recliner, enjoying the warm sunlight and the gentle breeze. She was very satisfied, and her eyes were half closed. Her thin clothes were sticking to her voluptuous body, and it was tempting to commit a crime. Buzz! There was a fluctuation in the space, and that pretty servant teleported over. She twisted her waist and half knelt beside Zhu Yi. Her jade-like hands gently massaged Zhu Yi's body as she whispered into Zhu Yi's ear, "Your Majesty, Zhu Shueishue's subordinate, Zhu Dan, has escaped. He has already arrived at Fire King Island and submitted to you. At least he knows how to adapt to the circumstances." Zhu Yi didn't move, but she arched her waist slightly to make her lying position more comfortable. She asked, "Did you ask? Since he can escape, can he bring us in?" "It's very difficult." The pretty servant shook her head and said, "He said that the restriction on the island is completely controlled by Zhu Shueishue. It's easy to escape, but to enter, we can only attack." "Oh." Zhu Yi closed her eyes again, and her curved eyelashes trembled slightly. She waved her hand lightly and said, "Then we'll wait for another 2,000 years. Let Zhu Shueishue live for another 2,000 years. Of course, let that bastard Yi Qinghan live for another 2,000 years too." The pretty servant's eyes turned cold, and her killing intent filled the air. She said faintly, "Your Majesty, rest assured. After 2,000 years, Yi Qinghan will definitely not be able to escape from the palm of our hand."